Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Tessa Ray's life was perfect until the first shot. Yesterday morning, she had been working on this truck with a welding gun in her body shop in Fernley. Now she was sitting in that same truck with her bare feet up on the dash and a diamond on her finger. "You're doing it again," he said. "I'm not doing anything. You've looked at that ring about 40 times since Fallen." He lifted her hand and kissed it. "It's still there. It's going to keep being there. I'm allowed." "You're allowed." To the north and south, the ranges stood up out of the flat in two long parallel walls, brown and bare and treeless. Something moved against the sky. It was small and dark, and it was above them and to the right, and it was there and then it was not there, and Tessa turned her head to follow it. Then a crack went across the desert, flat and hard. It came back off the ranges, a second later, thinner. Tessa took her feet off the dash. "What was that?" Cole was checking the mirrors. "I didn't hit anything." It sounded like something broke. Nothing broke. He eased off the throttle and leaned forward over the wheel, scanning the road ahead, the shoulder, the empty ground. The second crack came with a noise of tearing metal underneath it. Steam went up over the hood in a white sheet, and the smell of hot oil came through the vents, and the temperature needles swung over and kept going. A hand as cold as ice gripped her heart and squeezed. Her breath stopped. Cole said, "Somebody's shooting at us." The windshield came apart. It went all at once, from the passenger side, and the glass came inward in a spray of small, blunt pieces, and Tessa had her arms up over her face without deciding to, and the desert came into the cab. That was what she would remember about it afterward, out of all of it, the heat arriving. It came through the hole where the windshield had been like the door of an oven swinging open, and it took the cold air and her goose flesh and the last ordinary minute of her life and blew them out the back of the truck. Cole hauled the wheel over and the back end came around, and then they were sideways, and the tires were tearing at the surface, and the whole world went past the side window in a brown smear. They left the road. She gasped and felt the moment the wheels stopped carrying them, a lightness under her, and then the first impact took the air out of her lungs, and then the truck rolled. It rolled 3 times. She was aware of the roof, and then the ground, and then the roof, and something struck her above the eyebrow. They came down on the driver's side, and slid, metal grinding on rock and hardpan, and stopped. Tessa hung sideways in her belt. Dust came in through where the windshield had been, and settled on her arms and her mouth. It was fine as flour, and it tasted of chalk, and it kept coming and did not clear, because down here at ground level there was no wind. "Tess," Cole's voice was underneath her. He sounded hoarse. "Can you move?" "I think so." Her fingers found the buckle and could not work it. She made herself slow down and worked it again, and it let go, and she dropped a foot and caught herself on the door frame. "Are you hurt?" "I'm all right." He was already twisting around under her, getting his feet under him. There was blood in his hair, running out of it and down behind his ear. "We can't stay in here." Underneath the truck, fuel was dripping onto something hot. It made a small, steady sound, one drop and then another drop, and each one hissed. "There's rock out there." Cole had his head up at the gap where the windshield had been. "That black ledge. 50 yards, maybe 60. It's the only cover out here. We have to get to it, take cover." Tessa looked, and he was right, and that was the worst of it. She could turn her head in any direction she liked, and there was one piece of cover in all of it. A low black spine of basalt stood up out of the flat about the length of a football field to the east, chest high, broken along its length like a row of bad teeth. Everything else between here and the mountains was ankle-high sage, and open white ground and light. "Okay," she said. "We go out the top, we stay behind the truck as long as we can, and then we run and we don't stop." He put his hand on the side of her face. His palm was wet. "You don't stop for anything." The third round went through the undercarriage. It made a flat, industrial bang directly under them, and something inside the truck let go with a shriek of air. They went out over the door frame and down onto the ground, and the heat took her a second time. It was not like walking outdoors. It was like being held against something. It came up off the hardpan into the soles of her feet and through her sandals, and it came down out of the white sky onto the part in her hair, and it came sideways off the burning metal of her own truck, and her eyes dried and her lips dried, and the sweat was leaving her skin faster than she could make it. Where her knee went down, the ground scoured it like a rasp. She got up and got into the truck's shadow beside him, and the shadow was the only shade anywhere, and it was not wide enough for two people. The gasoline had spread out from under the engine in a sheet, running downhill along a shallow depression, throwing up colors. "Ready," Cole said. It was not a question. He had her hand. The next round went into the tank. The heat came at them before the sound did. She felt her forearms and her shins register it all at once, and then the noise, and then the two of them were up and running, and behind them the truck she had built was burning and putting black smoke straight up into the sky. There was so little air moving that the column went straight up a long way before it bent, and then it leaned off to the northeast in a long, dirty stain that anybody at all could have seen, if there had been anybody at all. Her sandals slid in the loose ground, and the ground burned through them. Every stride cost her something. The black ledge did not seem to get closer, and then it started too. Cole went down before they were halfway. She did not hear the shot that did it. She heard it afterward, rolling in off the ranges, long after he had already stumbled and gone forward onto his hands. His hand had been in hers, and then it was not. "Cole." He got as far as his knees. There was a wet dark spread coming through the front of his shirt, low on the right side, and it was getting bigger while she looked at it. "Go," he said. "No." She got both hands under his arm and pulled. He weighed more than anything she had ever tried to move. She got him a foot, and then another foot, her heels digging and skidding in ground that gave under her and held on to him, her arms shaking. "Tess. Go. I'm not leaving you here." The second round hit him in the back and drove him forward out of her hands, face down. She screamed. In anger. In fear. In pain. At the unseen shooter who had done this, destroyed her life just as it was beginning. She screamed and went down on her knees, as Cole had done when he proposed. She went down after him and got hold of his shirt. Something went past her head, close, and she heard it and felt it at the same time, a hard, fast displacement of air beside her ear, and the smell of burning came off her own hair. Pale strands drifted down past her face and settled on the ground. She understood in that second that whoever it was had not missed. The third round went through his throat. His eyes were open and on her face, and they stayed on her face, and then whatever had been behind them was not behind them anymore. She screamed and screamed until the world seemed to be filled with nothing but her scream. And then she stopped. Tessa understood suddenly, with a terrible, bursting terror, that the next round would come for her. A part of her wanted that to happen, wanted to join Cole and lie with him one last time, forever, but another part, the part that actually decided what her body did and did not do, wasn't ready for that yet. It forced her to her feet, to her senses, back to cold, brutal reality. Tessa let go of his shirt and ran. She ran badly, in a straight line with her arms out, and no round came. She reached the black rock and went along it until she found a place where the basalt had broken away and left a shallow scoop, and she got into it and pulled her knees up and made herself small. The rock was hot against her back, hot all the way through, hot enough that in an hour there would be a red band across her shoulder blades. She did not move away from it. It was behind her, and behind her was the only direction that mattered now. The desert was quiet. She had never in her life heard anything that quiet. No wind, no engine, no insect, no bird. Only her own breathing, too fast and too shallow, and off behind her the truck burning, ticking and cracking and popping as it went, and the fire made a low, steady sound like a gas burner turned all the way up. She was crying. She had not noticed starting. The tears came out and dried on her face almost as fast as they came, leaving her cheeks tight and gritty, and every breath she took went in over a throat so dry it clicked, and her tongue had already begun to feel too big for her mouth. Out where he had fallen, Cole lay face down, with one arm out toward the rock, toward her, still reaching. She wanted to go to him. She wanted it so badly that she got up onto one knee before she understood what she was doing and made herself stop. And then she stayed there on that one knee for a long time, shaking, looking at him, at his boots, at the co-op shirt with the sleeves he had not cut off, at the back of his head, at his hand lying open on the white ground. He was going to lie there in the sun. That was the thought that got through. It got past everything else and in, and it was not a thought about killers or rifles or why. It was that he had been alive that same morning and had a mother who wanted to pick the napkins, and now he was going to lie out there face down on the hardpan in that heat, and there was nothing she could do about it, and she was back here behind a rock with his blood dried in the setting of her ring where it would not come out. "I'm sorry," she said out loud. Her voice came out as a croak, and she did not recognize it. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The sun came down onto the top of the western range and sat there, enormous and orange, and the shadows of the two mountain walls started out across the valley floor toward each other. The light on the eastern range turned the color of a brick. In an hour it would be dark, and she had no water, and she was in a cotton skirt and a cut-off shirt, and she knew what these valleys did at night in August after the sun went, because she had grown up an hour west of here and had slept out in them. And then, sitting in the scoop of rock with her arms around her knees, Tessa felt herself being looked at. It was not a thought. It came into her along the back of her neck and down between her shoulder blades, and it raised every hair on her arms in all that heat. Somebody was out there. Somebody was out there right now with her face in a circle of glass, watching her cry, watching her mouth move, close enough in that circle to count the tears. He had put a bullet past her ear close enough to burn her hair. She did not work it out. It arrived whole all at once before she had thought it, and it went through her like cold water. He had not been trying to hit her. Tessa turned her face into her knees and made a sound she had never made before. She was alive because somebody had decided she could be.
Chapter 2. Luca Thorne's hands tightened on the wheel as she turned into the Timber Ridge parking lot, and she had to make herself let go one finger at a time. In the mirror, her son was talking to her faster than she could follow. Theo had his nose almost against the window and both hands going, and she was catching about half of it, because she was driving and he knew perfectly well she was driving and he did not care. "There," he signed. There. Mom. There. I see it. Oh, you're not looking. I am driving. Oh, you can do both. Oh, she looked. Above the pines, the coaster stood up white in the morning sun, a great raw lattice of timber with a train just cresting the lift hill, and as she watched it went over the top and dropped out of sight, and the screaming came across the parking lot a full second later, thin and joyful and enormous. Theo threw both fists in the air. He was 11 and small for it, all elbows, with her own black hair sticking up at the crown, a spray of freckles across the bridge of his nose, and a gap between his front teeth that he was extremely fond of. He wore round wire glasses that slid down his nose and got pushed back up with one knuckle without his ever seeming to notice he had done it. He had been planning this day since the spring. There was a folded sheet of notebook paper in his shirt pocket with a ride order on it, and he had covered it front and back in packing tape at the kitchen table because of the log flume. He had been deaf since he was born. He signed with his whole body, fast and loud and funny, and when he laughed, which was constantly, he made a sound like a hinge, and it was Luca's favorite sound in the world. She and Matt Hope had been seeing each other since the spring, and all that time they had kept the children carefully apart. Her son in her house outside Bell Creek. His 2 daughters in his house over at Dry Fork, an hour and a half across the county. The 2 of them meeting for Sunday dinners like a couple of teenagers with strict parents. Then, a couple of weeks back, leaning on her corral fence after everybody had gone to bed, Matt had asked her to marry him. Well, he made a mess of it. He had clearly rehearsed something better and lost it somewhere in the first sentence, and she had said yes before he got to the end. The next step after that was obvious, and neither of them had said it out loud yet. His house at Dry Fork had 4 bedrooms and 3 of them stood empty, and sooner or later one of them was going to have to say that all 5 of them ought to be living in it. Which was why today mattered. Today was the first time all 3 children would be in one place at one time, and everything hung on it, on whether these 3 could stand the sight of each other. Ready, she signed to Theo, killing the engine. His answer shook the whole truck. He went through the list at speed, the timberline first and everything else negotiable, and underneath it Luca caught the quick glances toward the far end of the lot and how he checked his shirt pocket twice, and understood that he knew exactly what today was as well. Beside him on the seat Scout stood up, a yellow Labrador in an orange working vest, who woke Theo in the mornings and told him when the smoke alarm went and had never once in his life been anything other than delighted. Shoes, Luca said. Theo came back and put them on standing up, hopping, and was gone again. She got out into the morning and stood for a moment with her hand on the warm roof of the truck. Luca Thorne was 34. She had been born in Bell Creek and raised outside it on her father's place, and she had left as soon as she was old enough, swearing never to come back, and she had come back. She was tall, 5'9" in her sneakers, with the long, flat muscle down the arms and shoulders of somebody who had swum competitively until she was 20 and never entirely stopped. Black hair, heavy, worn in a single braid. Brown eyes dark enough to look black in a bad light, and a white nick through the outer end of her left eyebrow where a horse had put her into a corral rail at the age of 9. Big square hands with short nails, a mechanic's hands. She spotted Matt 4 rows away and felt her pulse pick up. He was leaning against the tailgate of his truck with his arms folded, and even at that distance he took up more room than a man ought to. 6'3" and built out of the years he had spent as a United States Coast Guard rescue swimmer, enormous through the chest and shoulders, thick-necked, standing with the care of a man who had spent his life not knocking anything over. Air Station Astoria, and then Kodiak, Alaska, jumping out of helicopters into the Gulf of Alaska in February to bring people off sinking crab boats. A boy raised in country where the nearest water deep enough to drown in was a stock tank, and he had spent a decade pulling men out of the sea. He had come home to Wyoming, put in for federal service, and had been her partner long before he was anything else to her. Black hair cut short, gone gray above both ears in a way she liked considerably more than he did. Pale gray-blue eyes and the permanent creased squint of a man who had spent a decade looking at bright water. A chip out of one front tooth and a white scar the length of a pencil down the inside of his left forearm, both off the same David on the same boat on the same night off Kodiak. Big battered hands. And a face that did nothing by halves. When Matt Hope was pleased about something, everybody in the parking lot knew it. He was pleased now. He came off the tailgate with his arms already open. There she is. Luca hit him at a run and he caught her and picked her straight up off the asphalt and swung her around, and she was laughing into his neck, and he was laughing too, a big rolling laugh that carried 3 rows over. Put me down. And no. Well, Matt. Nope, he kissed her and put her down and kissed her again, and a voice behind him said, "Oh my God," in the tone of somebody who had been personally injured. He kept hold of her hand afterward. She felt him turn it over and find the ring with his thumb and press it once, as he had done every time he had touched that hand since that night at the fence, as if he needed to check it was still there. Hi, Nell. Hi, and then Nell gave up and hugged her, hard and fast, and let go before anybody could make anything of it. Nell was 13 and had shot up over the winter and was still adjusting to the results. All leg, sharp-elbowed, dark blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail so tight it changed the shape of her face. Her father's gray eyes. Braces on the top teeth, blue bands this month. Enormous headphones around her neck. Luca said nothing about the hug. She had learned by now that the way to keep Nell Hope was to notice everything and remark on none of it. But something went through her at the speed of it, and she had to look off up the row of cars for a moment. Down at the fence, Josie already had her fingers hooked through the chain link and was bouncing on the balls of her feet. Was it open? Was it open yet? Dad. Dad. Was it open? Oh, it's open, Matt said. Josie was 11 and had never in her life pretended not to want something. Small, freckled across the nose and the tops of the shoulders, red-brown hair in a braid whose end she chewed when she was thinking, green eyes, and a gap where a molar had come out in April that she would show to anybody who asked. She made a noise like a kettle and ran. Then Nell turned around to Theo and did what Luca would remember about the whole day. She lifted her hands and signed to him. Slowly, squarely, with the stiffness of somebody who had learned it off an app and a lot of practice and not enough actual conversations, but she signed it, out loud in front of everybody without being prompted. Did you bring the list? Theo whipped the taped-up sheet out of his pocket and held it over his head like a warrant. I looked it up, Nell signed. She had to stop and hunt for the next word, and she hunted for it, and she got it. The first drop is 79 degrees. Theo's hands came up fast. 79. Brah, that is basically a cliff. That's not a hill, that is a straight-down cliff. You come out of your seat at the top and you do not get back in it, you are just air. Owen's brother went on it and he threw up in a garbage can and then he went again. Nell laughed. It got out of her before she could stop it, loud, and then she stopped bothering to stop it. And for the rest of the day, she was simply a 13-year-old girl at an amusement park with her friends. Matt looked at Luca over the top of the two of them. He didn't say anything. He was blinking a lot. Luca held his eyes and gave him the smallest nod she had and thought, all right. It's going to be all right. Inside the gates, the noise came up over them like water. The band organ was pumping out something in 3/4 time with brass and drums and a tambourine. Bells and buzzers rolled out of the arcade. A man on a microphone at the ring toss told everybody that everybody wins, folks, everybody wins, kids yelled. And above all of it, the coaster went over its first drop and the screaming started. And the smell. Luca had forgotten how much of a fairground is smell. A hot sugar first, cotton candy being spun somewhere close. Then kettle corn. Then fry oil and funnel cake and cinnamon. Then popcorn. Then, cutting through all of it, the cold smell of the water below and the hot pine sap coming out of the trees overhead, because the park had been built around the pines instead of cutting them down. Josie had cotton candy for breakfast. Luca let it happen. Matt walked with his hand flat between her shoulder blades, steering her around a stroller without appearing to notice he was doing it, and she leaned back into the hand a little, and neither of them mentioned it. The queue for the timberline switchbacked underneath the ride itself, so they stood in the shade of the frame with the whole structure booming over their heads and dust sifting down through the light between the boards. Every time a train went past above them, the girls screamed, and Theo, who could not hear it, felt it come up through the ground into his sneakers and yelled anyway, and all three of them cracked up. "It's a hybrid," Theo signed, head back. "Wood on the outside, steel where the wheels go. The old ones used to absolutely destroy you, brah. My grandpa rode one time and he said his teeth hurt for a week. A whole week." "So is that better or worse?" Nell asked. "Better," Theo considered it seriously. "Worse for teeth." Luca watched Nell watch his hands. That was the part she could not stop looking at, not the signing but the watching. The girl's eyes stayed on him, and she leaned in when he got going fast. Nobody had taught her that. On the loading platform, there was no negotiation about who sat where. Josie shot past everybody and flung herself into the third car and hammered the seat beside her. Theo dove in, and Nell vaulted in behind them, and immediately all three began arguing at the tops of their voices about whether the back seat pulled harder over the drop than the front. "That leaves us the last car," Matt said, delighted. "It does." They dropped in together and the bar came down and his shoulder was warm against hers, and he put his hand over her hand on the bar. "You keep checking it's there," he said. "It's new." "It's staying." He turned his head and looked at her, close, with the chain clanking and the whole world tipping backward, and whatever was in his face made her forget what she had been going to say. Then the track fell out from under them. At the top, the whole world had opened for a moment. The reservoir laid out below in the morning sun, the arms of it running back into the draws, the far shore a dark line of pine, a scatter of boats standing still on the water, and three kids in the car in front with their hands already straight up in the air. Luca screamed. She screamed the whole way down, with her hands over her head and her eyes streaming and absolutely no dignity whatsoever, and beside her Matt Hope, a man who had jumped into the Gulf of Alaska at night for a living, bellowed like a bull the entire length of the first drop, and then laughed so hard on the turnaround that he had no breath left for the second hill. In front of them, Josie shrieked one continuous note, Nell howled, and Theo had both arms up and his head back and his mouth wide open, making his hinge laugh at the sky. They came into the brakes with their hair standing up and everybody talking at once. They rode it 3 more times. They did the log flume and came off it soaked and screaming with cold. Matt took his shirt off to wring it out and Nell told him he was embarrassing her in front of the entire state, and Luca caught herself looking a little too long, and Matt caught her doing it and raised an eyebrow, and she went red to the ears in front of everybody, which delighted him for the rest of the morning. They did the swinging pirate ship, which Matt loudly announced he was far too old for and then rode twice, roaring both times. They did the scrambler, which flung Josie into Theo's side hard enough that they both came off staggering and helpless, and Theo signed something Luca didn't catch and Josie repeated at the top of her lungs, "He says I'm a hazard," with enormous pride. At the bumper cars, Theo turned out to be an assassin. Nobody saw it coming. He got into a car, went completely still, and let the whole shrieking demolition happen around him. Then he came off the wall on a line and hit Nell square in the flank and spun her a full turn, and by the time she had straightened out, he was gone and innocent. He never chased anybody. He waited. He read the floor 2 moves ahead, and by the end of it he had cleaned out Nell, Josie, 4 strangers, and a grown man in a Packers jersey. Nell came off the floor with her ponytail wrecked and her face red and pointed at him and signed, badly, furiously, unmistakably, again. They went again. He beat her again. Josie laughed so hard she got hiccups and had to sit down on the ground. Luca stood at the rail with her hands over her mouth and did not trust herself to say one word about any of it. They had lunch at a picnic table under the pines with the water flashing between the trunks, funnel cake buried in powdered sugar, corn dogs, and a bucket of fries the size of a paint can. Luca put her boot up on the bench and ate too much and watched the 3 of them work down Theo's list with their heads together, his hands flying, Nell leaning in to catch them, Josie interrupting both of them every few seconds and being tolerated with the patience of saints. The scout lay flat out in the pine needles with his chin on Theo's foot. Matt put a plastic fork of funnel cake in front of her mouth. She ate it. How are you doing? He said. Best day I've had in years, Luca said. I'm not exaggerating. Years. He grinned at her with powdered sugar all over his chin and kissed her, and Nell said, "Oh my God," again, but she was smiling when she said it. Under the table, out of everybody's sight, Matt found Luca's hand and laced his fingers through hers and left them there for the rest of lunch. The carousel sat at the north end in its own round wooden building with the doors thrown open on every side, and it was the oldest ride in the park and by a distance the loudest. Hand-carved horses and a Wurlitzer band organ standing in the middle with brass pipes and a drum and a cymbal, playing a march that carried across the building and could be felt in the chest. Josie wanted to ride it. Nell observed that they were not 6 years old. Josie observed that she did not care. And then Theo signed, "This one's my favorite in the whole park," and everybody stopped. "Why?" Nell said. He walked up to the nearest horse and put his hand flat around the brass pole. "Because of this." The organ hit the downbeat. The pole came alive under his palm. Luca watched his fingers spread out on the brass, and the platform started to turn. Josie looked at the pole. She looked at her own hand. And then she climbed up onto the horse beside his and got her left hand around her own pole and started tapping the beat out on it with her fingertips. She got it wrong at first. Then she caught it. And then she had it, and she held it the whole ride, without being asked and without once looking over to see whether anybody had noticed, staring up at the painted ceiling and drumming. Theo rode with his hand on the pole and his eyes shut and a smile that took up his entire face. Luca stood at the rail with Matt's arm around her and did not trust her voice. She put her hand up and covered his where it lay on her shoulder, and he tightened his arm, and she leaned her head back against his chest and let herself be held in a public place in front of half the county. She's been practicing, Matt said. He had to clear his throat. On the stair rail at home. 3 weeks. I thought she was just being Josie. In the late afternoon, they walked out to the point, where a boardwalk ran along the shore under the pines with benches facing west, and they bought ice cream and sat down and let the day come down around them. The water had gone silver and there was a breeze off it at last, and the low sun came through the trunks in long gold bars full of insects. An osprey came down the length of the shoreline, folded and hit the water hard enough to hear, and came up out of it with a fish, and Theo grabbed Luca's arm so hard she dropped her ice cream and she didn't care. Josie fell asleep sitting bolt upright against Matt's arm with cotton candy in her hair. Nell sat cross-legged on the boards and made Theo teach her the signs for every ride they had been on, and then for pine and lake and mosquito, and then for a word Luca decided not to ask about, because both of them were destroyed by it and could not breathe. Matt did not move his arm the whole time because of the child asleep on it, and every so often Luca looked over and found him already watching her. They ate dinner on the way home at the Orr house, a long, low log building with a gravel lot, moose antlers over the bar, and butcher paper on the tables that customers were positively encouraged to draw on. Theo drew the timber line in cross-section. Nell drew Josie asleep on Matt's arm with her mouth hanging open, which started a diplomatic incident, settled with pie. Luca sat with her back to the wall and her hand in Matt's under the table and looked down the row of them, 4 heads bent over butcher paper, everybody talking, everybody sunburned, and thought clearly and simply, this is a family. It took one day. None of it was hard. Theo caught her looking and signed one-handed low just for her. You look happy. I am happy. Good, he pushed his glasses up with a knuckle. Nell told the girl at the pie counter I was her brother. She didn't explain it. She just said it like it was already old news. Luca had to study the moose antlers for a moment. That's about the best anybody could tell you, she said. That's what I thought, said Theo and went back to his drawing. Under the table, Matt squeezed her hand. He had not heard a word of it. He had been watching her face. It was long after dark when they came down off the last grade into Bell Creek with all those empty miles behind them, the sage running away gray on both sides and the bighorns standing black along the whole western edge of the sky with half a moon over them. Nan Petrie had left the porch light burning and a note about the cats. The children went up the stairs in one heap. Josie was asleep on her feet and had to be steered by the shoulders. Luca stood in Theo's doorway a minute afterward. He was already gone, flat on his back with one arm over Scout, glasses folded on the nightstand, the taped-up list beside them with every line crossed off, the window open to the coyotes going somewhere out beyond the corrals. Matt came up behind her and put his arms around her and rested his chin on top of her head. Out with it, she said. Out with what? Whatever you've been sitting on since the carousel. Well, he took a second. I've got a house at Dry Fork with 4 bedrooms and nobody in 3 of them, he said. Oh, that's it. That's the entire thought. Luca turned around inside his arms. His face in the light from Theo's window had gone very serious, which happened when something mattered to him, and she put both hands flat on his chest and felt his heart going hard under them. Ask me properly on a day when I haven't eaten a funnel cake the size of my own head, she said, and I'll say yes to that too. Matt Hope laughed so loudly she had to get a hand over his mouth, and then she took him down the hall by the front of his shirt. They made love with the window open and the coyotes going out on the flats, unhurried, laughing twice, and afterward she lay with her head on his chest, and his hand moving slowly up and down her back, and listened to him fall asleep before she did, which she loved. There was one more piece of the day to get through, and it was the one she had been dreading all week. In the morning, the 5 of them were going to church. Nearly everybody from that end of the county turned up at Emmanuel Lutheran on a good Sunday. Luca had sat in the 4th pew on the left with her son beside her every week since she came home, and every single person in that building had known her since she was a child. Tomorrow she would walk in with Matt and his daughters and fill that pew, and they would all understand it before she sat down. She burned the first batch of toast, which she had not done since she was a girl. They took 2 cars because Matt had to run the girls home afterward, and she had thought that would make it easier, and it made it worse, because it meant she ended up sitting at the 4-way with her indicator going, watching his truck come up out of the bottoms in her mirror, waiting so that the 2 of them could turn in together. You're doing it again, Theo signed from the passenger seat. Doing what? Your hands, he nodded at the wheel where her knuckles had gone pale. Oh, you did that yesterday too. Luca laughed and let go and shook out her fingers. There's nothing to be nervous about, Theo said. It was not a question. It was an instruction. The same building. Same everybody. More of us. She put her hand on the back of his neck for a moment, and he allowed it. Emmanuel Lutheran stood by itself on a hillside a long way out of town with nothing around it but grass, white clapboard, a green roof, a squat steeple, and a gravel lot with a horse trailer in it. On an August Sunday morning, the whole country fell away east from the steppes, sage and hayground and the river cottonwoods marking the water, and the sky went up forever. The doors stood open. The bell was going. There were people on the steps doing what people in Bell Creek did before church, which was standing about talking for as long as humanly possible. They all turned around. It was not dramatic. Nobody stopped talking. But Luca felt it go through the crowd like weather across a lake, and felt her own face go hot, and then Matt was beside her with the girls and his hand at the small of her back. Morning, Luca. Artie's Kelman from the credit union, tiny and upright and well past 70, who had known Luca since she was in a car seat. Artie's looked at Matt. Artie's looked at the two girls. Artie's looked with great deliberation at Luca's left hand. Well, Artie said, isn't that nice? Artie's, this is Matt Hope. Nell and Josie. I know who he is. Artie's put out a hand the size of a sparrow and shook Matt's enormous one. You're the one that pulled the Dahlquist boy off the ice at Christmas. That was mostly the fire department, ma'am. That's not what the Dahlquists say. She patted his hand twice and turned to the girls. You two like blueberry. Coffee hour s after. I make 4 and they go in 9 minutes. And she went up the steps. That went well, Matt murmured. That was the hard one. She'll have told 9 people before the first hymn. Dale and Marion Oster from the hardware store said good morning and made nothing of it, which was its own kind of kindness. A woman from Theo's school signed a slightly wobbly good morning to him and got a delighted one back. Then Nan Petrie came out of the vestibule at speed, seized Luca by both arms, said, "Oh, finally," in a carrying voice, kissed her, kissed Matt, told Nell she had grown a foot and swept off to her seat. Is everybody going to do that? Nell asked. Probably, said Luca. Okay, Nell said, and did not look nearly as horrified as she was pretending to be. The 4th pew on the left was not built for 5. They got in anyway. Luca on the aisle, then Theo, then Josie, who had inserted herself next to him with the confidence of a much larger person, then Nell, then Matt on the end with his knees jammed sideways. Then Matt's arm came along the back of the pew. Not around her. Just along it where anybody who cared to look could see it. He did not make a performance of putting it there. He put it there and left it, and after a minute Luca stopped feeling the room and started feeling the arm. Pastor Ingrid Sorensen was 60 and built like a fence post, with reading glasses she never actually used and a voice that carried to the back without ever going up. She came out, saw the 4th pew on the left, and did not react except that something crossed her face. They sang Beautiful Savior, which the organist took slightly too fast, and Luca signed it for Theo as she had every Sunday since they came home, hands low against her chest so as not to block the pew behind. Halfway through, Nell leaned forward past Josie and caught Luca's eye and mouthed, "Can I?" Luca dropped her hands. Nell took the second verse. She was slow and square and she missed words out of every line and she got the shape of it, and Theo watched her with his glasses sliding down and did not correct her once, which for Theo was an act of profound love. When she stalled completely on Evermore, he supplied it, small and quick, down by his knee where nobody else could see, and she took it from him and put it back into the hymn, and the two of them carried on. Matt had gone very still at the end of the pew, looking at his daughter's hands, his jaw set hard. Luca reached along the back of the pew and put her fingers over his. He turned his hand over and took hers and held on, and they sat like that for the rest of the hymn, in front of everybody. Pastor Sorensen preached on the lost sheep, which she had preached on in April and said she was doing it again because she had not liked how it came out the first time. She talked about 99 being a very good number, and about how it was not in human nature to go out for the 100th in the dark. Josie fell asleep against Nell's shoulder in the middle of it. Nell let her. Afterward, everybody went out into the sun and did all of it again in reverse, at greater length. Special Agent Thorne, Pastor Sorensen came down the steps with her hand out. And you must be Special Agent Matt Hope. Well, Matt, ma'am. Ingrid, she shook his hand and looked all the way up at him. Oh, goodness, there is a great deal of you. Dry fork, ma'am. Born up the powder. Close enough, she let go of his hand and looked from one of them to the other. Thorn and Hope. There is no path through this life that is not full of thorns. Keep your hearts full of hope and you will get down it together. She turned to the girls. And you too are very welcome. Both of you. Any Sunday or none, I'm not going to chase you. She said it lightly and moved straight on before either girl had to answer. Then to Luca, without lowering her voice in the slightest, that's a nice ring. Luca went scarlet. Thank you. About time, Ingrid patted her arm twice. Bring them all next week. I'll put a longer pew in. Artie's went past with a foil tray and pressed a blueberry muffin into Josie's hands without breaking stride. Somebody's grandfather told Matt the Browns were taking on the lower river, and Matt said, "Is that right?" in a voice that meant he had already worked out how to get hold of a boat. Two women from the quilting group told Luca that the boy had grown, which they told her every single week. Theo stood at the bottom of the steps with a muffin in each hand, signing something to Josie that involved a great deal of shoulder work, and Josie was laughing so hard she had to hold on to the railing. You've stopped clenching, Matt said quietly. I've stopped clenching. I told you. You did not tell me anything. You've been terrified since Thursday. Absolutely petrified, Matt agreed, and put his arm around her shoulders in the churchyard in front of the assembled population of Bell Creek, Wyoming, and left it there. They started down the steps toward the cars. The phone went in her jacket pocket. She looked at the screen and did not recognize the number, and she almost let it ring out. She listened. It did not take long. She said one word twice, and then she said thank you, and then she lowered the phone and stood on the church steps with it in her hand. In her whole career, she had never once heard that voice on a telephone. Matt had turned around 3 steps below her. He had not heard a word of it, and he did not ask a single question. He looked up at her face for a moment and then took the keys out of his pocket. She loved that about him, and it was the exact quality that had driven her up the wall for the first year, how he knew what was what without needing it spelled out, how he never had to talk a subject to death before he could accept it, how he just took it as it came and got moving. I'll call Nan, she said. I'll run the girls home and get my bag. Nell had stopped on the step below her father. She looked from one of them to the other and asked exactly nothing. You're going, she said. We're going. Okay, she reached out and straightened her father's collar, which did not need straightening. Don't let him skip lunch. He skips lunch. I'll see he eats, Luca said. Josie hugged Matt around the middle hard enough to make a noise come out of him, and then, after a second's calculation, came and did the same to Luca, which she had never done before, and went off down the steps eating her muffin. Theo waited until Luca crouched down in front of him. You're going to work, he signed. I am. Nan's coming over. Where? I don't know yet. He thought about that. Then he nodded and his hands went fast, which they did when he wanted it out before she could leave. Go do it. We're fine. We're always fine. Luca kissed the top of his head twice, right on the cowlick, and he led her in front of the whole congregation, which he did not always. Behind them, the bell had stopped and the last trucks were pulling out of the gravel onto the county road, trailing dust, and the country opened out gold in every direction as far as there was anything to see. Time to go to work.
Chapter 3. Trooper Dale Kirby was coming down County Road 214 at first light when he saw the smoke. The smoke stood straight up off the flat in one thin gray thread east of the road. Kirby slowed down. Fallen 419s. Go ahead 419s. I'm eastbound on County 214, about milepost 4. I've got smoke off the shoulder on the south side, looks like a vehicle. Going to have a look at it. Start me a backup and roll fire and an ambulance. Copy 419s. He pulled onto the gravel apron and stopped, his headlights thrown out across the flat. He sat a second looking. It was a truck, or it had been. An older Bronco over on its side, burned right down to the frame and the springs. The paint was gone. The glass was gone. The tires were gone except for the wire in them. It had burned itself out. The smoke was the last of something still burning inside it. He could smell it through the vents even at that distance, the sweet chemical stink of a vehicle fire hours old. Running back toward the road was a debris trail longer than any he had seen. Glass trim, a wheel, pieces of body panel strung out across the ground. Kirby got out. The cold hit him and he zipped his jacket to the throat. Highway patrols, he called. His voice went out across the flat and did not come back. Nothing answered it. He could hear his own engine ticking and very faintly a hiss from what was left of the truck. He walked toward it with the flashlight low. A little short of it he stopped. There was a man face down on the ground. He lay out from the wreck with one arm stretched ahead of him. The ground around him had gone black and soaked in a wide oval. The edges had dried and cracked. There was more of it than Kirby wanted to look at. He crouched. He touched nothing. Even in that gray light he could see 2 entry wounds, one low in the back and one at the base of the neck. The sand under the man's face was crusted dark. Kirby stood up. He put his hand on his weapon and turned all the way around. There was nothing in any direction. Flat pale ground sage, the ranges standing black against a sky just going pink in the east. Fallen 419, he heard his own voice go tight. Disregard the vehicle fire. I have a homicide. One male deceased, multiple gunshot wounds, he's outside the vehicle. I'm going to needs. He stopped. Something had made a sound. It came from off to his left, from the low black spine of rock running east of the wreck. It was so small and so ragged that for a moment he took it for an animal. Fallen, hold that, he said. Hold that. I may have somebody alive out here. He walked east with the light up. Highway patrol. I'm here to help. Is somebody out there? The sound came again, and this time it was words. Help is a woman's. There was almost nothing left in her voice. Please help me. I'm coming to you. Keep talking to me. The crack of the rifle reached him a full half-second after the round did. It went through the meat at the top of his left shoulder. It turned him 3/4 of the way around and put him on one knee. He was down behind the low bank of the wash before he had finished understanding what had happened to him. The sound came rolling back off the ranges afterward, long and flat. Kirby lay on his side with his cheek in the cold sand. He got his right hand onto the wound. It came away warm. Through and through. Muscle. In all that time on the road, he had been shot at twice and hit never. What surprised him was how little it hurt yet. He lifted his head and looked south. Nothing. Open ground with nothing on it taller than his knee. Past that, a long, low ridge standing up out of the valley floor a very long way south. Kirby had shot in matches most of his adult life. He looked at that ridge. He had never met a man who could make that shot. Somebody out there had just made it twice. Fallen 419 officer down. He had the mic off his shoulder and he kept his voice flat. I am hit left shoulder, I'm mobile. I am taking rifle fire from an unknown position, and Fallen, this is long. This is real long. You are looking at a sniper. Say again, sniper. Do not send anybody up this road that doesn't know that. Copy, officer down. The dispatcher's voice went up half a step and then came all the way back down again, flat and fast. After that, she did not stop talking for a long time. Kirby lay in the wash and listened to his own emergency go out across the county. Every unit on shift. The sheriff's office. The posts at Fallen and at Lovelock. Air support, which was down for maintenance. The tactical team, which was in Reno. Each of those last two facts arrived in her voice like a stone going into a well. 419, everybody is rolling to you. Nearest I have is 422, and he is a way out yet. Dale, you stay safe out there, you hear? Holding, Kirby said. From the rocks, the woman called out. There was something in her voice now that had not been there before. She was afraid for somebody who was not herself. Are you hit? Oh gods, did he get you too? I'm all right, ma'ams. Don't come out here. Please. Please don't come out here. Kirby looked at the rocks. Open ground the whole way. He looked at the wash he was lying in. It was not deep enough to hide a dog. It went nowhere at all. Stay in your cover, he shouted. I'm coming to you. He came up and ran. The second round kicked sand up beside his boot. The third went past his head close enough to hear. Then he was over the rock and down into the broken place behind it. There was a woman there with her back against the stone. She was young. Her lips had split. The splits had bled and dried. Her hair was pale and matted. A section on the right side was burned off short and curled. There was blood all down the front of her. None of it was new. Her eyes were enormous. They did not track properly. I've got you. Kirby put himself between her and the south and got his good arm across in front of her. Trooper Dale Kirby, Nevada Highway Patrol. What's your name, honey? Tessa, her voice broke on it. Tessa Reyes. Okay, Tessa. Is anybody else out here with you? Cole, she was looking past him out at the man in the dirt. Cole Barrett. He's we're getting married. He shot him. He shot him right in front of me, and then when I was pulling him, he shot him again, and then he shot him in the throat, and I couldn't hold him. I had him, and I couldn't hold him. Okay, Kirby put his hand flat on her shoulder. She was shaking under it in long, slow waves. Okay. Tessa, look at me. How long have you been out here? She looked at him. He watched her try to work it out and fail. Since yesterday, she said. Yesterday afternoons. It was still afternoons. Kirby did the math and did not let any of it onto his face. All night. All night in the open in August on the hardpan, with a dead man 50 yards away and nothing to drink. Have you had any water at all? She shook her head. He looked south again past the rock at all that country with nothing in it. And high up out over the flat, something small and dark hung in the air. Then it was not there. A bird, Kirby thought. Kite maybe. There was nothing out there for a kite to hunt. He stopped thinking about the bird and looked at his shoulder instead. It had begun to hurt now properly, a deep grinding heat under the muscle. Then he looked back the way he had come, at his unit sitting up on the gravel apron with the driver's door standing open and the headlights still burning out across the flat in the daylight. Water in the trunk. A trauma, kids. A radio with a real antenna on it. And a ton of steel to put between this woman and whoever was out there in that country. Tessa, listen to me. My car's right there. If I can get to it, I can bring it down here and put you in it and drive us both out of this. She understood him faster than he wanted her to. No, she got hold of his sleeve with both hands. No, he'll kill you. He waited all night. He's still there. He's watching us right now. He's been watching me the whole time. I believe you, Kirby said, and he did. But if we sit here, honey, you are going to die of thirst this afternoon while a man watches you do it. So I'm going to go and get the car. Tessa Reyes looked at him for a long moment. Something came up into her face that had not been there when he reached her. Tell me what to do, she said. Rocks, he pointed west along the spine. Big as you can hold. When I say go, you throw them down that way, hard as you can, one after another, and you keep your head down while you do it. She gathered them into her lap. Her hands were filthy and her nails were broken. The ring on her left hand caught the first real light of the morning and threw it. Kirby saw that the stone had dried blood in the setting down in the joins, where it was not going to come out. Ready, she said. 3, 2, 1, go. The first stone went out and clattered along the rock away to the west. The second and third went after it. Kirby came over the top and ran for his car. He was a heavy man with a hole through his shoulder. He was better than halfway when the round took him. It knocked him forward onto his hands. He got up. He took 3 more steps toward the open door of his cruiser before the second one hit him square between the shoulder blades and put him face down in the dirt. And he was not dead. Tessa could see him moving. He got his elbows under him. He began to drag himself toward the car, one forearm and then the other. He dragged himself a little way like that. Behind him, he left a long dark smear on the pale ground. Stop it! Tessa was up on her knees with her hands out. Stop it! He's not doing anything to you. Stop! The third shot hit Trooper Dale Kirby in the back of the head. He stopped moving just short of his own open door. Tessa went down on her face in the dirt behind the rock and screamed until there was nothing left in her throat to do it with. Nothing answered. Nothing moved. The sun came up over the eastern range and put its first hard yellow light across the valley floor. The 2 bodies out there got shadows. By the middle of the morning, the heat had come back, all at once and without mercy. Cold, Tessa said into the rock with her forehead against her knees. She had been saying it most of the night. It had stopped meaning anything. She said it anyway because the alternative was the silence. She had spent the dark hours shaking so hard her jaw ached, curled in a scoop of stone in a cotton skirt while the cold came down. Somewhere in the middle of it, she had started bargaining. With God, whom she had not spoken to since she was 14. With her mother, who was dead. With the man on the ridge. She had made promises. She could not now remember what. I'm sorry, she said. Her voice came apart in the middle of it. Cole, I'm so sorry. I said take it. I said it. I told you to take the road. She got onto her hands and knees. She was going to go out there. She was going to get hold of him and bring him back into the shade of the rock. He would not be left lying in the open with his face in the dirt. She got as far as the edge of the stone with the light coming full at her and her whole body screaming at her to run to him. She could not do it. Her legs would not. Something older and lower than her mind had hold of them. It would not let go. She knelt there at the edge of the shade, shaking, clawing handfuls of grit out of the ground, sobbing with no water left to sob with. The sound she made was dry and cracking, like something tearing. "Coward," she screamed at the ridge. "You coward! Come down here. Come down here and do it where I can't see you." The desert took her voice and gave nothing back. Not an echo. Not a shot. Nothing at all. She crawled back into the shade. She made herself small and stayed there. Sometime later she heard the sirens. They came from the west, very far off, rising and falling. For one whole second something in her chest leapt up so hard that it hurt. She was already scrambling to get her feet under her, already sobbing with relief, already saying thank you, thank you, thank you. And then she understood what she was about to watch happen again. No, it came out as a croak. Her lips split open when she said it. She tasted her own blood. No, 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 stay away. Please stay away. Please don't come. Trooper Ruben Salas came off US 50 onto County 214. Trooper Colby Whitehorse's cruiser followed close behind. Salas slowed because he did not like any part of this. Salas was built like the college catcher he had been, heavy through the shoulders, thick-necked, with forearms that filled his sleeves. His mother had told him not to take this job. Whitehorse was tall and narrow and quiet, a Paiute kid out of Shures. He was not a year on the road. He had not yet seen anything worse than a rollover. "Say again on Kirby," Salas said into the mic. Nothing since the officer down. The dispatcher was working hard to keep her voice flat and not entirely managing it. "He advised sniper. He advised nobody approach who doesn't know that." "Copy." The word sniper went into Salas' stomach cold and solid. Dale Kirby had been doing this since before Salas could drive. If Dale Kirby could answer a radio, Dale Kirby would answer a radio. They came over a rise and there it was, all of it, laid out on the flat in the morning sun like a diagram. The burned-out truck on its side. The debris trail. A body a long way out from the wreck. Kirby's unit up on the gravel apron with its door still standing open and its headlights still burning in broad daylight. And another body in the dirt behind it, face down, in a tan uniform shirt. Whitehorse said very quietly over the radio, "Oh no." "Stagger," Salas said. "Stop where you are. Do not come past me." He put his unit sideways across the road well short of the scene. Whitehorse stopped a long way behind that. Salas got out on the far side. He used the engine block and looked at the country. There was nothing in it. Flat ground, sage awash, and that one low ridge away south with the sun full on it. "He killed the Micah. Fallen's 422. I have eyes on 419. He is down and he is not moving, and he's a long way out from any cover. I have a second deceased male out by the vehicle. I'm going to try to reach Dale. 422, be advised." I know what he advised. Salas came around the front of his unit and went out into the open at a dead run. He was not far out when something on the ridge winked at him. It was one small clean flash there and gone, like a windshield throwing sun across a valley. Scope glass. The first round hit the ground in front of his left boot and blew grit up into his face. He went right and downs. The second caught him high in the left shoulder from behind and turned him over. His whole left side went afire. He rolled and started dragging himself toward the only cover. There was a shallow cut in the ground with a rabbit brush growing out of it that would not have stopped a thrown rock. Officer DOWN, Whitehorse screaming on the radio, all of his youth in it. Fallen, officer down, Salas is hit. We are taking fire from the ridge on the south side. Salas got into the cut and lay in it with his face in the dirt. He heard Whitehorse's engine roar. He knew immediately what the kid was doing. He could not get enough air into himself to tell him not to. The unit came forward, angling to put itself between Salas and the ridge. The shooter shot the engine twice, 2 flat bangs and a burst of steam. Then he blew out the left front tire. The car slewed sideways and stopped. "I'm pinned," Whitehorse's voice had gone tight and small. "Reuben, I can't get to you. I can't get to any of you." "Don't," Salas got that much out. "Don't you move, Colby." He lay still a while, listening to himself breathe. Then he turned his head. Off to the east, past the burned truck in the broken black rock, something moved. "Fallen," he said. "There's somebody else out here. In the rocks east of the wreck. I've got movement." A voice came across the flat, so ruined it was barely a voice at all. "Hello? Are you police?" Whitehorse answered her from behind his dead car. "Nevada Highway Patrol, ma'am. Are you injured?" "Don't come to me," it rose and cracked. "Don't you come out here. He killed the other ones. He let him get all the way over to me, and then he killed him when he went back. He's waiting. He's waiting for whoever comes." Salas lay in that shallow scrape with a hole in his shoulder. He understood all of it at once. She was not a victim who had survived. She was the reason to come. He had been shot in the shoulder and left alive. Kirby had been allowed to reach her and killed on the way back. Whitehorse's car had been disabled and Whitehorse had not. There was a woman in those rocks who could be heard from a long way off and who was still talking. Every one of them was bait for whoever came next. "Colby, get on the radio. Full tactical response and tell them what this is. Tell them it's a trap. Tell them nobody drives up this road." "Already did." A pause. "Fallen says the SWAT vehicle broke down outside Fernley. They're working it. 2 hours, maybe more. Helicopter S in for maintenance." Salas put his forehead down on the ground. "Ma'ams," he called. "What's your name?" "Tessa." A long breath. "Tessa Reyes." "Tessa, I'm Reuben. How long have you been out here, sweetheart?" "Since yesterday afternoon." "And the man by the truck? Is that your husband?" The pause went on long enough that Salas thought she had passed out. "His name is Cole Barrett," she said. "We were going to get married." And then a moment later, in an entirely different voice, high and fast and cracking apart. "There's something in the sky." Salas turned his head. "Say again." "There's something in the sky," she was screaming it now. "I saw it yesterday. Right before. I thought it was a bird. It's not a bird, it's up there right now. It's over the road, he's watching us, he can see all of you." Salas rolled onto his back and looked straight up into the glare with his eyes streaming. For a moment he had it, a small dark cross hanging perfectly still a long way above the road, not soaring, not circling. Just hanging there. Then his eyes flooded and he lost it in the white. "Fallen," he had to stop and get more air. "Fallen, there's a drone over the top of us." A pause on the channel. "Say again, 422. "A drone," Salas said. "He's up there looking at us right now." Salas lay back in the cut with his heart going so hard it hurt his ribs. 3 of them out here now. Dale Kirby dead in the open, just short of his own car. A woman in the rocks who had stopped answering after a while. One boy behind a shot-up cruiser up the road, calling names into a radio in a voice that got younger every time he used it. He had brought the boys out here. Colby Whitehorse did not have a year on the road. He had come up County 214 because Salas went first. And Salas had a wild, sick, spiraling minute of certainty that if he just stopped existing, if he stopped speaking, stopped moving, died quietly in this cut, then the boy would stay behind his car and live. The sun came over the lip of the cut and took the last of his shade. There was nowhere left to get his face out of it. Reuben's white horse kept calling. "Reuben, answer me. Come on. Reuben's." Tessa had stopped answering too. Nothing came back from the rocks. "Tessa, ma'am, I need you to say something if you can hear me. Please, say anything." Salas tried. He wanted to so badly that it came up through his chest like a sob. He got his mouth opened. He could not get the air behind it. Nothing came out. He's going to think we're both dead, he thought. He's going to come. He's going to get out from behind that car and come out here, and then he'll be lying out there too. He hammered his fist against the ground. It made almost no sound. The gray came in from both sides then, closing like a curtain. "Repeat, 2 officers down, 1 civilian, we are pinned and taking fire from an elevated position." White Horse's voice was going away down a long corridor. "I need somebody out here. Please. I need somebody out here right now."
Chapter 4. The deputy director called you. He's the acting director now. After Teague quit. You mean shot himself to avoid being prosecuted for political corruption in the biggest scandal in the Bureau's history. She shrugged, eyes on the road. "Oh yeah, that's... So why's the acting director calling you? On a Sunday morning?" "I don't know." They were an hour north of Bell Creek. The country had opened out, hay meadows running flat and green on both sides, the bighorns standing up blue along the western edge of the world. Antelope lifted their heads to watch the truck go by. Luca was doing 80 on a road posted for 65. Her hands were damp on the wheel. Underneath the dread, she was excited. She was still in her church clothes. A gray blouse, her good boots, her hair braided as she only braided it on Sundays. Her weapon and her credentials were into a canvas bag on the back seat, on top of 3 days of clothes she had packed in a hurry. 2 hours ago, Luca had been standing on a step in the sun with Matt's arm around her, being looked at by the whole congregation. She had thought that was the biggest event of the week. Apparently, the week wasn't done with her. The cab smelled of dust and hot vinyl. She had the window cracked. The air coming through it was the flat, dry heat of August. It dried the sweat on her arms as fast as it came, leaving her feeling tacky. "What did he say to you?" "Be at the airfield at Sheridan by noon. Bring whoever you want with you. Thank you, Agent Thorne." Then he hung up. She had run those sentences through her head so many times in the last hour that they had begun to come apart. Bring whoever you want with you. Not bring your partners. Not bring your supervisor. As though she had a squad standing by. As though she had anybody at all, except the man sitting beside her with his boot up against the firewall. That's the whole call. That's the whole call. 9 years and we've never spoken to anybody above Gil Brenner in Denver. I know. We investigate cattle theft, Luca. Stolen tractors. That man outside Gillette repainting other people's skid steers. I know what we investigate. She knew it better than he did. She was the one who had asked for Bell Creek. Nobody had assigned her there. She had put in for it twice. She had taken a step down in everything but geography to get it, because she wanted her son to grow up looking at the same mountains she had grown up looking at. She had known exactly what she was trading away. Matt looked out his window for a while. In the side mirror, the road behind them ran back empty and dead straight until the heat took it. Acting Director Isaiah Hale's the one in the wheelchair, he said. Since then Director Grayson Teague shot him twice and then shot himself. Because Hale walked in there and gave him a weekend to resign instead of arresting him. People still argue about whether that was decent or stupid. I don't. Luca had watched the reconstruction on the news along with everybody else. Over and over for a month, the floor plan of that office in white lines, the little markers for where each man had been standing, an anchor's voice going gently over it like a man reading a weather report. She had watched it in her own kitchen with the sound down so Theo would not look up and see it. The road went up over a rise and down the other side. A hawk came off a fence post and swung out over the meadow. Nothing was ever proved, Luca said. That's what I can't get past. Teague died, so there's no trial and no verdict. And now the president goes on television and says we're all crooked and nobody can tell him he's wrong. He called us the fellows who put the bureau in bureaucracy. He got a big laugh. Oh, she could still hear it. It was not the line that had stayed with her. It was the sound of a whole room of people laughing at the organization where she worked. The organization she believed in. She had understood exactly why they were laughing, and it stung. Matt was quiet a moment. So the acting director of the FBI calls a 2-agent office in Wyoming on a Sunday, he said, and won't say what it's about. Oh, yes. Well, I guess we're about to find out. I guess we are. They came down the last grade into Sheridan a little before noon. Luca saw the field. Her stomach flipped. A highway patrol car sat across the entrance to the general aviation gate with its light bar going. A trooper stood in the road beside it. Orange cones ran out along the shoulder. Past the gate, the whole ramp had been swept clear. The small aircraft that normally sat there had been pushed back against the fence. Alone in the middle of all that empty concrete stood a white jet with a thin blue stripe down the side, a registration number, and no lettering on it anywhere. 8 people in body armor stood spaced around the aircraft, facing outward. 2 of them carried rifles across their chests. 2 black Suburbans were parked nose out at either end of the ramp with people sitting in them, engines running. A man lay flat on the roof of the hangar behind a rifle and a spotting scope. Out past the perimeter fence, a county deputy was turning cars back onto the road. Luca had been to that field maybe a dozen times. She had picked up a witness there once and flown a prisoner out of it twice. Both times there had been an old man in the office with a crossword and a dog asleep under the counter. The old man was not there now. Nothing about it was the same place. They've closed the whole airport, Matt said. Luca stopped where the trooper told her to stop and put both hands on top of the steering wheel where they could be seen. A young man in a suit came to her window. Well, he had an earpiece. He looked at the back seat, the floor, Matt's hands in her hands before he ever looked at her face. Oh, ma'am. Credentials for both of you, please. He took them away to one of the Suburbans. Luca sat in the sun with the engine ticking and understood that he was reading her badge number to somebody in Washington. It took a long time. She became aware in that time of things she could do nothing about. That there was mud dried along the rocker panel of her truck from a road she had driven on Thursday. That her boots had church polish on them and a fine layer of dust over the polish. That her palms had left 2 damp shapes on the wheel. She had to keep herself from wiping them on her thighs because the young man with the earpiece was still standing where he could see her. She had decided, without ever putting it into words, that whatever else happened today, nobody was going to watch her fidget. When he came back, there was a woman with him, older, gray, coming in at the temples. Special Agent Thorne. The woman looked at Luca's face, then at the photograph, then at Luca's face again. The Special Agent Hope. Thank you for waiting. We've had a lot of threats against the acting director this past month, so we're being careful with everybody today. It isn't about you. That's all right. Keep your weapons. Your bags go in the hold and they'll be searched. She handed the credentials back. He'd like to see you alone first, ma'am. Luca got out. The wind coming across the field pulled at her braid. The concrete threw the heat back up into her face. The air smelled of jet fuel and hot tar, and underneath it, cut hay from the meadow beyond the fence. Behind her, Matt had already started talking to the young man about the weather, because Matt could talk to anybody. Out on the concrete, the two agents with rifles had shifted slightly without seeming to move at all, so that the ground she was about to walk across was covered from both sides. And that was where the fear caught up with her. She stood at the edge of the concrete with her boots not moving. You can't do this. She was a resident agent from 2 rooms above a credit union. Her whole career was cattle theft and stolen equipment, and one bad night on the telephone with a man in a truck. Whatever was inside that aircraft was larger than anything she had ever handled. There would be cameras on it. There would be people in Washington watching who had never heard of her and who would not lose an hour's sleep if she failed. And if she failed, it would not be a bad month. It would be her career in public with her name on it. Matt was standing behind her. He was not here because he wanted a promotion. He was here because he loved her. And the two of them had 3 children who had been a family for exactly 1 day. Luca stood there and let all of it land on her. She could feel her pulse in her throat and in the palms of her hands. She could feel the sun on the back of her neck where the braid left it bare. She made herself take 1 breath all the way in and all the way out. Then she thought about whatever was waiting at the other end of that flight. She did not know what it was yet. She knew that a man who did not have to had put an aircraft on the ground in Wyoming, closed an airport, and asked for her by name. He would not have done any of it if there had been somebody closer. There's nobody else coming. That was all it was. It steadied her. Yes, I can. She crossed the concrete between the rifles and went up the stairs. The cabin was cool and smelled of coffee. After the ramp, it was like stepping into a cellar. The sweat went cold across her shoulders before she had taken 3 steps. Cream leather seats, most of the window shades pulled down, 4 of the chairs turned to face a table. The engines were off. She could hear a ground unit whining somewhere outside, the flags snapping on the ramp, a man's low voice somewhere forward. Nothing else. There was carpet on the floor. She was conscious of her boots on it. Acting director Isaiah Hale was at the table with his jacket off and his sleeves turned back. He was already looking at the door when she came through it. He was a big man. He had wrestled heavyweight for Michigan State 30 years ago. He still had the shoulders and the neck, and forearms like a man who split his own firewood. Close-cropped gray hair and a short gray beard trimmed hard along the jaw. Reading glasses pushed up on his forehead. His shirt was so well pressed it looked like it could stand up on its own. His wheelchair was strapped against the bulkhead. It was not a hospital chair. It had a low back and no arms. The wheels were angled in at the bottom. It had been built for a man who intended to move fast in it. When he leaned forward to move his papers aside, his collar shifted and Luca saw the top of a scar come up out of it on the left side of his neck. It was thick and pale and puckered. Agent Thorne. Sit down. Coffee. Thank you, sir. He turned the chair, took the pot off the warmer, poured 2 cups and set hers in front of her, all of it before she was halfway out of her seat. You're wondering why I'm in Wyoming. I'm wondering a great deal, sir. Then I'll start. He put the glasses on and glanced at the top sheet. Yesterday afternoon, a man and a woman were shot at off a county road in Churchill County, Nevada, east of Fallon. The man is dead. The woman is alive. She's out in the open behind some rocks, and she has been there since yesterday afternoon. Luca put her cup down without drinking from it. Nobody found them until first light this morning, Hale said. A state trooper came down that road on a routine patrol, saw the wreck, and went to help her. He was shot and killed. 2 more troopers responded to his officer-down call. One of them is lying wounded in the open, and the other is pinned behind his own car, and neither of them can move. How far out is the shooter? Nobody knows. Nobody has seen him. He's firing from somewhere past the range where anybody down there can even look for him. Hale set the glasses down. Nevada is doing everything it can, and everything it has is failing. Their tactical vehicle broke down on the way. Their helicopter is in for maintenance. It has been on live television since the middle of the morning. Luca had a picture of it before she wanted one. Flat pale ground, no cover, a woman lying still because stillness was all she had left. Men in uniform coming toward her one at a time across open country, because that was the job. Sir, that's a state crime. 3 of them. On the face of it, yes. That's why we've been sitting and watching it all morning instead of doing anything about it. He pushed a photograph across the table. It was an aerial shot. A road ran dead straight across empty ground toward a construction site the size of a small town, half of it still bare steel frames, with transmission towers marching away south of it. Luca put a finger on the road and traced it. There was nothing along it. No fence line, no wellhead, no windmill, no ranch buildings. Nothing between the highway and the site except the road itself lying across the ground like something dropped there. That road was rebuilt last year to serve that site, Hale said. It's a data center campus. The largest construction anybody has ever put in that county. And it is being built with California money, a group of tech billionaires who moved their operation across the state line rather than pay California what California wanted from them. I read about it. Then you know it went through in the middle of a fight. Public hearings, water rights, power, billionaire tax breaks. Every environmental group in 2 states and a good deal of politics. He tapped the photograph. And during that fight, several activist organizations in California said publicly what they intended to do about it. Most of them meant lawsuits. 2 of them used language our people would call a threat to commit violence. Luca looked at the photograph for a moment. She was aware of her own mind changing gear. The fear went somewhere else. Something colder and more useful came forward in its place. So somebody may have driven out from California and done it. Well, somebody may have. I want to be careful with you because I am going to have to be careful with a judge later. Hale sat back. Oh, nothing is established. Nothing is proved. What we have is a shooting on the access road to a site that was publicly threatened by people living on the other side of a state line. That's enough to open the door. It is not enough to be right. But it makes it ours. It makes it ours. interstate travel to commit violence, and terrorism if the threats stand up. The Attorney General's people looked at it this morning and they'll sign it. He picked his cup up. As of about an hour ago, that scene is a federal investigation. And I want you to run it. Luca sat very still. There was a moment there, 2 or 3 seconds long, where the cabin went slightly unreal. The cold air, the carpet, the coffee cooling in front of her. A man she had watched on television saying her name and the word run in the same sentence. Sir, I'm a resident agent in a small town. I know what you are. Then you know there are 400 people better placed than me, and most of them are closer. There aren't and they're not. Hale drank some of his coffee and put the cup down. I've stood up a small unit. Let's call it my flying squad. I want you to head it. You report to me and to nobody else. No task force, no committee, no field office claiming a piece of it. When something breaks that is violent and urgent and already on every television in the country, your unit gets on this aircraft and goes to it, across as many state lines as it takes, and closes it in days. That is the whole idea. It has one aircraft, which you are sitting in, and until this morning it had nobody in it. Why me? Because you have never worked in Washington and you owe nobody there anything. Because you've spent 9 years running your own scenes with nobody to hand them to. And because 2 years ago, a man took a boy out of a parking lot in Riverton and drove for the state line, and you kept that man talking on the telephone for 11 hours until he gave the child back alive. There is a transcript of that call. I have read it 3 times. Luca felt her face go hot. Nobody was supposed to have read that. It had gone into a file and the file into a drawer somewhere. She had never once looked at it again because she knew exactly what was on those pages. 11 hours of her own voice. 2 places where she had got it wrong. The second had come very close to getting that boy killed. She wondered whether Hale had read the whole transcript or only the part where it worked. She did not ask him. Now the part I would rather tell you here than have you find out later, Hale said. Well, this unit exists because I need a headline. I'm saying that plainly. The Bureau is being taken apart, and I have decided that the only way to stop it is to be seen doing in public what only we can do. You would be the instrument of that. Some part of every case you close will be spent on a political problem that has nothing to do with the victim. And if I get it wrong, then they will burn you in public and they will do it first and I will not be able to stop it. He said it without softening any of it. I'll spend everything I have shielding you and it may not be enough. That's the offer, Agent Thorne. It is not a good offer. It's an honest one. Out on the ramp, the flags cracked in the wind. Luca thought about the 2 rooms above the credit union, the window that looked down on the hardware store, the coffee maker she had bought herself. She thought about how long it had taken her to get Theo settled in a school where somebody on the staff could sign, and about Matt out there on the concrete making conversation with a man half his size, and about a girl of 13 who had told a stranger at a pie counter that Theo was her brother. Then she thought about a woman lying behind a rock in Nevada who had been out there since yesterday afternoon, listening to men come for her and get shot for it. How long has she been out there now? Coming up on a day. Then we should go, sir. Hale looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Who do you want? The Special Agent Hope. He's on the ramp. Done. Who else? She had the answer ready. Hearing herself give it was the first moment all day that she felt like the person she actually was. A forensic scientist who'll come to the scene instead of waiting for it to be shipped to her. Somebody who can read ground and satellite imagery and work backwards from where a shot came from. And an analyst who can pull everything that's moved through a phone tower or a camera in that county in the last week. Names Dr. Priya Rao at Quantico. Deke Olson in the Denver laboratory. Tam Nguyen, I don't know where he is now. Salt Lake, Hale was writing. Nguyen, I can have wheels up out of Salt Lake within the hour, so he'll be close behind you. Olson has to drive out of Denver, and he won't make it before tonight. Rao is at Quantico, and there is nothing I can do about the width of this country, so you will not have her until sometime tomorrow. He looked up. You go in with what you've got. Anything else? No, sir. Not yet. Hale nodded. You'll do. Matt came aboard a few minutes later, filling the doorway. He shook the acting director's hand and said, "Sir." He folded himself into the seat opposite Luca with his knees jammed sideways. The stairs came up with a hydraulic sigh and sealed. The cabin noise changed. The two agents at the front put their heads back and were asleep before the engines started. They lifted off to the north and turned west. Luca watched the bighorns go by under the wing with snow still in the high shaded places. Then the country passed them, which had nothing on it at all. Dry ranges lying in long parallel lines, ridge behind ridge behind ridge, and between them nothing but ground. She had lived under those mountains her whole life and had never once seen them from above. If she had been anybody else on any other day, she would have got her phone out and taken a photograph of them for her son. Hale worked at his table for a while and then slept with his glasses in his hand. Asleep with his head back and his hands loose, he looked like what he actually was. A man in his late 50s who had been shot twice and had not stopped working since. "Well," Matt said quietly. She told him all of it. The road, the campus, the California money, the threats. The two dead troopers and the two who could not move. The woman behind the rock. The unit, the aircraft, the headline, and what would happen to Luca if any of it went wrong. Matt listened the whole way through without once interrupting. Well, he did that. It had unnerved her badly in the first year, before she understood that he was not being quiet at her. He was simply not going to speak until he had something worth saying. "Well, that's a serious man," he said at last. "That's what I thought. They're going to put our faces on the television, Luca." "Probably. Nell's 13. People find out." "I know." Matt looked out of the window at a great deal of nothing. "Then we'd better not screw this up," he said. Luca reached across the aisle and took his hand. He turned it over and put his thumb on the inside of her wrist, on the pulse, as he always did. Chapter 5. The heat took hold of Luca the second she came down the air stair at Fallen. It came up off the concrete through her boots and down out of the white sky onto her head. By the time she had crossed the ramp, her eyes had dried out. She had to blink hard twice to fix them. Matt came down the stairs behind her with both bags and stopped on the concrete. "Oh, that's a different kind of heat," he said. "The report said 105 at noon. That was 5 hours ago. And she's been out in it since yesterday afternoon. Since about 4 o'clock, they think." Matt set the bags down and looked south past the hangars, at the country running away flat and pale with nothing standing up on it anywhere. He had his sleeves rolled and his forearms had gone red already. "All right," he said. "Let's go get her." Matt picked the bags back up. "This looks like our ride." "Agent Thorne." Agent Hope, a young man in shirt sleeves, was walking out to meet them from a Bureau Tahoe parked at the edge of the apron. The Special Agent Kevin Diaz, Reno office. I'm your driver out to the scene. How far is it? Matt asked. 50 minutes if I push it. Then push it, Luca said. Diaz drove. Luca took the front seat. Matt got in behind her with the county map. They were out of the gate and on US 50 within minutes of the aircraft shutting down. There's 4 cases of water in the back, ma'am, Diaz said. I loaded them before I came out. I figured whoever's been standing out there all day is going to want some. That was thoughtful. Thank you, Agent Diaz. You've been in touch with them, Matt said. Captain Escalante's people, yes, sir. On and off since about 9 this morning. What's the mood? Bad. Diaz kept his eyes on the road. There's 40 of them out there and not one of them can do anything, and they've been like that all day. Luca looked out at the country going by and did not like any of it. The valley ran away flat on both sides, pale ground and low gray brush spaced out on it as evenly as if somebody had planted it. The ranges stood along the north and the south in 2 long walls with nothing growing on them. No fence line. No stock tank. No windmill, no roof, no track leading anywhere. There's nothing out here, she said. No. I mean there is nothing, Matt. I grew up in empty country. This isn't the same. There's no reason for anybody to come down here, Matt said. That's all it is. Nothing out here to come for. Luca thought about the people lying dead on the shoulder of a road that nobody drove on and tried to imagine what the woman stuck out there was going through. It made her shiver despite the heat. The turnoff came up on the right and Diaz slowed. New asphalt ran south across the flat, black and dead straight, with a line of steel transmission towers marching away beside it. A big blue sign stood at the junction on galvanized posts. A Nevada Highway Patrol car was parked sideways across the mouth of the road with its light bar turning. A trooper stood beside it in the sun. Behind the patrol car, strung out along the shoulder for 200 yards, were 2 ambulances, a fire engine, 3 more patrol cars, a county pickup, and people. 30 or 40 of them. Firefighters in bunker pants with the tops folded down. Paramedics sitting on their own back step. Deputies lining on fenders. All of them standing in the dirt, talking and looking at each other. Except that now they were all looking at the Tahoe and the 3 agents in it. The command post was 3 patrol cars nosed in around a folding table. There was a county map on the table with rocks off the shoulder holding the corners down. The man behind it was in his 50s, heavy through the chest and shoulders, with a gray mustache and sunglasses pushed up into his hair. His uniform shirt had white salt rings dried across the back of it. There was a satellite phone in his left hand that he never once looked at. You're the Bureau, he said. A Special Agent Luca Thorne. This is my partner, Special Agent Matt Hope. Captain Roy Escalante. Nevada Highway Patrol. He shook her hand hard and let go. Then he looked past her at the Tahoe and at the empty road behind it. Who else is coming? SWAT. Snipers. Counter-terrorism. It's just us, Luca said with a nod at Matt. Matt tipped his hat at Escalante. Escalante looked at each of them for a moment and then let it go. All right, he said. I'll take you through it. He put his finger on the map and left it there. Trooper Dale Kirby comes down this road at first light. Routine sweep, end of his shift. He calls in a burned-out vehicle off the shoulder. Then he calls in a dead man beside it. Then he calls in that there's a woman alive in the rocks east of the wreck, and he's going to her. Then he calls officer down and says the word sniper twice. Escalante's finger did not move. Those are the last words Trooper Kirby said to anybody. Where is he now? 90 feet short of his own car. He'd been to the woman, and he was going back for water and the long radio, and that's where he got to. How long have you been able to see him? Matt asked. Since I got here. 8:30. Nobody spoke. Tell us about the two by the truck, Matt said. Cole Barrett, 31 years old, Fernley, lineman for the rural co-op. He's the dead one. Escalante's jaw shifted. He's been out there since yesterday afternoon, and I haven't been able to put a sheet over him. And the woman, Tessa Reyes. Oh, she's his fiancée. They got engaged on Friday, and they were driving out to see the bristle cones. Luca looked up at him. Matt was about to ask the same thing. Whitehorse got that out of her this morning, Escalante said. While she was still talking. When did she stop? Around noon. She told him her mouth hurt too much to do it anymore. He took a breath. She had shade behind that rock until about 9. Oh, she hasn't had any since. Luca kept her eyes on the map because there was nothing useful to do with her face. Oh, your other two men, she said. Trooper Ruben Salas answered Kirby's officer down and went out on foot to try and reach him. Took one high in the left shoulder from behind. He crawled into a scrape in the ground right about here, and he's been in it ever since. Escalante tapped twice. Trooper Colby Whitehorse drove up to put his vehicle between Salas and that ridge. Shooter put 2 through the engine block and 1 through the front tire. He's been sitting behind that car since 7:30 this morning. Are they talking? Whitehorse is. Salas was until 1 o'clock, and then he stopped and hasn't started again. How much water? Whitehorse told me he finished his before noon. Luca straightened up and looked south, past the parked vehicles, out over the flat. Where is the shooter? We don't know, Escalante said. Somewhere out on that ridge. That's honestly as close as anybody can put it. She took her sunglasses off to look. The light came up off that pale ground hard enough to make her squint. The country ran away south with nothing on it above her knee. A long way out a low ridge lay east to west with the afternoon sun full on the face of it. She was standing in the open, looking straight at it. She made herself go on standing there. Nobody's seen anything. Not a flash, not a vehicle, not a man, not a glint off glass. And the sound comes off that whole ridge at once, so by the time your head comes around there's nothing to look at. How many rounds today? 16 that we've been able to count. Take me through the 16. Escalante looked at her. Everyone. Oh, he did it. 4 into the truck yesterday afternoon. 1 into Cole Barrett's chest and 2 more into him after he was down. 1 into Kirby's shoulder at the wash, 3 into Kirby in the open. 1 into the ground beside Salas and 1 into Salas. 2 into Whitehorse's engine and 1 through his tire. Luca counted it through twice in her head to be sure. How many people has he killed with 16 rounds? 2. He put 1 into Salas high in the shoulder and left him. He put 3 into a car and none into the man driving it. She kept her voice level. And he let Kirby cross that whole distance to the woman and never touched him going out. He killed him coming back, Escalante said. When he was going for water. Oh yeah. Escalante pulled the sunglasses out of his hair, turned them over once in his hands, and put them back. I've had 8 hours out here to think about that, he said. Then tell me what you've got. He's not trying to run us off this road. Escalante said it slowly, and he had plainly been carrying it around all day and did not want to hand it over. He wants us on it. He's left us people to come out for. Well, he's been feeding us. That's what I make it too, Luca said. I've had every man behind me ask to go out there today. Every single one. And I've told all of them no. He looked back down the line of vehicles. I told Whitehorse no this morning, and he went anyway. And now he's behind that car, and I've got to leave him there. What's coming? Reno's tactical team. They were 3 hours out at 8 this morning. Then their vehicle quit outside Fernley, and they've been standing over it since. Our air unit is in Las Vegas on scheduled maintenance. He shrugged one shoulder. Sheriff Denning S. got 9 deputies in this whole county, and I told him he's not putting one of them on this road. How long has she got, Captain? My paramedic says a couple of hours. He also says he's guessing, and that it could be less, and that the fact she stopped talking at noon isn't good. Reno's more than a couple of hours away, even if that truck starts right now. I'm aware of that, Escalante said. I've been aware of it since noon. Luca put both hands flat on the map. Here was all of it. A woman dying of heat behind a rock while 40 people stood in the dirt a mile away and watched. A wounded trooper who had stopped talking. A 26-year-old kid behind a car with an engine block full of holes. A tactical team on the wrong side of a broken transmission, and an aircraft 400 miles away in a hangar. And a man on a ridge who had put 16 rounds exactly where he wanted them. Against that she had 2 agents, 1 Tahoe and 4 cases of water. We're going in, she said. Escalante put both fists on the table. In what? Down the wash on the east side. It'll keep the bank between us and that ridge most of the way. Up to Whitehorse's car, water into him, then across to Sala's and bring them both out. And her. Then I go and get hers. Agent Thorne, he said her name carefully. 16 rounds, and every one of them landed where he meant it to land. What makes you think yours goes any different? I don't think it goes any different. That's the whole reason I'm going. Say that so it makes sense to me. He's had 3 decisions to make today, and he made a different one each time. Luca held his eye. He killed Kirby. He wounded Salas and left him. He shot Whitehorse's car and not Whitehorse. That's a man choosing. If he were just killing whatever came down this road, all 3 of them would be dead and I wouldn't get halfway. But he's choosing, and that means he wants something, and I can work with a man who wants something. And if he changes his mind about what he wants, then you'll have 2 more of us out there and you'll be standing right where you're standing now. She let that stand. Captain, if I wait for Reno, she dies. You know that. You've known it since noon and you've been standing here with it. Escalante looked down at the map for a long moment. Then he stepped back from the table. It's your scene, he said. You want anything from me, you ask and you'll get it. They geared up at the tailgate, in a strip of shade about a foot wide. Luca pulled her vest on over her shirt and cinched it. The sweat started underneath it immediately. Matt checked his own and then checked hers, which he always did and she had stopped objecting to years ago. A paramedic came over and pushed a fistful of electrolyte packets at them. He told them to get one into each man the moment he could swallow. "I'll go up to Whitehorse on my own," Luca said. "You stay back with the vehicle." "No, I'm serious." "So am I." Matt was working on a strap and did not look up. "Why would I stay with the vehicle?" "Because you've got 2 girls at home. And you've got Theo." He got the strap where he wanted it. "One person can't carry a wounded man 50 yards. 2 can." She stood there with her hand on the tailgate. "I do this alone, it's the only way," she said. "No, it is. Where you go, I go." That was true before any of the rest of it, and it's still true. He picked up the trauma bag. "Can we go now?" "She's been out there since yesterday afternoon." Luca started to say something else. Then she shook her head and got in the truck. She keyed the radio through the open window. "Channel 3, Captain. If I call for covering fire, I want everything you've got, and I want it kept up until I say stop." "You'll have it. And nobody follows us down there. Whatever it looks like from up here. Nobody. Agent Thorne. Captain. Nobody. If it goes bad out there, I don't want 4 more of your people lying in that dirt because they came to help me." Escalante's mouth went tight. He nodded once and stepped back from the window. The wash ran out from the road on the east side, 4 or 5 feet deep where it started and shallowing as it went south. Luca put the Tahoe down into it and drove at not much more than a walking pace, keeping the bank between them and the ridge. The truck ground and pitched over loose rock. The water bottles rolled about in the back. "Oh, give me the distances," she said. Matt had the map on his knee and was checking it against the ground through the windshield. Whitehorse's car is 600 yards from where this wash gives out. Sala's is past him and out to the left. Another 50, maybe 60. And her. 200 past both of them. All of it opens. That's what I made it as well." Her hands were steady on the wheel and her mouth was completely dry. Underneath everything else, in a perfectly reasonable tone of voice, some part of her mind kept saying the same sentence over and over. "He is watching you right now." "He's had us since the highway," Matt said. "I know he has. I'm not saying it to be a comfort. I'm saying it so we're both working off the same picture." "We are," Luca said. "He's watched us the whole way in." The wash bent east and gave out into a shallow bowl. She brought the Tahoe up out of it slowly with the engine barely turning. There it all was, laid out in front of her in that flat white afternoon light. The burned truck on its side, black down to the frame. The debris trail behind it. A man face down in the dirt, a long way out from the wreck with one arm stretched ahead of him. Kirby's patrol car on the gravel apron with the driver's door standing open and the headlights still burning in broad daylight, and Kirby in the dirt behind it. Whitehorse's car sideways in the road with the hood up and the front tire flat on the rim. And out east of all of it, standing up out of the pale ground, a low black spine of rock. Luca looked at it and felt something go quiet and cold in the middle of her chest. She was glad of it. That was the part of her that could work. The first round came as they cleared the lip of the wash. It struck the ground well ahead of the truck and off to the right and threw up a fan of dirt. The sound came rolling in off the ridge a full second later, flat and unhurried. She did not stop and she did not change direction. "Oh, that's a warning," Matt said. "Oh, yes." He took Whitehorse's engine from that same ground. He could have taken ours. He's telling us he's got us. Then let's not make him tell us twice. The second round came half a minute later on the other side of them, close enough that Luca heard grit rattle off the door panel. She understood what he was doing, because it was exactly what she would have done. He had ranged both sides of her. He was showing her the width of the corridor she was allowed to drive down. She pulled in behind Whitehorse's car and stopped. "Trooper Whitehorse. FBI. Stay where you are." Nothing came back. Luca's stomach dropped away from her. Then a voice came from around the far side of the car, cracked and very young. "Ma'am. A Special Agent Luca Thorne. We're coming around to you. Don't stand up." He was sitting with his back against the rear wheel and his legs out straight in the dirt. Gray around the mouths. He had his radio in his lap with both hands wrapped around it. Luca cracked a bottle and put it into his hands. "Drink some of that before you say anything to me." Well, he drank. Some of it ran down his chin, and he did not wipe it away. "Reuben stopped answering me at 1 o'clock, he said. He was talking, and then he was. I've been calling him ever since. He told me not to move. He said, 'Don't you move, Colby. Don't you come out here,' and I didn't, and then he stopped, and I still didn't." "He gave you the right instruction, and you followed it," Luca said. "Ma'am, I've been sitting behind a car for 8 hours. You kept a woman talking for 4 of them. She stopped for the heat, not for you. She crouched so that he had to look at her. You've done everything anybody could do from where you're sitting. Now drink the rest." Matt had gone forward and was looking through the gap between the hood and the fender. "I've got him. Northwest out in the open. 50 yards, give or take. His face down." Luca went up and looked. Salas lay in a scrape in the ground barely deep enough to hide a dog, with a rabbit brush growing on the lip of it. Between the car and the scrape there was 50 yards of flat white ground with nothing on it at all. "Can you see him breathing?" "No. Too far and too much shimmer." "Trooper," Luca said without turning around. "When he was still talking to you, was he lying like he's lying now?" "No, ma'am. He had his head turned this way. Toward me." "Then he's moved since 1 o'clock, Matt said." Luca keyed her radio. "Escalante, this is Thorne. We're at Whitehorse. He's up and he's talking. We're going across for Salas now. When I call for it, I want everything on that ridge, and I want it irregular. Nobody's hitting anything from where you are. I want him thinking about somebody who isn't me. Standing by." She turned around. Matt had the trauma bag over his shoulder already. "Ready. Go when you want." "Covering fire," Luca said into the radio. "And now." The shooting started up behind them, thin and scattered across all that distance. Luca Thorne came out from behind the car and ran. There was no cover on ground like that, and no point pretending there was. She ran flat out with her head down, the vest slamming against her ribs, her boots sliding in the loose stuff on top, Matt half a step behind her and off to the right. Every stride took a year. The whole way across, there was a place between her shoulder blades that she could feel as plainly as if somebody had put a hand on it. Theo came into her head. Not a thought about him, nothing with words in it. Just his face once, and then it was gone again. Then she was down in the dirt beside Salas. He was alive. His skin was hot and dry. His lips had split open. His shirt had gone black and stiff from the shoulder down his side. Luca got 2 fingers under his jaw and found the pulse going much too fast and much too light. Trooper Ruben Salas. I'm Special Agent Luca Thorne. I'm with the FBI. We're taking you out of here. His eyes came open and did not track properly. Colby, he said. Colby is fine. He's behind his car and he's been calling your name all afternoon. Salas' face moved. Luca did not look straight at it. Matt had the shears through the shirt already. Through and through, High missed the joint. He's not dying of the hole, he's dying of the sun. He got a dressing on and taped it flat. We need him in shade, and we need him now. The next round came in different. Faster and flatter, and close enough that grit stung the side of Luca's face. Escalante, everything now. On cue, a dozen guns opened up, firing blind at the distant ridge. It was too far for accurate shooting, and the light was too sharp to see by. Some of those rounds would reach the rock. The sound of them landing might move his aim a hair. Probably not. They kept firing anyway, and Luca was glad of it. If she died out here, there were 40 people behind her who would not stop until they had him. She put that away. She had a job to do. Help me get him up, Matt said. Getting him up was the worst of it. Trooper Salas' legs would not take his weight. Neither of them would let go of him to make it easier. They went back across those 50 yards, half carrying and half dragging a grown man between them. The ground kept jumping in front of Luca's boots. A round came in behind every 3rd or 4th step. The last one went past close enough to move her hair. She felt the air of it on her cheek. Then they were behind the car with Salas propped against the rear wheel and Matt already getting fluid into him. Luca was sitting in the dirt with her back against hot metal, her hands shaking so hard she had to press them flat down on her thighs. She let them shake. There was nobody to see but Matt, and Matt had seen it before. He had me, she said. I know. I watched it go by. That wasn't him missing. No, it was. Luca got up onto her knees and looked over the hood, east, at the black rock standing up out of the pale ground with 200 yards of open between here and it. He's kept her alive since yesterday afternoon, she said. He could have finished it any time he liked, and he hasn't. Because people keep coming out for her. Yes. Matt taped down the line and closed the bag. Then he sat back on his heels and looked at her. She saw him arrive at it a second before she said it. I'm going for hers. Then I'm coming. You're not. You're staying here with these 2. Luca. Somebody has to be behind this car with that bag if it goes wrong out there. That's the first reason, and it's a good one. And the second one. Luca looked at him. If I don't come back, you have to be the one who sits down with Theo and tells him, she said. Not Nan's. Not somebody out of the Reno office who has to ask how his name's spelled. You. Matt said nothing for a while. Behind them, Whitehorse was talking quietly to Salas, telling him something about his own truck because he had run out of anything else to say. All right, Matt said. Then go on and get her and come back. That's the plan. Luca stood up behind the car. She took one breath all the way down and let it out. Then she stepped out into the open. She did not run. She walked. Chapter 6. 40 yards out in the open, Luca stopped walking. She stood there with the sun coming down on her and the white ground throwing it back up under her chin. She reached down and unbuckled her belt. Luca, Matt's voice came from back at the car. Luca, what are you doing? She did not turn around to answer him. She kept her face toward the ridge. Getting rid of it. Getting rid of what? All of it. She lifted the belt clear and held it up, long enough for the sniper to see what she was doing. She crouched down slowly and laid it on the ground with the weapon still in the holster. Then she took her credentials out of her shirt pocket, held those up too, and put them beside the holster and weapon. Finally, she pulled the radio off her shoulder and set that down too. Luca, Matt called. She could hear the frustration in his voice. He's watched 3 people come out here today, she called back. Every one of them had a gun. 2 of them are down and 1 of them's dead. That's not a reason to give yours away. It's the only reason I've got. The vest was the hard part. She got the straps open and pulled it off over her head. The heat came straight through her shirt like an oven door swinging. She folded it once and put it on top of the belt, the credentials and the radio in a stack, out in the middle of that open ground where a man with good glass could see every piece of it. Then she straightened up and raised both hands out from her sides, palms open, and turned forward. Oh, Matt, don't come out here. Luca. Whatever happens, you stay with those 2 troopers and you get them to the ambulances. She still had not turned around. Say you heard me. There was a long second of nothing. I heard you, Matt said. Luca started walking again. She did not run. She did not move from cover to cover or go unpredictably, or do any of what she had been taught to do in situations like this at Quantico. She walked at the pace of a woman crossing a parking lot, in a straight line with her hands up and empty. Her boots made small puffs of dust with every step. She could hear them. That told her how quiet the valley had gone. At 80 yards, the sweat began to run down the middle of her back. She could not have said whether that was the heat or the fear. She did not think the difference mattered. At 100, she could see Tessa raise properly for the first time. A shape pushed back into a shallow scoop of the black rock, in a green skirt gone dark down the front. She was not moving. Every instinct Luca had was telling her to get down. She kept her hands up and kept walking. A person who dropped flat looked exactly like a person about to shoot. The whole message she was trying to send was that she was not going to shoot anybody. That she was not even armed. That if he shot her now, he would be shooting an unarmed woman who had laid her gun down in front of him. She did not know whether that would make any difference to the man behind the glass on that ridge. It was all she had. Some old code about not shooting a man who had put his gun down. It had been old a long time before she was born. At the halfway point, she stopped again. Then she did what she had worked out behind the car, which was the hardest part of all of it. She turned her back on Tessa Reyes and faced the ridge. The country ran out ahead of her, flat and pale. That long brown rise lay across the southern end of it with the afternoon sun full on the face. Somewhere on it, a man was looking at her through a piece of glass. She could not see him. She never would. Luca raised her hands until they were level with her head and stood still. She had never in her life been so completely visible. It went on. She had no way to count it and did not try. Sweat ran into her eyes and she let it run. Her shoulders began to burn and then to shake. She kept her arms up anyway. The second she dropped them, she became a woman standing in the open with her hands at her sides, and that was a different picture entirely. Theo got into her head then, and she let him stay. He would be at the kitchen table with Nan Petrie by now. He would have asked twice where his mother had gone. Nan would have told him twice that she didn't know. He would have accepted it as he always did, and then gone off and worried about it privately. That was the part that would take her apart if she let it. She thought about the ring on her left hand. 2 weeks she had been wearing it. This morning she had sat in one pew with Matt and 3 children in front of the entire county. Pastor Sorensen had told her it was about time. That had been this morning. 7 hours ago she had been in church. She might not see any of them again. It was real, and she looked straight at it, standing out there with her hands over her head. Her father used to talk about it from his years working stock. When a man got hurt, he would say afterward that it had not been about anybody. It was not a punishment. It was not luck. It meant nothing. The only question worth asking was who was going out to finish what he had been doing. Nothing came. Her arms were shaking so hard by then that she was afraid it would read as something else from that distance, so she brought them down slowly, an inch at a time. She turned around. She covered the last 100 yards to the rock. Up close, Tessa Ray's was worse than anything Captain Escalante had described. Her lips had split in 4 places. The splits had bled and dried black. Her hair was matted and burned short on one side. Her eyes were open and dilated and did not follow anything. There was blood down the front of her, none of it new. The skin over her cheekbones had gone tight and gray. Luca crouched in front of her out of the sun and got the canteen off her hip. Tessa. Nothing. Tessa Ray's. Look at me. Something came up behind the woman's eyes. Not much of it. He's watching, Tessa said. There was almost nothing left of her voice. I know he is. A small sip. Luca put the canteen against her mouth, let a little in, and took it away. She did it again and took it away again. That was the part Tessa fought her on. Cole's still out there, Tessa said. I know. Nobody's put anything over him. He's been lying in it all day, and nobody's put anything over him. We're going to fix that. Right now I'm getting you off this ground. Luca capped the canteen. Can you stand up? He shot the trooper. He did. He let him come all the way to me, and then he shot him in the back of the head when he turned around. Tessa's hands had started opening and closing on nothing. Oh, that's what he does. He waits till you turn around. So don't turn around, just stay here, stay down here with me. Tessa, Luca took hold of both her hands and held them still. Look at me. Are you looking at me? Oh, yes. I have a boy at home who is 11 years old. I am not planning on dying out here, and I am not leaving you in these rocks. Both of those are true at once. She got her arm under her. Now stand up. Tessa Ray's came up off that rock like something coming out of the ground, all bone and no weight to her, and swayed. Luca got a shoulder into her armpit and held her until she was steady. Look at me, Luca said. Not at the ground. Not at that ridge. At my face. Okay. Walk. The 200 yards back were nothing like the 200 out. Out, she had only had herself to think about. Now she had a woman hanging off her right side who weighed less than she should and could not be hurried. It took a long time. The whole way Luca kept her eyes on the car and on Matt beside it, and never once looked south. Halfway, Tessa's knees went out from under her. I can't. Oh, you can. I can't, my legs won't. Then I'll carry you. Luca got both arms around her and took the weight and started forward again. But keep moving your feet while I do it, because it makes it easier on me. Move your feet, Tessa. Oh, she moved her feet. 50 yards out, Luca could see Matt's face properly. He had come around to the front of the car with nothing in front of him. 20 yards out, Tessa Reyes stopped carrying any of her own weight. The last of it Luca did not remember clearly afterward. She remembered the sound of her own breathing, and the woman's head against her collarbone, and the smell of blood and sweat and hot dust. Then Matt's hands were taking the weight off her. Trooper Whitehorse was shaking a foil blanket open, one-handed with the corner of it in his teeth. "Oh, sit her against the tire," Matt said. "Trooper, get her legs up on that bag." "Luca, let go. I've got her." Luca let go. She stood there a second and then sat down in the dirt with her back against the car, because her legs had stopped taking instructions. It came then, all at once. It never came while she was out there, only after. Her whole body started to shake. It began in her hands and went up through her arms into her jaw. She pressed her palms flat down on her thighs and waited it out. Nobody said anything about it. Matt was working. Whitehorse was holding the blanket up to keep the sun off Tessa's face and looking at Luca over the top of it. "Trooper," she said when she had the voice for it. "Don't." "I wasn't going to say anything, ma'am." "You were about to." "Oh, yes, ma'am." Matt got a line into Tessa's arm, taped it down, and sat back on his heels. Only then did he look at Luca. "Don't ever do that again." "All right. You're saying that to shut me up." "I'm saying it because I'm not having an argument in front of two troopers." Luca got herself up onto her knees and looked at Tessa's face. "How is she?" "Alive." That's as far as I'd take it. Matt had his fingers on her wrist. "Heat stroke, no question about it." She has stopped sweating. Another hour out there and we'd be doing something else right now. Luca reached up onto the hood, took the radio off the stack of gear she had left there and keyed it. "Captain Escalante, this is Special Agent Thorne. I have Tessa Reyes. She's alive and she is critical, and I need an ambulance to come as far up this road as you are willing to send one." The channel was quiet long enough that she thought the set had failed. "Repeat that, Agent Thorne." "I have her. She's alive." What Captain Escalante said after that was not procedure. It was not language for an open channel either. Well, he said it anyway. It made Luca smile. She got up onto her feet, holding the car, and looked back out the way she had come. Her belt, her credentials, and her vest were still lying in a stack in the middle of all that open ground, 160 yards out, exactly where she had left them. He had watched her put them down. He had watched her walk away from them with her hands up. He had watched her stand with her back to a dying woman, her arms over her head, for a long time. He had watched her walk out again with that woman hanging off her shoulder. He had not fired one round in all of it. That was not mercy. Luca had been doing this work long enough to know the difference. It was something else. She didn't know what exactly, but she planned to find out. When she spoke to that son of a bitch and looked him in the face.
Chapter 7. Robin Aylward broke the rifle down by feel, her hands going through the sequence in the order they had always gone through it. The weapon had done everything she asked of it. It always did. That was machinery all over. It was maintained and it performed. It never once asked for anything in return. A long way below and to the north, the emergency vehicles had begun to move. She could see the ambulance backing up the new road with a state patrol car ahead of it, and figures around the shot-up cruiser and 2 stretchers going in. Too late for one of them. On schedule for the rest. Robin wiped each part down with a microfiber cloth as it came off, taking the oil and the skin off the metal. She laid the pieces into the foam cutouts in the case. Her forearms were burned brown to the elbow and white above it. There was rock dust worked into the creases of both hands and under every nail. She was aware of her own smell after 2 days up here and had stopped minding it. She had been the 3rd shooter today. She had also been the only one of the 4 of them who had failed. Every one of them knew it. Nobody had said a word about it yet. To her left, Simone Itter was on her knees picking up spent casings and dropping them into a plastic bag. She counted them out loud under her breath as she went. Simone was small and narrow through the shoulders, with black hair cut in a straight line at the jaw and pushed back behind her ears, and a pair of steel-framed glasses that she had worn on a cord around her neck for 2 days rather than risk setting them down. Even lying in dirt, she had stayed somehow tidy. Simone had taken the first shot yesterday afternoon, the man in the truck. She had put it through his chest at a distance that Robin still did not entirely believe. She had not spoken about it since. Beyond Simone, Marta Vey was already working her firing position over with a rake, moving fast and taking nothing for granted. Marta was the biggest of them, heavy through the shoulders and the upper arms, with fair hair cropped close to the skull and a nose that had been broken and set by somebody in a hurry. She had a way of standing with her weight already going somewhere. Marta had killed the first trooper. She had done it in the middle of a sentence on somebody's radio and then asked for a wind check. And Nadia Kessler was down on both knees at the far end of the hide with a UV light, going over the ground with it in full afternoon sun, which was pointless and which she did anyway. She was tall and spare, somewhere in her 40s, with dark hair going gray at the temples, pulled back hard and pinned flat against the skull, and deep-set eyes that did not move much. Robin had watched her for 18 months and had never once seen her make a movement she had not meant to make. Boot prints, Nadia said without looking up. Bedding impressions. Bottles, wrappers, hair tape, anything with a fiber in it. When we walk off this ridge, I want it clean enough to eat off. Yes, Robin said and took the rake. Lying prone in the same place for this long left a shape in the ground. She worked it out carefully, the hip and the elbows and the long trough where her body had lain. It was much easier to erase the mark of a person than the fact of what the person had done. Simone got up off her knees, went to the lip of the ridge, and put her binoculars on the scene below. They've got both troopers in the ambulance, she said. And the woman's. She's on the second stretcher and there's a line in her arm. Alive. Alive. Nadia stopped what she was doing. And the federal agent. Still down there, Simone said. Standing by the shot-up car with the male agent. She's talking on a radio. Nadia said nothing to that. Nadia got up and dusted her knees. The timing on the first trooper was exactly right. He was the one they were going to send everybody after. You bought us the whole afternoons. Marta Vey nodded once. She did not smile. Robin had never once seen her smile at praise. Conditions were good, Marta said. No wind to speak of. There was nothing to it. Robin kept her back to them and kept working the rakes. She felt Nadia's attention arrive between her shoulder blades and settle there. Nobody was going to say it up here. That was not how Nadia worked. But Robin had held the federal agent in her scope for 3 minutes and 7 seconds, while the woman stood in the open with her hands over her head and nothing in them. The crosshairs had been on the bridge of her nose for most of it. The wind had been nothing. The light had been perfect. Robin had not fired. "Pack it in," Nadia said. "We move in 5. Simone brought the drone down out of the sky, folded the arms in and put it in her pack. That was the last of it to come off the ridge. Robin shouldered her own pack. It was 20 pounds lighter than it had been coming up, because ammunition was heavy and they had used a good deal of it. The 4 of them went off the ridge the way they had come onto it 12 hours before. Single file 10 yards apart, each of them putting her feet where the woman in front had put hers. Nobody spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. They had walked this ground 4 times in the last 2 months with no rifles in their hands. Every step of it had been decided on before any of them ever loaded a magazine. The canyon held the heat like a flue. Loose rock went out from under them and rattled away down the slope. That was the only sound apart from breathing. 3 miles to the vehicles. Robin watched Nadia's back the whole way and tried to read her out of it, the set of the shoulders, the length of the stride, whether she checked behind her. Nadia gave her nothing. She never had. That was what made her worth following. It was also what was going to be the end of Robin. Both had been true from the first week. Marta walked directly in front of her, quiet on ground that was not quiet, going down loose rock as if she had been told where every stone was. 2 hours in, the helicopter came. Robin heard the rotors before she understood what they were. Her body stopped moving before her mind caught up with it. Ahead of her, Marta had already gone still against the rock face. Simone crouched. Nadia did not even do that, she simply stopped and became a piece of the canyon wall. Robin pressed her shoulder into the rock and shut her eyes. The aircraft came up the canyon low and worked across it. Then it came back. Then it went across again. She recognized the pattern. It was a grid. Whoever was flying it was doing it properly. County, she thought. Or state. Not federal, or there would be more than one of them. It came over the top of them and hung there. The downdraft came off the walls and filled the canyon with grit. Robin kept her eyes closed and her face down and held completely still. Her tactical gear was the exact color of the ground she was lying against. That had cost a great deal of money. This was what it was for. She counted. 9 minutes and some seconds hanging almost overhead. And the whole 9 minutes, what kept coming back into her head was a woman in a gray shirt standing in the open with her arms over her head, facing the ridge for 3 minutes on purpose. The helicopter banked away east and the sound of it went down the canyon and out. They waited. 10 minutes. Then 15. Nadia did not move, so nobody moved. Only when she was satisfied did she start walking again. It took another hour to reach the vehicles, 2 dust-covered pickups sitting under a camouflage net in a side draw, the kind of trucks half the county drove. Robin stowed her case in the back. She pulled the net off and folded it, her hands doing all of it while her mind stayed carefully empty. She had learned a long time ago how to keep the doing and the thinking in separate rooms. Nadia took the lead truck with Simone beside her. Robin drove the second with Marta Vey in the passenger seat. Marta looked out of the windshield and said nothing for 10 miles of ruts and washboard until they came out onto the graded county road. 20 minutes on the graded road and then they were on the highway. There was almost nothing on it. A flatbed hauling pipe. An old sedan with a woman driving it. A camper going the other way with California plates, which Robin noticed and disliked herself for noticing. The light had started to go long and gold. Out the window the sage ran away flat and gray-green to the ranges. The ranges had gone the color of a bruise. It was beautiful because nobody had done anything to it yet. That was the whole argument in one look out of a truck window. 200,000 acres of it, and a water table under it that had taken 10,000 years to fill, and men in California who had decided they would take all of it to run machines that nothing alive needed, and who had moved across a state line to avoid being asked a single question about it. Worth saving, Robin thought. Worth almost anything. They could not get to the men who signed the papers. So they had done this instead to make the country look at what those men were taking. People would look now. That was the reasoning. Robin had said it out loud in a room with the other three of them more than once and believed every word. And then the woman had walked out into the open, put her weapon and her badge on the ground where Robin could see her do it, turned her back on a dying woman and stood there and offered Robin the shot. Robin had watched her do it through good glass at 800 yards. She had watched her arms start to shake and stay up anyway. And she had taken her finger off the trigger. "You're thinking about her," Marta said. Robin did not bother denying it. Lying to Marta Vey was a waste of time. "Oh yes. Why didn't you shoot?" The question came flat without any edge on it at all. "She knew I was there," Robin said. "I don't know how." She looked straight at my position and kept looking. So nothing. I could feel her looking at me." "That wouldn't have stopped me," Marta said. "It wouldn't have stopped Simone either." "I know it wouldn't. That's why the two of you are better at this than I am." Marta looked at her for a while. Robin kept her eyes on the tailgate of Nadia's truck and held her following distance. "Nadia doesn't forgive failure," Marta said. "I'm aware of that." "I'll speak for you," Marta said it as if she were reading it off a card, which was how she said everything. "I'll tell her it was a tactical decision. Bad angle out of that position at the end of the day. Unpredictable air off the flats." Robin turned her head. "Why would you do that?" Marta shrugged, and it was barely a movement at all. "Because we need 4 of us for the next part," she said. "And because I watched her through my own glass while she was standing there. So I know what you saw." She turned back to the windshield, and that was the end of it. Robin drove. Ahead of her, Nadia's truck slowed and put its indicator on. It turned north toward the highway junction and the road that went out to the campus. Robin followed her. Chapter 8. The rifles had gone into the ground at 8 o'clock that evening in 4 cases, in a culvert on a section road that nobody drove. Wade Prewitt would bring them onto the site on Thursday in the bed of a truck full of conduit. By 10, they were all 4 showered and changed, and in a company Suburban with the Helios sun on the door, coming down us 50 in the dark to start a night shift. "Give it to me again," Nadia said from the front passenger seat. Simone was driving. "We came from home. All of us separately, and we met at the yard in Fallen, which is what we do every night we work because it is." "Because it is," Simone said. "Robin." "I came from home," Robin said. "I met you all at the yard. We're on nights, and we've been on nights since the commissioning started in April. And if you're asked what you do, sighted. Network and access control. Don't give them any more than that." Nadia had not turned around once. "Nobody out there has any reason to be interested in us. Don't hand them ones." The turn onto County Road 214 came up on the right. Robin saw it from a mile away. It had been dark out there for hours, and now the whole junction was lit up like a rail yard. Floodlights on stands. A generator. 2 portable towers throwing white light down the first 200 yards of the road. There were vehicles all along the shoulder in both directions, more than there had been that afternoon and of different kinds. An armored truck with a step at the back, 2 black Suburbans, a state van with an antenna mast run up out of the roof, and a tent with the sides rolled up and men standing under it looking at laptops. Above and out to the south, a helicopter was working a slow line along the ridge with a light hanging out of it. The beam swung and fixed and swung again. And on the ridge itself there were people. Robin could see them. Not clearly, they were 3 miles off and it was dark. But there were half a dozen lights moving on that ground in the place where she had lain that day. A bigger light on a stand. A shape that was probably a tarpaulin rigged as a screen. They had found the hide. Of course they had. That had always been in the plans. Simone slowed and put her indicator on. Robin watched a state trooper step out into the road with a flashlight held down at his side. Nobody says anything unless they're asked, Nadia said. There were 2 men and a woman at the tent. The woman came out to the vehicle. Robin knew her before she reached the window. She knew her because she had looked at the woman through 800 yards of glass for 3 whole minutes that afternoon, and she knew her face better than she knew the faces of people she had eaten dinner with. Hard and good-looking in a plain country way. Eyes that missed nothing. Dark hair pulled back. A nick through the outer end of one eyebrow. Tall. A woman who could handle herself. She was wearing a different shirt. Somebody had given her a Nevada Highway Patrol windbreaker, and she had it on with the sleeves pushed up. Evening. The woman put one hand on the roof of the Suburban and leaned down to the driver's window, and behind her a big man came up the other side of the vehicle with a flashlight, not shining it at anybody, just holding it. Special Agent Luca Thorne, FBI, this is Special Agent Matt Hope. This road is closed. Can you tell me where you're going tonight? Helios, Simone said. We're on shift at 11. Can I see badges for everybody, please? They passed them forward. Robin got hers out of her jacket pocket and handed it across Marta. She watched it go into that woman's hand. Special Agent Thorne looked at each of the 4 of them, one at a time, and then at the badge in her hand, and then back at the face it belonged to. She took her time about it. When she got to Robin, she looked at her for what could not have been more than 2 seconds, but something flipped in Robin's gut, and she had to bite her lower lip to keep from letting it show. What do you do out there? Agent Thorne asked. Sight it, Nadia said from the front. Network access control the badge system. There's 4 of us on nights. How long a shift? 11 to 7. Every night. 4 on, 3 off. Thorne handed the badges back through the window. I'm going to be straight with you, she said. There's a man out there who shot 3 people today and we have not found him. This road is closed to the public and it's going to stay closed. But I'm not in the business of shutting down your work, and I'm told the site has to be manned. We received a call about that. It does, Nadia said. There's 1,200 cabinets coming online. If the cooling goes down at 3 in the morning and nobody's there, it's a very expensive night. Then here's how we're doing it. Thorne straightened up and looked back down the line of vehicles and raised her voice slightly. Trooper, escort for this vehicle all the way to the gate, and I want you to wait and watch them go in before you turn around. Yes, ma'am. Thorne put her hand back on the roof and leaned down again. 2 points. You stay behind him the whole way. You don't stop for anything, and I mean anything, including if you see something on that road you think we ought to know about. You get inside the fence and then you call it in. She paused. And nobody drives this road alone tonight. Not one of you, not for any reasons. If somebody has to go out, you go out in a group and you call the checkpoint first. Understood, Nadia said. Anybody who works out there, Thorne said, and lives locally and drives this road, I'd like a list. Names and shift patterns. Can you get me that tonight? I can get you that in 20 minutes. Then would you do that, please? She said it as if she were asking for the loan of a pen. Agent Hope's card is going in the window. Whatever you send it to him. The big man reached in and put a card on top of the dash. Then he did shine the flashlight once briefly along the back seat. Robin sat still while the beam went over her hands. Thank you for your patience, the big man said. Drive safe. Go on, Thorne said. Get to work. The trooper's car pulled out in front of them with its light bar going.
Simone followed it. They went down onto County Road 214 and out into all that dark, with the red and blue coming back off the inside of the windshield. Nobody in the vehicle said one word the whole way down. Robin sat with her hands in her lap and her badge back in her jacket pocket and looked at the back of the seat in front of her. She had put her finger on a trigger that afternoon with that woman's face filling her scope. She had watched her lay a weapon down in the dirt. She had watched her arms shake and stay up. And the woman had just leaned in through the window with her sleeves pushed up and told her to drive safe and get to work. She had not known any of it. The tail of the escort's light bar swung red and blue and red across the sage on both sides. It should have been the best moment of Robin's life. She had sat 4 feet from the agent running the case and been waved through. She should have been elated. She did nothing. Said nothing. She felt nothing that she could name. Underneath the nothing there was something else moving that she did not want to think about. Marta leaned over very slightly so that her shoulder came against Robin's. "Breathe," she said without moving her mouth much. Robin breathed. The Helios gate came up out of the dark, 200 yards of chain link with razor wire on top of it, a lit guardhouse, a boom, and behind it the whole campus sitting out there in the sodium light with half of it still bare steel frames and cranes standing over the top of it. Wade Pruitt came out of the guardhouse in a security shirt with his radio on his shoulder and walked up to the driver's window. Behind them, the trooper sat in the road with his engine running and watched. "Evening, Wade," Simone said. "Evening." He ran his light over the 4 of them and their badges the same way he did every night, because there was a camera over his shoulder and it recorded everything he did. "Long way around for you tonight. There's a checkpoint on the county road." "There's a checkpoint on everything." Pruitt stepped back and hit the switch and the boom went up. "Y'all have a good one." Simone drove through. Behind them, the trooper waited until the boom came down again. Then his lights swung around in the road and went back north. Nadia let out one breath. "Wade will need to know about the list," she said. 1,200 names. I want it accurate, Simone, and I want it dulls. Every name, every shift pattern, every vehicle. Give them exactly what she asked for." "Why?" Robin said. It came out of her before she could think better of it. Nadia turned around in her seat for the first time all evening and looked at her. "Because a list of 1,200 people takes 4 weeks to work through," Nadia said, "and because the fastest way to be looked at is to be the one person who doesn't want to help. She asked us for something. We're going to be the most helpful people she meets." The building they worked in was on the north edge of the campus, a long concrete shed with no windows and its own generator yard. Inside it was cooler than the night and loud with the noise of moving air. They badged in. Robin's card opened the door because she had written the rules that decided which cards opened which doors. Nobody at Helios had ever asked why the site it lead had put 4 brand new employees on permanent nights in the one part of the campus that had no cameras in the corridor. The room they used was a commissioning office with a table, chairs, a whiteboard, and a wall screen. Nadia put her tablet on the table and the screen came up. 20 minutes, she said. Get changed, get coffee, get the list started. Then we talk about today. Robin was back in 18. Simone was already at the table with her laptop open and the personnel export running. Marta sat with her hands flat in front of her doing nothing, which was what Marta did. Nadia came in at exactly the 20-minute mark and sat down at the head of the table. Phase 1, she said. Assessment first, then the deviation. The wall screen changed to an overhead of the road and the flat and the ridge, with distances marked on it. Simone. Subject 1. Acquisition at 16:09 yesterday. Simone read it off her own notes in a voice with nothing in it. Male, mid-30s, driving. Range 822 yards. Conditions clear, wind negligible, no adjustment. First round through the engine block to stop the vehicle. Second and third into the vehicle. Subject 1 exited and was hit at 20 yards from cover, center mass, then twice more. And Subject 2. Female, same vehicle. Left alive as instructed. She reached cover in the rocks at approximately 16:20 and remained there. That decision was correct, Nadia said. The isolation and the exposure did exactly what we needed them to do. She held that road for us for 18 hours and brought in everything that came. She looked at the screen. Marta. Subject 3. First responder. State trooper male, older. Marta did not read off anything. Acquisition at 05:51 this morning. He went as Subject 2, reached her and stayed 9 minutes. I took him on the return leg at 40 yards from his vehicle. 2 rounds, then 1 to finish it. Why the return leg? Because on the way out he was going to her, and on the way back he was going to a radio and a first aid kit and water. Killing a man going out gets you 1 body. Killing him coming back gets you a body, and it gets you 8 hours of everybody watching him lie there. That's exactly right, Nadia said. Robin sat with her hands around a cup of coffee that she had not drunk any of. Robin. Subject 4. Second responder, Robin said. State trooper, male, 30s. Acquisition at 08:40. He went out on foot for the first trooper's body. I put 1 round high in the left shoulder from behind as instructed at 50 yards. He got himself into a scrape in the ground and stayed in it. He's alive. He was alive when the ambulance took him. Yes. That was the instruction and you followed it exactly, Nadia said. There is nothing to correct in any of that. The praise did not land anywhere. Robin sat with it and waited. Everybody at that table knew what was coming. Nadia let the silence run for a while first, which Robin understood was part of it. Then Nadia touched the tablet and the screen changed. It was a still frame off a long lens. A woman standing in open ground in a gray shirt with both arms raised over her head, facing the camera, with a stack of equipment on the dirt behind her. And then Nadia said, we come to Subject 6. The federal agent. Nobody moved. Simone, your assessment of her behavior. Both federal subjects followed the predicted pattern for the first 90 minutes, Simone said. Approach in a hardened vehicle. Extraction of the wounded officer under covering fire. Standard. All of it was inside our model, she stopped. What she did after that was not in the model. No, Nadia said. It was. She turned in her chair and looked down the table at Robin. So let's talk about that, she said. And about what you did with it. Chapter 9. Robin had her answer ready. She had been putting it together for 6 hours on the ridge and in the truck and in the shower. She had gotten it down to something short and clean, and now that Nadia had asked for it, none of it was any use. The room was cold. They kept the whole building cold, and this office was on the same air as the halls. Robin could feel it on the back of her neck where her hair was still damp. Subject 6 came out from behind the rocks a little after 1 o'clock, she said. She stood up in the open, about 800 yards out, and she took off her vest and her sidearm and put them on the ground behind her. Then she put both hands up over her head and turned and faced my position. Your position, Nadia said. Oh, yes. She faced your position specifically. Not the ridge in general. My position. Go on. I had her. Conditions were the same as they'd been all day, no wind to speak of. I had a clear shot the whole time she was standing there. How long was she standing there? 3 minutes, Robin said. A little over. And you did not fire. No, I didn't fire. Nobody spoke. On the wall screen, the drone footage was running, the same 40 seconds over and over on a loop. Robin watched the woman in the gray shirt stand in the middle of all that open ground with her arms up and her face turned toward the camera, which was to say toward Robin. The loop cut and started again. Explain it to me, Nadia said. Robin had 6 or 7 explanations. Ammunition. Reassessment. The angle. Nadia would take them apart in the order Robin offered them, and both of them knew it, so Robin put them down. She knew where I was, she said. You don't know that. I do know it. She wasn't guessing at the ridge. She was looking at the one place on that ridge I was actually lying in, and she was looking at it before she stood up. Robin heard her own voice go unsteady on the last part, and she stopped and started again. She knew what was going to happen to her. She did it anyway so that the other woman could get out of those rocks and into the vehicle. And I wasn't ready for it. You weren't ready for it, Nadia repeated. There was nothing in how she said it. You put our security on the ground because a target did something you hadn't planned for. That is what happened. Then tell me what happened. I respected her, Robin said. It was out. It sat there in the cold air with the fans going somewhere over their heads. You respected her, Nadia said. Oh yes. Marta moved in her chair. It was very little. She shifted her weight and brought her right hand off the table and down into her lap, and Robin saw it and understood it and made herself keep looking at Nadia. Simone had not moved. Simone had her eyes on her laptop screen, which was not showing her anything. Her face was doing nothing whatsoever. Nadia touched the tablet and the footage stopped. The woman stood frozen on the wall with her arms up. Respect for the other side isn't something we do, Nadia said. It is not part of the playbook. What did you actually see, Robin? I saw somebody willing to die for another person. Somebody with conviction. Oh yes. Like us, Nadia said. Robin looked at her. Oh yes. Like us. Nadia nodded slowly, which she did when somebody finally said what she had been waiting for them to say. She set the tablet down and squared it up against the edge of the table. You saw yourself in her, she said. And because you did, you left the agent who is now running this investigation alive and in the field. She turned her head. Simone, if you had been in that hide, would you have fired? Yes, Simone said. Why? Because it doesn't matter what she's like. Simone still had not looked up. She works for the people we're fighting. Courage in somebody like that is worse than cowardice because it makes her better at it. Marta. I'd have fired inside 2 seconds, Marta said. She stood up and disarmed to tell the shooter she knew where he was and to get him to look at her instead of the vehicle. It worked, and it worked on Robin's. She'd already beaten Robin before Robin decided anything. Robin's face went hot. That was worse than anything Nadia had said because it was true. Nadia looked at Robin again. They were all looking at her. Now do you see the error of the choice you made? Nadia said. Robin tried not to let her face reveal anything she felt. I made a tactical mistake, she said. No, you made a moral one. Nadia leaned forward on her forearms. You looked at her and decided she was a person, and then you couldn't do it. That's all of it. Nothing else happened up there. Robin thought about the first time she had heard Nadia talk. It was a county hearing on a water permit 5 years ago in a school gymnasium in Nevada with folding chairs on the basketball court and a table of men at the front. Nadia had stood up in the 3rd row and spoken for 4 minutes without a single note. Robin had sat there with her heart going and understood for the first time in her life that she was not the only person who had done the math. Afterward, Nadia had found her in the parking lot and asked her what she did for a living. Robin had said she wrote access control systems. Nadia had said that's useful and had said it as though Robin herself were useful, which nobody had ever said to her before. She goes home, Nadia said. Today, tomorrow, whenever they let her. She goes back to her house and her job. And because you didn't fire, she keeps working, and what she works on is us. I know. So tell me what I'm supposed to do with that. Robin had no answer because Nadia was right about the part that mattered. She had put 4 other people at that table in more danger than she had found them in that morning. She had done it with the safety off and a clear shot and 3 minutes to think about it. "I'm sorry," she said, and it came out small. "I believe you are," Nadia said it kindly, and the kindness was the worst part. "What I don't know yet is whether this was one bad afternoon or whether it's been coming for a while." Robin knew the correct moves. Admit it, close it, commit to the next one, and be flawless for a year. She had watched 2 people do exactly that, and one of them was still with them. "I believe in what we're doing," she said. "I believe that if somebody doesn't stop this, there won't be anything left out here. But I don't know that killing her serves it." Robin put her hands flat on the table because they had started to shake and she wanted them still. "I've thought about this a lot, and not only today. We're shooting at whoever is on the road. A couple driving by on their way to somewhere else. State cops who came out because somebody called it in. None of them own the land or are exploiting it. None of them decided anything. The men who decided to do all this are in California, and they've never been on that road in their lives." "Why don't you just come out with it?" Nadia said. "Target the people who actually did it," Robin said. "The people who signed the water agreement. The board. The county commissioners who took the money. That's a shorter list, and it's the right list, and every one of them would deserve it in a way that a highway patrolman doesn't." Nadia sat back. She looked at Robin as she looked at a schematic. "So your objection isn't that killing is wrong," she said. "It's that we're killing the wrong ones." "Yes," Robin's chest loosened. "I think we are." "Then let me give you something you don't have." Nadia turned to Simone. "Tell her." Simone looked up for the first time. Robin saw that she had been sitting on it all evening and that she had not wanted to be the one holding it. "I ran her while you were changing," Simone said. Luca and Thorne, 34, Federal Bureau of Investigation, 9 years, posted to a 2-agent office in Wyoming. Almost nothing in the public record. Vehicle thefts. Livestock. A wire fraud out of Gillette. She stopped. "Keep going," Nadia said. 3 years ago, she was the case agent on the Sweetwater substation. The cold went out of the room and out of Robin's arms and out of her hands. "What did you say?" Robin said. "The Sweetwater 5, Simone said. And it was her case. She's the one who worked it. Her name is on the affidavit that got the warrants." Robin knew every one of those 5 names. Everybody in this did. 5 people had gone into a switchyard in Wyoming that was being built to run a server farm and had burned out the gear before a single machine was ever plugged into it, and not one person had been hurt doing it. They had gotten between 12 and 18 years apiece because the government had called it terrorism. There was a photograph of the youngest of them, taken on the courthouse steps, that Robin had looked at more times than she could count. "She was in Wyoming," Robin said. "That was Wyoming. It was her office and her case." "I didn't know that." "No," Nadia said. "You didn't. You had 3 minutes to decide who that woman was, and you decided out of your own head, off her posture and her face, with no information, and you got it exactly backward. She isn't a highway patrolman who wandered into this. She is the enemy, and she has already done to 5 of our people what she is now trying to do to the 4 of us." She let that stand. "That's your shorter list, Robin. She's on it. She's been on it for 3 years, and you didn't know her name until she said it to you through the window of a car." Robin looked at the wall screen, at the frozen woman with her arms over her head, and could not make the 2 be the same person. "We'll talk about your position in this after the break," Nadia said, and closed it like a door. "Phase 2 security. Simone, where's the list?" It went on for another hours. Robin answered when she was spoken to and heard herself doing it, and it was all correct. Access control. The badge audit trail and how she was going to age it. What Wade could and could not do from the guardhouse. Nadia wanted the 1,200 names on Agent Hope's email before 4 in the morning so that it would look like people working through the night to help. Simone said it would be, and none of it went into Robin's head at all. What went through her head was the woman putting the vest down. Not the arms up. The vest. Bending over and laying it in the dirt with both hands, careful, as a person puts down something that isn't theirs. At the break, Robin went down the corridor to the bathroom and stood at the sink and ran the water and did not use it. There was nowhere to go. That was the fact of it. She turned it over and it stayed the same shape from every side. There was a Suburban in the lot with keys in the visor, and she could be in Utah before the shift ended, and then what? Robin Aylward was a Nevada license and a Helios badge and a bank account with $4,000 in it, and Robin Aylward did not exist 18 months ago. The woman who did exist had a mother in Bakersfield who had not heard from her in 5 years, and who would be watched inside a day. There was no version of walking out of this building that was not also walking into a federal interview room. Robin had spent 5 years learning exactly how those went for people like her. She dried her hands and looked at herself in the mirror over the sink. The fluorescent tube above it made everybody look like they had been up for 3 days, and in her case it was accurate. On the way back, she passed the fire door at the end of the corridor and the small window in it. She stopped for a moment. Outside there was the generator yard, and past the fence the flat running out black and empty for 30 miles, and the sky over it absolutely crowded with stars in a way it never was anywhere she had ever lived before she came out here. The floodlights on the transformer pad washed out the bottom of it. Above that it was all there. She had loved this country. That was what she could not get anybody in that office to understand. She had come out here and stood on ground that had never been anything but itself, and had loved it so much it had frightened her. Robin went back inside and put the food on. They brought it from the house in the same 4 containers every night and heated it in the break room. It was Robin's week to do it, so she stood at the microwave and did them one at a time while the wall clock went around to 3:30. The break room had a table with a laminate top, 4 chairs, a corkboard with a safety notice and a pizza coupon on it, and a vending machine that had been unplugged since April. Simone came in on the minute. She got her container and sat down in her chair and did not look at Robin. Marta came in behind her and took the seat with its back to the wall, which she always did. Nadia came in last, which she also always did. She sat down and unfolded a paper napkin on her knee, and for a while there was nothing but 4 people eating and the noise of the air handlers coming through the wall. Robin could not taste any of it. She put a forkful in her mouth and chewed it, and it was like eating paper. She went on doing it because stopping would show. "Let's finish this," Nadia said and put her fork down. Robin didn't fire on subject 6. Robin set her own fork down. Across the table, Simone kept eating at exactly the same rate. "I went through the footage again," Nadia said. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Clear the entire time. No wind. No traffic. Nothing moving on that ridge but you." She looked at Robin. "I'm not asking you to justify it now. I've heard your justification. I want to know why. The actual reason." And there was something in how she asked it that sounded genuine, as though there were a right answer somewhere in the room and Nadia was holding the door open for Robin to walk through with it. Robin knew better and hoped anyway. Hope was apparently something a person did whether or not they had agreed to. "Because she was willing to die to get somebody else out of there," Robin said. "A woman she'd never met. That's not small. That's the biggest act a person can manage, and we say it about ourselves all the time, and when I finally saw somebody actually do it, I couldn't shoot her for it." "We say it about ourselves," Nadia said. "What do we say exactly? Tell me what we believe." "Protect what can't protect itself. Accept the cost yourself instead of putting it on somebody who comes after you. Don't stop because it's frightening." Robin had said the words so many times they came out on their own. "We do this because nobody else will." And you saw all of that in her. I saw her do it out in the open with nothing in her hands. Yes. Simone Nadia did not turn her head. Do you agree with Robbins? Simone finished what was in her mouth. I understand why she'd think it. That isn't what I asked. No, I don't agree. Why not? Because it doesn't matter what one person does. Simone's voice went into the flat register she used for reciting. You can be brave inside a machine and the machine still does what it does. Her courage keeps the machine running. That's all it's for. Marta. It's irrelevant. Marta had not touched her food. There isn't a middle position. Either somebody is in the way or they are. She's in the way, she's better at it than most of them, and the fact that she's admirable makes her worse for us, not better. I'd have shot her twice. Nadia nodded and turned back to Robbins. We are not here to hand out prizes to brave individuals, she said. There is a water table under this county that took 10,000 years to fill, and it is being drawn down to cool machines that nothing alive has ever needed, so that billionaire tech bros who could not get what they wanted in California can get it here instead. That is going to go on until somebody makes it too expensive to go on. Not one commissioner at a time. Not one board member at a time. All of it until nobody will build out here and nobody will work out here and nobody will drive out here. That is the whole plan, and every single person on that road is part of the cost of it, and you knew that in April and you agreed to it. I know I did. Then what's changed? What if we're wrong, Robin said. The room stopped. Simone's head came up. Marta did not move this time. Her right hand went off the table and down out of sight. Wrong about what? Nadia said, and her voice had gone quiet and pleasant. Robin could have taken it back. She could have said she was exhausted, she had been up for 22 hours, she had eaten nothing. Nadia would have accepted that in front of the others and dealt with her privately. Robin would have had a week. She knew all of that while she was opening her mouth. Wrong about who we're supposed to be fighting, she said. Wrong about whether any of this stops one bulldozer. That woman put her weapon down in the dirt to save a stranger's life, and I've spent 5 years being told that people like her are the problem, and I looked at her through a scope for 3 minutes and I did not believe it anymore. I don't believe it now sitting here. Nadia's face did not change. Something behind it did. I see, she said. I'm not saying I'd go anywhere or do anything. I'm saying I don't believe it. No, you're saying both. Nadia folded the napkin off her knee and put it on the table and lined up its edge with the edge. This has been coming for months. Hasn't it? The hesitation this afternoon wasn't the start of it, it was the end of it. Robin could not deny it because Nadia would know, and Nadia always knew. When did it start? Was it the fiber cut? The substation in March? Nadia tilted her head. Or the man at the pump station last year? Robin saw the man at the pump station. He had been about 60 and he had gotten out of his truck with his hands up and his radio in one hand and had explained to them, quite reasonably, in the tone of a man who fixes machinery, that there were 2 ways to shut down the line and he would show them both if they wanted. And Marta had shot him while he was still explaining. And Robin had gone back to the vehicle and sat in it and had told herself for months that she had done the math on that too. She did not answer. I'll tell you what we have that they don't, Nadia said, and her voice was gentler now, almost warm. We see it plainly. Everybody else knows and looks away, because looking straight at it cost them their life as it cost us ours. You knew that in the parking lot of that school gym. You told me you had known since you were 19 and had never once said it out loud to anybody. She put her hand on the table near Robin, not touching it. This is your family, Robin. 3 people in the world know your real name and they are all sitting at this table. Family. Robin looked at Nadia's hand on the laminate, an inch from her own, the nails cut short and square, and felt the pull of it in her chest like a hook going in, and hated that it worked. There was one road out of this room. Robin took it. If I had it again, I'd fire, she said. Why? Because one person being brave doesn't change what she's part of, and because leaving her alive put the four of you in danger, and because I gave her 3 minutes out of my own head with no information and I got it wrong. She's on the list. She was always on the list. Robin looked straight at Nadia while she said it. Next time I'd fire in the first 2 seconds like Marta. It was ash in her mouth. She delivered it clean. Nadia held her eyes for a long moment and then she smiled. It was a real smile, warm and relieved like weather clearing. Thank you, she said. Simone, your assessment. Robin's hesitation put us at risk and she knows it, Simone said. Her work is the best of any of ours and she's never made a mistake before this one. Do you believe her? There was a small pause. I do, Simone said. Marta. The mission comes first. Marta's eyes came over to Robin and stayed a moment. But she's carried the badge system and the access rules and the whole electronic side of this on her own since the beginning, and none of the rest of us can do it. It was one afternoon. I'd keep her. Robin felt something turn over in her because Marta had never once in 18 months given anybody an inch. She had just given Robin one. The mission first, Nadia said. The ground first. What any of us happens to feel on a given afternoon is a luxury, and we are not people who get luxuries. She looked around the table. Agreed. The mission first, Robin said. Always. Good, Nadia picked her fork back up. Then let's talk about the transport for phase 2. Simone, are the plates clean? Clean and registered to nobody. Marta, the second cache. In the ground and dry. And our documentation. Nothing digital anywhere, Robin said. Paper only and the paper S in the box at the house. Good, Nadia looked at the three of them and her face was open and pleased. We're all right. Nothing that happened today has cost us anything. The water stays in the ground. The water stays in the ground, Simone said. The water stays in the ground, Marta said. Robin opened her mouth to say it with them. The air came out of her lungs to make the first word. She was already thinking about the shower at the house and about sleeping. The shot came with no warning. No change in Nadia's face. No movement Robin's eye caught. The pistol was simply in her hand across the table, and the noise of it in that small concrete room went through Robin's head like something physical. Then Robin was on the floor with the chair under her and one leg of it against her ribs. Cold. The floor was very cold on the back of her head and her arms. She was aware of that before she was aware of anything else. Her mouth was full of something warm that tasted of pennies. It went over her chin and down into her collar. She could not make her chest work. There was no pain anywhere yet. There was only the cold coming up through her shoulder blades and the roar of the air handlers, which sounded enormous now, the loudest sound in the world. Nadia's face came over her. Calm as it always was. The mission comes first, Robin, she said. The ground comes first. She straightened up out of sight and Robin heard her say in a completely ordinary voice, call Wade. Standard procedure and tell him we need the North Dock. Yes, Nadia, Simone from very far away. No shake in it at all. Understood, Marta said. Robin tried to say something. It went out of her as a wet noise and nothing else. The ceiling tiles were moving in a slow circle above her and the recessed lights were pulling into long streaks. She could not feel her hands anymore or the cold or the floor. She thought of the woman standing out in the middle of all that flat open ground in the middle of the afternoon. Gray shirt. Hands up over her head. Back straight. Finding Robin's position across 800 yards of nothing and holding on it. She thought of that woman as the dark came in from the sides and took her.
Chapter 10. You're going to want your hands free, Matt said. Give me the water. Luca gave him the water, and he put both bottles in the side pocket of his pack without breaking stride. They went on up. The canyon came out of the flat about 3 miles south of the road and ran back into the range in a long, crooked slot. There was no path in it. There was loose rock the size of dinner plates lying on rock the size of cars. It moved when she put weight on it. The walls still held the heat from the day before and gave it back at 7 in the morning like a stove somebody had forgotten to turn off. Luca had slept badly in a motel in Fallen with her boots on the floor beside the bed and her phone face up on the nightstand. She felt the bad night in her legs now but tightened her jaw and went on. "There's a road in," Matt said. "You know there's a road in. There's a 2-track that gets you within 1.5 miles and then you walk." Escalante offered. "So why are we walking all of it?" "Because they walked it," Luca said. "Both ways in the dark carrying gear. I want to know what that feels like. I want to know how they felt." Matt didn't argue with that. He came up behind her steady and unhurried, which was how he did everything. He was carrying twice the load she was and not making anything of it. 2/3 of the way up she stopped and turned around, and the whole country opened out behind and below her. She had not seen it from a height before. 2 days on that valley floor, and it had been nothing but a flat brown plate with mountains standing around the edge of it, and from here it was a system. The long pale scar of County Road 214 running dead straight out of the north. The dark burned patch beside it where a truck had gone up. The rocks. The 2 cruisers still where they had stopped, one of them shot to pieces. The tents and vehicles at the junction 3 miles off, small and orderly. The Helios campus away to the east, a gray rectangle of steel and cranes with its own weather of dust hanging over it. And all of it in the opens. There was nothing on that valley floor for a man to get behind. "They picked well," Matt said, coming up beside her. "They picked perfectly," Luca got her breaths. "Every yard of that road is visible from up here, and there's nowhere on it to hide, and it's closed weekends so there's no traffic to complicate anything. They didn't find this place on a map. Somebody stood right here. More than once. That's what I think." They went on. It took them the better part of 2 hours to the top. Special Agent Deke Olson was waiting for them at the head of the canyon with his shirt already soaked through. A big, soft-bodied man in his 50s with a surveyor's tripod on his shoulder and reading glasses pushed up into gray hair. He had driven out of Denver in the middle of the previous night, arrived at 2 in the morning, slept in the vehicle, and been on the ridge since the light came. "Agents Thorne Hope," he put out his hand. "A Special Agent Deke Olson. Thanks for driving all that way." "I'd have flown if anybody had offered." He shook Matt's hand. "It's up here. I've been careful with it, but I'll tell you now, there's not a great deal to be careful with." The ridge itself was a long spine of broken rock with a lip of harder stone running along the north face, and behind the lip the ground fell away a couple of feet into a shallow trough running along the back of it. Somebody had put yellow flags in the ground along it. Luca counted them as she came up. "Four. 4, she said. 4, Olson said. Matt stopped walking. 4 shooters, he said. 4 positions, Olson was careful about it. 4 separate places where a person lay prone for a long time and shot from. I'll say 4 shooters unless somebody or something tells me any different." "Call it as you see it," Luca said. "That's what you're here for." "Then 4 shooters." Special Agent Dr. Priya Rao was on her knees at the far end of the trough with a light in her hand. She stood up when she saw them and came over pulling her mask down. She was small and quick and about 40. Luca knew she had flown out of Washington the night before and come straight from Reno, without going near a hotel. Dr. Rao. Priya, she looked at Luca a moment longer than the greeting needed. You're the one who went out unarmed and saved the woman. I am. A look of quiet respect appeared on her face. Rao nodded as if noting a forensic detail. What have you got? Nothing, Rao said. I want to be exact about it because it's all I have to give you. A whole bag full of nothing. No casings. No boot prints. No food wrapper, no bottle, no tape, no cigarette, no hair. No blood, no chewing gum, no spit. I've been over 60 yards of ground with a light since 5:30, and I have one fiber. Oh, that's it. That's it, and I'm not certain about the fiber. Matt crouched at the nearest flag and looked at the ground and didn't touch it. A clean scene doesn't exist, he said. I've worked scenes where a man wore gloves and a suit and burned the house down afterward and there was still something. That's right, Rao said. There's no such animal. Which is why I want you to understand what you're looking at. This isn't a clean scene. It's a clean scene. Somebody stayed behind and did this deliberately with equipment and gave it time. How long? An hour at least. Probably longer for 4 positions. Luca looked down the trough at the 4 flags. They just shot 3 people, she said. They had a helicopter in the air somewhere south of here and every agency in the state coming. And they knelt down and cleaned up after themselves for an hour. Oh, yes. Oh, that's not nerve, Matt said. That's training. It's discipline, Olson said. Nerve is what you have when it goes wrong. This is what you do when everything is going right and you don't let it make you sloppy. It's rarer. Rao took them along the trough 1 position at a time. The shapes were still there for anybody who knew what to look for, and Luca found that she did. Somebody had raked the ground out, working it smooth, but a person lying prone in one place for hours presses the soil down under the hip and the elbows and the toes of the boots, and a rake takes off the surface and doesn't lift the compression underneath it. Here, Rao said, standing over the second flag. A hip. Both elbows. And that's a boot toe and the other one's there. She was lying at an angle to the lip, which is what you do if you're right-handed and the target is off to your left. Oshie, Luca said. I'm not going to be able to prove that to you. But I've measured elbow to elbow and hip to boot at all 4 of these, and I'll tell you that all 4 people who lay in this ground were on the small side. Under 5'8", every one of them, and I'd say 2 of them are a good deal under. Matt straightened up slowly. Well, he said. Don't build on it, Rao said. It's soil compression and it's been raked. It's an impression, not a measurement. It's the first anybody's given me in 2 days, Luca said. I'll take an impression. At the end of the trough, Rao stopped and put the toe of her boot beside a set of faint parallel scratches in the dirt. That's the rake, she said. You can see the direction they worked in. They started at the west end and they came east, and they went out that way, which is the way down into the canyon you came up. And there's one more piece, and it's the part I like least. Go on. There are boot prints on the exit. Not here, further down in the soft stuff at the head of the draw where they didn't bother because it's all loose scree below it. She looked at Luca. They're on top of each other. All of them. Every print is inside another print. Luca had to think about that for a moment. They walked out in single file, she said. In each other's steps. The whole way down as far as I've followed it. Oh, that's a drill, Matt said. Nobody thinks of that on the day. You only do that if you have it drilled into you every day for weeks, until it's the only way you know how to walk. So you can't count them from the prints. I can't count them, I can't size them, and I can't tell you which way the smallest one was walking. Rao pushed her hair back off her forehead with the back of her wrist. Agent Thorne, I've done this for 16 years. People who kill people are usually in a hurry, and they are usually frightened, and it shows in the ground. There is none of that here. There is no hurry anywhere on this ridge. Agent Olson had his tripod set up at the first flag with a scope on it. He had run a length of orange cord out to a stake at the lip. You want the shooting or the ground first, he said. The shooting. Then come and look through this and I'll talk while you do. Luca bent to the eyepiece. The valley floor came up close and flat and slightly unreal, and centered in the crosshairs was the black hulk of a burned-out pickup truck sitting on its rims beside the road. That's position 1, Olson said. 822 yards to the vehicle. The first round went into the engine block from in front and slightly above, which stopped the truck without stopping the people in it, and that was a choice. 2 more rounds into the cab. Then the man got out on the driver's side and ran and was hit at about 20 yards from the vehicle and hit twice more on the ground. Cole Barrett, Luca said. Oh, yes, ma'am. I've got his name. He was going for the rocks. There's a low ledge just past where he fell, and he was running for it, and his fiancée was already out on that side. He'd have made it in another 4 seconds, Olson said. I've walked it. Did he know what was happening to him? Matt said. He was out of that door and running the right way before the glass had finished coming down. I knew. Matt didn't say anything to that. Luca stayed at the scope a moment longer. Position 2, Olson said. 12 yards east of this one. The same view. That's the one that shot Trooper Kirby, and I want to tell you about the shooting because it's a piece of work. Kirby came down the road at first light, found the woman, and got her behind the rocks. He was out of his vehicle and in the open, and exposed for 9 minutes doing it, and nobody fired. They let him get her to cover, Matt said. They let him get her to cover, and they let him get most of the way back to his own car, and they took him on the return leg at 40 yards. Why? Because of where he fell, Olson straightened up and pointed with 2 fingers. Look at where he's lying. He's out in the middle of everything, in plain view from every direction of approach, and he was in that spot all day. Every unit that came down that road came down it looking at a dead trooper lying in the open, and every one of them had to decide whether to go and get him. And the next man who went to get him got shot, Luca said. Trooper Salas. That's position 3, Olson moved down the trough. 1 round from behind, high in the left shoulder. Now at that range, from that position, with those conditions, that is not the shot you take if you want a man dead. Center of mass is right there, and it's not a hard shot. Whoever fired that round put it exactly where they wanted it. Matt said they wanted him alive. They wanted him alive and screaming on an open channel in the middle of a road nobody could get to. Oh, yes. Nobody spoke. Down the ridge, a raven went off the rocks and out into the air over the valley and hung there without a single wing beat. Luca made herself say it. And position 4. Olson walked down to the last flag and stopped short of it. Position 4 is why I asked for you both up here, he said. Go ahead. Position 4 fired 1 round the entire time. Trooper Sala's that shoulder. Well, that's it. That's all of that shooter's work for 2 days. How many did the other 3 fire? Matt said. 4, 5, and 6. So that one lay up here in the cold for 2 nights and a day and fired once. That's what the ground says, Olsen said. How do you know it's the same shooter that hit Sala's? Angle. Sala's was hit from behind and slightly right, and I can only get that geometry from the east end of this trough. He gestured back along the line of flags. The other 3 all worked from the west and center. Luca looked at the ground at her feet, and then out, and understood exactly where she was standing. Oh, this is the one that had me, she said. Oh, this is the one that had you. How long? Oh, that depends on what you did and when. You'd have to tell me. I put the vest and the sidearm on the ground behind me, Luca said, and I put my hands over my head and I turned and faced this ridge. And I stood there until Tessa Reyes had been carried into the truck and the doors shut. How long was that? Oh, 3 minutes. Give or take. Olsen was quiet. Beside her, Matt had stopped moving altogether. Luca did not look at him because she knew what she would see. Tell us the rest, Luca said. There is nothing else. That's my entire finding. He took his glasses off his head and put them on and then took them off again, which she understood he did instead of saying something. You were in the open, 800 and change, standing still, unarmed, facing a shooter who had already made harder shots than that twice. There was no wind on this ridge that day. I have the flag data from the site and from the airport. The light was behind them. And this position, which had you, and the 2 positions on the west end, which also had you, and the center position, which had you as well, all of them for 3 minutes. And nobody fired. Nobody fired, Olsen said. There isn't a round unaccounted for. I've got every strike on both vehicles, both bodies, the ground, and Sala's, and the count comes out even. Well, they didn't shoot at you and miss. They didn't fire a warning. They didn't fire at all. Matt had walked a little way off along the ridge with his back to them. He stood out there looking down at the road. Luca watched him do it. He had been on that road too. He had been standing beside the armored truck with his hands at his sides and his mouth shut while she walked out into the middle of it, because she had ordered him to. He had done it because she outranked him and because he was the man he was. She gave him a minute and then went over. Oh, Matt, I know what you're going to say. Oh, you don't. He turned around. His face had gone gray under the hat brim, and Matt's face never did anything. I want you to say the number out loud, he said. Which number? 4. There were 4 rifles on you, and every one of them had the shot for 3 minutes, and not one of them took it. He stopped. I stood down there and watched you do that, and I thought there was one. I thought there was one man, and he was reloading, or he'd gone, or he'd lost his nerve. I've been telling myself that since yesterday. So have I. That's not what happened. 4 people watched you stand there and made a decision about you, and they all made the same one, and I don't know what it means, and neither do you. He put his hands on his hips and looked away at the mountains. I don't like this, Luca. No, she said. Neither do I. And that was true. She had not expected it to be. She had come up this ridge thinking about the moment as something she had survived, and now she was standing on the exact ground where somebody had chosen for her, and what she felt was not relief. It was closer to being handled. Somebody had looked at her through good glass for 3 minutes at her face, close enough to see her arms shaking, and had had the rest of her life in their hands and had put it back down. Oh, she had not been spared. She had been let go. There was a difference in it somewhere, and she could not get it to sit still long enough to look at. "They're not finished," she said. "No. If this had been about killing people, they'd have killed 30. There were 40 of us standing in that road by the end of it. They shot 3, they picked every single one of them for a reason, and they went home." "Home," Matt said. "Somewhere. They ate dinner somewhere last night. Someplace not too far away, I think. And they watched television or looked at their phones and then went to bed. Like it was just another day's work." Matt nodded, and she saw the set of his jawline and knew he was as angry as she was. Special Agent Tam Nguyen had set up in the shade of the equipment truck at the mouth of the canyon, which was the only shade anywhere in that valley. And by the time they came down off the ridge, it was after 11, and the temperature had gone past the point where anybody mentioned it. He was young and very neat, and had 3 screens open on a folding table. He had not been to bed either. "A Special Agent Nguyen," Luca said. "Tell me you have something." "I have 2 pieces, and one of them is the reason I stopped sleeping." He turned a screen. "This is commercial. It's not good, and the pass isn't frequent, and there's no military coverage I can get at without a process that takes weeks. But this is the ridge 18 hours before the first shot." It was a gray smear with a lighter gray smear running across it. "Where am I looking?" "There." He put his finger on the screen and moved it slowly. "4. Luca lined ends. 4 dark marks in a line on the pale ground, evenly spaced, moving up the spine of the ridge. "You're sure that's not brush?" "A brush doesn't move between frames. And it doesn't space itself." He tapped again. 10 yards apart. Same interval the whole way. Nobody walks like that." 4 figures 18 hours ahead," Matt said. "They spent the night up there." "They spent the night up there before they ever fired a shot," Luca said. "So this wasn't a car they saw and decided to shoot at. They were in position 18 hours before Cole Barrett ever came down that road." "That's how I read it," Nguyen said. "What's the second one?" "The second is what your trooper called in." He brought up an audio waveform and the transcript beside it. "Sala is on the ground, wounded. He says there's a drone and it's watching him. Nobody believed it at the time. There's a note on the dispatch log that says he was confused." "He wasn't confused," Luca said. "No, ma'am, he was. I've got a 5-second piece of it on the dash camera of Trooper Whitehorse's unit. It's small and it's out of focus, and it is definitely there." He turned the 3rd screen. "That's a commercial airframe with something bolted to it, and it's holding a position over the road, and there's a person within a mile or so of here flying it." Luca looked at the frozen gray shape on the screen for a long moment. "So they were watching," she said. "The whole time." "They were watching the whole time. They watched me put my weapon on the ground." She heard her own voice do something and she stopped and got it back. "They watched Kirby lie in that road for 8 hours. They watched us try to get to him." "Oh, yes." "That's not just cruel," Matt said quietly. "It's evil." Luca stood in the shade with her hands on the edge of the folding table and made herself think it all the way through instead of feeling it. "All right," she said. "Then we know what this was. Somebody put 4 trained shooters on a ridge overlooking a closed road 18 hours before anything happened, killed a man in a truck, left the woman with him alive out in the open where she'd be found, killed the first officer who came for her in a place where his body would stop everyone else, and wounded the second one in a way that would keep him screaming on the radio all day. They filmed it, I assume, since the drone would have had a camera, and they planned it down to the last detail. And when it was done, they cleaned up after themselves for an hour and walked out in single file. That tells us everything except the point of it, Matt said. Luca looked out over the flat, merciless open. I think somebody was measuring us. Measuring us, Agent Nguyen said. Taking our measure. How long we take to get here. Who we send. What we send. What we do when we can't reach a man who's dying. Luca looked out at the road. They now know all of that. They put it all into motion, and then they watched it happen from start to finish. Nobody spoke. And this was only the first, she said. They'll strike again. Not here. This place is burned. They'll strike someplace else. Captain Escalante had come up behind them at some point. He was a compact, weathered man of about 50, with sweat rings under both arms of his uniform shirt. He had been on this ground longer than any of them. You're saying they're going to do it again, he said. I'm saying I can't find a reason to think they're not going to do it again. Luca turned around to face him. Everything about this was practice, Captain, and nobody practices once. Escalante took his hat off and pushed his hair back and put it on again. Then I'd like to know that in writing before lunch, he said, because I've got troopers who have to drive these roads tonight, and right now I'm sending them out in pairs and telling them not to stop for anything, and I'd like somebody above me to have signed off on that. You'll have it in an hour. Well, thank you, he hesitated. Salas is awake, by the way. The hospital called me at 6. He's asking for the woman. Tessa Reyes. He wants to know if she made it. Escalante's jaw moved. Nobody else told him yet. I said I'd rather it came from somebody who was out there. Does he know about Kirby? Matt said. He knows. He was on the radio with him when it happened. I'll do it, Luca said. This afternoon. They worked the rest of it standing in the dirt, because there was nowhere else to work. Deke the vehicles. Luca had the county map spread on the hood of the Suburban with a water bottle on one corner. They walked 3 miles down that canyon carrying cases and packs. They didn't do that for fun. Where did they park? Olson put his finger on the map without hesitating. Here, a network of thin dotted lines running back into a nest of small canyons on the south side. That's the old Pinto Hills workings. Mine roads. There's 40 miles of them in there, and they're none of them on a road atlas, and about half of them are drivable in a truck. You come out of the bottom of that canyon, and you're in them. How far in can a truck get? Matt said. Depends on the truck and how much you care about it. Something with clearance most of the way. Then that's what they were driving. A pickup with a lift on it and dust all over it, same as every third vehicle in this county. And out of there to where? Out to the graded county road, and off that onto US 50, and once you're on 50, you're gone. Get in there today. Take county tactical, take a dog if the sheriff has one, and look for a place where 2 or 3 vehicles sat under cover. Tire tracks, oil, netting anchors, anything. I'll need until dark. Take it, she turned. Damn. The list from Helios. It came in at 4 this morning, Nguyen said. 1,206 names. Shift patterns, vehicle plates, badge numbers, home addresses for the ones who consented. Matt made a small noise. That is a great deal of cooperation, he said. They were very cooperative, Luca said. The site manager called me himself last night to say they'd stay open all night to get it done. Start with anyone who lives within an hour of that road and works nights. And Tam, I want the whole county's tower data for the last month, not the last week. If 4 people walked that ridge 4 times before they did this, somebody's phone was in this valley on days when it had no reason to be. That's a lot of data. It's what we've got instead of evidence. She folded the map. Preya, what do you want? Time in a laboratory, Rao said. I'll drive the fiber to Reno myself and get it on a plane tonight. And I want to come back up here tomorrow with a magnetometer. If they buried anything, or cached anything, or dropped a single piece of metal into a crack in that rock, I'll find it. It's all that's left to try. Do it. Escalante's people were folding the tent at the junction and moving it down the road. The generator cut out. For a moment the whole valley was as quiet as it had been the first afternoon Luca stood in it. Matt came around the front of the vehicle with the water. You want to add the other part, he said. Well, which other one? The one you've been chewing on since Olson said there were 4. Luca looked back up at the ridge, at the little yellow flags along the top of it, which were the only bright color in all that brown country. They knew that road was closed on weekends, she said. They knew a body left in the open would stop us coming up it. They knew a wounded man on a radio is worth more than a dead one. They knew how long our helicopter takes, and they were still on that ridge when it came, and they let it go by. Everything they did knowing something about us. So somebody taught them. Or somebody was one of us, Luca said. Matt didn't answer that. He handed her the water and she drank half of it standing there. It had gone warm in the bottle and she drank it anyway. Up on the ridge, the raven came back and settled on the rocks above the 4th position and sat there. Luca watched it for a while and thought about a person lying in that spot with her face against a rifle, and Luca's whole life sitting in the middle of a glass circle. Whoever you are, she thought, you had me and you put me down. And you are not going to get the same courtesy. Let's go, she said. I want to be at that hospital by 3. Chapter 11. Trooper Ruben Salas was in a room on the 4th floor at Renown in Reno, with his left shoulder built up into a hard white shell and his arm strapped across his chest. He was awake, and the first words out of him when Luca came through the door were not about himself. Is she alive? She's alive, Luca said. She's 2 floors down in this building. Heat injury and dehydration and a broken bone in her hand from the door. They're keeping her a few more days and then she goes home. Salas shut his eyes. He was a big man gone smaller in a bed, thick through the neck and the forearms with 2 days of beard and a plastic clip on his finger. Luca watched his chest go up and down twice before he could get anything else out. I couldn't reach her, he said. I know. I saw where you were. I got about halfway and then I couldn't move, and I lay there listening to her yelling and I couldn't do anything about it. His voice broke in the middle of it and he stopped and got it back, and she could see that it cost him something to do it. How long was she out there? About 22 hours. God Almighty. Luca pulled the chair around and sat down where he could see her without turning his head. Trooper, I want to tell you something and I want you to listen well, because you're going to hear a great deal else in the next few weeks and some of them will be stupid. She waited until he opened his eyes. You went out into open ground on foot for another officer, with no cover anywhere and a rifle on you. Then you got shot and you crawled into a scrape in the dirt, and you stayed in that scrape all day in 104 degrees, and you kept talking on the radio, and every word you said on that radio was about somebody else. I listened to the recordings this morning. You told us where she was. You told us where Trooper Kirby was. You told us there was a drone up. Nobody believed you about the drone, but there was one, and we know it now thanks to you. Salas moved his head half an inch. It was up there. It was up there. We have it on Trooper Whitehorse's dash camera. She let him have a second with that. You were right, and the log says you were confused. I've had that corrected. He looked at the sailing. Dale Kirby had 15 years on me, he said. He taught the block on felony stops when I came through. He used to bring a bag of those cinnamon rolls to the Fallen Post on Fridays because his wife baked them, and he said he'd get fat if he ate them at home. Tell me about him whenever you want. I'll listen every time. Did he suffer? Luca had known that question was coming from the moment Captain Escalante said his name. No, she said. It was instant. I've been over it with the medical examiner, and I'm not saying it to be kind to you. He was walking back to his car, and it was over before he knew anything had happened. Okay, Salas breathed out. Okay. There's one more. Colby Whitehorse. Is he all right? Well, he isn't hurt. He's 26 years old, and he sat behind a shot-out car for 8 hours listening to you, and he thinks he failed you, and he hasn't slept since. He's downstairs in the lobby right now with Agent Hope, and he won't come up because he doesn't think he's earned it. Salas closed his hand into a fist on top of the blanket. You send that boy up here, he said. I will. You send him up here right now, Agent Thorne. I'm going, Luca said and stood, and put her hand on the rail of the bed for a moment because there was nowhere else to put it. Matt brought Trooper Whitehorse up a few minutes later and stopped him outside the door with a hand on his shoulder and said something to him that Luca did not hear. The boy nodded twice and went in on his own. Luca and Matt stood in the corridor and looked at the floor for a while, and neither of them said anything, because through the door somebody had started to cry, and it was not the man in the bed. Tessa Reyes was on the second floor with the blinds half drawn and a plastic cup of ice on the table beside her. She was small and sunburned to the color of brick, and her left hand was in a splint. Her mother was asleep in the chair by the window with her coat over her. Matt stayed out in the corridor with his hat in his hands, because they had agreed in the elevator that 2 federal agents standing over that bed would be too many. Luca sat on the edge of the second chair and kept her voice down. I'm not going to ask you anything today, she said. I only came to see you. Tessa looked at her for a long moment. You're the one who came out to get me unarmed, she said. Oh, yes. I thought you were going to die. I was watching you and I thought, she's going to die and it's going to be because of me, and then I'm going to be out here on my own with 2 of them. Tessa's mouth went and she pulled it straight again. I've thought about that about 400 times since. You did right every minute you were out there. You stayed low, you stayed in the rocks, you didn't run. That's why you're here. I screamed at him. Tessa's eyes came up. The night before. In the middle of the night, I stood up and screamed at that ridge and called him a coward and told him to come down and do it where I could see him. I know. Trooper Salas heard you. Was that stupid? Luca thought about how to answer that honestly, because the woman had been lied to enough that week. It was dangerous, she said. It was also the bravest act anybody managed out there. And Cole would have been proud of it. Tessa Reyes put her good hand over her eyes and cried quietly. Luca sat with her and said nothing else. The motel in Fallen had a parking lot full of contractors' trucks and an ice machine that ran all night. And at 6 the next morning, Luca sat on the end of the bed with her laptop propped on the pillow and called home. Theo's face filled the screen from about 4 inches away, which was how he always started. "Back up," she signed. "I can only see one eye." He backed up. He had cereal in a bowl on the table in front of him, and his glasses were already crooked, and there was a large yellow dog sitting bolt upright beside his chair with an expression of enormous personal investment in the cereal. "The Scout is not getting any of that," Luca signed. Theo looked at the dog and back at the camera and did not commit himself. Nan Petrie leaned into the frame with her reading glasses on a chain. She was not smiling, which she usually was. "Are you okay?" Luca blinked at the screen. "I'm fine," she said. "Why wouldn't I be?" "I saw the video." "What video?" But Nan had already turned her head away and was saying something to somebody out of the shot. Then she said, "He's fed, he's slept, and he did his summer reading log without being asked, which I'm still mighty impressed about. There's nothing here for you to worry about." "Well, thank you, Nan." "Go on then." Nan went out of the shot. "Mom," Theo's hands were going before Luca had finished looking at him. "Nan let me build the ramp in the driveway." "All of it." "It's 4 feet and Scout goes up it." "The Scout goes up a ramp." "He goes up it and he waits at the top and then he comes down." "He likes it." Theo pushed his glasses up. "Josie called me on Nan's phone." Luca sat up straighter. "Josie Hope called you." "She wanted to know if a dog can get vertigo." "I said I don't think so." "She's going to ask her dad." That is exactly the kind of question Josie Hope would call about. "She types really fast," Theo signed with respect. "Almost as fast as me." "When are you coming home?" And there it was. Luca had known it was coming and had still not decided what to do with it. "I don't know yet," she signed. "It's a big one and it's going to take a while. Maybe a couple of weeks." Theo took that straight on and with no drama in it, which was how he took most of it. "Okay. Is Matt there?" "He's right here." She turned the laptop. Matt leaned into the frame with his hat in his hand and signed, slowly and badly, "Good morning, Theo." "How are you?" And Theo laughed his squeaky door laugh, which was a sound Luca would have driven 1,000 miles for. "His hands are getting better," Theo signed to his mother. "I'll tell him you said so." "Don't tell him. He'll get big-headed." "I'm going to tell him." Theo grinned and put his palm flat against the camera, which he had done since he was 4 and had never explained to anybody. Luca put 2 fingers against the screen on her end, as she always did. Then he was gone and the room was just a motel room again. Luca sat with the laptop on her knees for a moment. "He built a ramp," she said. "I heard." Matt was putting his hat on. "Nell wants to know if you're all right. She asked me twice last night and then she asked me again this morning, which for Nell is roughly the same as screaming." "What did you tell her?" "I told her the truth, which is that you're all right and you're annoyed." He held the door. "Come on." They were a few miles down the highway before she remembered. "Nan asked me if I was okay," Luca said. "Then she said she'd seen a video." "Do you know what she was talking about?" Matt nodded. "I just found out myself." She sent me a text about it while you were talking to Theo. So what's this video about? Oh, he said. He got his phone out of his shirt pocket and held it up. Luca looked at the highway and then at the phone and then pulled over onto the shoulder and put the truck in park. They watched it together with the phone propped on the dash between them. Somebody had rested the phone on the hood of an SUV to hold it steady, and the bottom of the frame was black paint and a windshield wiper, and past that the road ran away south with the burned truck on it and the rocks beyond. The picture jumped once when whoever it was leaned in on their elbows, and after that it did not move at all. She watched herself come out from behind the armored truck. She watched herself stop and get the vest over her head and fold it, and put it down on the ground with the belt and the credentials on top of it. She watched herself turn around to face the ridge and put her hands up over her head. There was no sound on it except wind on the microphone, and once, a man's voice a long way off saying something that was not words. And then it just kept going. That was what did it. It kept going and going. Nothing happened, and the small gray figure in the middle of all that ground stood there with her arms up. The wind came across the microphone. Nothing happened. It kept going. Luca watched it and felt all of it arrive at once. The heat coming up through her boots. The sound of her own breathing. The certainty, absolute and physical, that the next event in the world was going to be a noise she would not hear. How her arms had started to shake, and how hard she had worked to keep them up, because putting them down had felt like giving somebody permission. She had not felt any of it at the time. There had been no room for it. It came now in a parked truck on the shoulder of us 50, all of it, and her whole body went through one long shudder from the shoulders down. Matt put his hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? Yeah, Luca dabbed at her eyes with the back of her wrist. I just... Well, he nodded. I get it. Hold me. He got his arm around her and pulled her in across the console and kissed her on the forehead and held on, and did not say anything. She let him... After a while she said, into his chest, because he was half a head taller than her and always had been, has anyone else seen it yet? The video, I means. His chest rumbled with a laugh. Only about 1 million people's. Luca pushed herself back off him and looked up at his face. 1 million. Or 2 million. Or 3, he grinned. It's what the kids call viral, I guess. She stared at him. Then she turned and looked out through the windshield at the highway and the sage and the ranges, and did not see any of it. I'm going to get fired, she said. I'm so getting fired. Luca. God, that was stupid. She turned back to him. It violated Protocol 6 ways, and it probably gives everybody one more reason to blame the Bureau. The director's going to can my butt. Matt chuckled. And such a pretty butt it is, he said. But no, I don't think so. You don't think so? Well, he shook his head firmly. You did something incredibly brave and bold out there, Luca Thorne. And I'm goddamn proud to know you and to be your partner. In both senses of the word. Luca nodded slowly. And that's another reason for them to fire me, she said. Our inappropriate relationship. Matt shrugged. Well, we were partners a long time before we were anything else, so technically. You always see the sunny side. That S cause there ain't no point in looking at it upside down, honey. He grinned at her. I like to keep it simple. Just common sense. Luca wiped her face once more with the heel of her hand, put the truck in gear, and pulled back out onto the highway. The Nevada Highway Patrol post sat on the east edge of Fallon behind a chain-link yard, and Captain Escalante had given her the long room at the back with the whiteboard in it. There were 11 people in it and not enough chairs. Escalante and 4 of his troopers. 2 men from the sheriff's office. A woman from the coroner's office in Reno with a folder on her knee. The battalion chief out of the Fallon fire station, who had asked to come because his ambulance crews had been sent onto that road under fire and he felt he had earned a right to be here. Well, he was right. Special Agent Kevin Diaz was standing against the back wall because there was nowhere left to sit. And at the end of the table, in a pressed shirt with a star on it, a man of about 60 with a white mustache and pale blue eyes who did not get up when she came in. Sheriff Wallace Denning, Escalante said. Special Agent Luca Thorne. Sheriff. Agent Denning looked at her for a moment. You've been in my county 3 days. I have. And this is the first time I've been in a room with you. That's right, and it should have happened Sunday night. Luca set her folder down on the table. That one's mine, and I'm not going to make an excuse for it. Denning's eyebrows went up. Well, he sat back. She gave them the briefing standing at the whiteboard, in order with nothing dressed up. Cole Barrett shot in his truck on Saturday afternoon. Tessa Reyes left alive on purpose, out in the open all night, because she was what would bring the next person down that road. Trooper Dale Kirby shot on his way back to his own vehicle, in a place chosen so that his body would stop everybody else from coming. Trooper Ruben Salas shot once, high in the shoulder from behind, at a range where killing him would have been easier, because a wounded man on an open channel does more work for them than a dead one. Trooper Colby Whitehorse pinned 8 hours and never fired at 4 firing positions along 60 yards of that ridge. 4 people in position 18 hours before anybody was shot. A Hyde raked out afterward and walked off in single file. 1 fiber. 3 boot treads in 3 sizes, all small. The room had gone quiet by the time she finished. That's what I know, Luca said. Hear what I think it means, and you're going to hear a version of it from somebody else by the weekend, so you may as well have it from me. None of that was about the people who were shot. It was about us. How long we take. What we send. What we do when we can't reach a man who's dying. They have all of that now, they paid 3 lives for it, and they will use it somewhere else. Nobody said anything. Then Sheriff Denning folded his arms. Can I ask something, or is this the part where we all write it down? I'll ask. Who put you in charge of my county? The acting director of the FBI. On Sunday morning, on an aircraft in front of 2 other agents, Luca did not move. I'll give you his office number before you leave this room, and I'd rather you called it than sat on it. Well, that's a straight answer. You'll get those from me every time. All right. Then here's the one everybody in that hallway is asking, and nobody's got the guts to say to your face. Denning leaned forward with his forearms on the table. There's a video of you going around the whole country. Federal agent takes off her body armor and walks at a sniper with her hands up. It was on the news last night. My wife watched it twice. I know about the video. Do you know they didn't use Dale Kirby's name? He said it quietly. 26 years that man wore a uniform. He got a woman into cover and walked back to his car, and they shot him in the head, and my sister-in-law couldn't tell you who he was because the broadcast didn't say. But she can tell you who you are. Luca stood at the end of the table and let that sit, because it deserved to. Anything else? Yes, Denning did not blink. I have been doing this 31 years, and I have never known a person do what's on that video who wasn't doing it for somebody to watch. Escalante shifted in his chair. That's not fair. Luca put a hand out and he stopped. It's okay, Captain. He gets to ask that, she said. And I appreciate him saying it to my face instead of into a microphone on the 6 o'clock news. She came around the end of the table so that Denning did not have to turn his head. I watched that video for the first time an hour ago, sitting in a truck on the shoulder of the highway, she said. I didn't know anybody had recorded it. I didn't ask anyone to record it. And it did not enter into any consideration before I did what I did. I did that to save lives. That was my only intention. So no, Sheriff. I didn't do it for anybody to watch. And now that it's out there, I can't do anything about it either. Luca kept her voice level. There are cameras on every dashboard and every vest in this room. That's the job now, and I'd rather there were none, because none of it has anything to do with the work. But I don't get to choose that. I only get to choose what I do while they're running. Denning looked at her. The room was completely silent. Somebody at the back put their hands together. Luca thought it was Diaz. 2 or 3 others went with him before they understood what they were doing and stopped. It lasted no time at all. It changed the air in that room, and it made Denning blink and look at her differently. Said Denning. Is that a question? She asked, pretending that the applause had never happened. That's a man changing his mind, Agent Thorne, which at my age takes a minute. He unfolded his arms. Go on, then. Finish what you came to say. 2 points. First, every time anybody puts a microphone in front of me from now on, the first name out of my mouth is Dale Kirby's and mine won't come up at all. I'll be doing that whether it helps you or not, but I'd rather you knew I was doing it. Denning did not answer that, and something in his face moved. Second, everything I need now is local, and there's not one federal agent alive who can get it. She turned to the whiteboard. There are trail cameras all over that country. Wild horse traps. The guzzlers the wildlife people put in. Ranch gates. Hunters, cameras that go out in August and don't come in until November. Hundreds of them, and everyone belongs to somebody who would never in his life think to telephone the FBI. That's true, Denning said slowly. I want every card. And I want your name on the ask, and Captain Escalante, S, and not mine, because a rancher who shuts the door on me will hand you the card and put the coffee on. You want my deputies knocking doors. I want your deputies and the captain's troopers knocking on doors they've been knocking on their whole lives. Denning sat with it for a while. How many cameras are we talking about? I don't know. That's why I need you. He said again, and this time he almost smiled. All right. It took another hour to give out the rest of it. The cameras to Denning and Escalante together. The timeline to the coroner's investigator. The 1200 Helios names to Diaz with 2 more bodies out of Reno. And the battalion chief got what he had asked for, which was a plain answer about whether his crews would be put on open ground again. The answer was no, not while she was standing there. When it broke up, Escalante came down the room to her. You handled that well. He was right about Kirby. He was. Escalante turned his hat over in his hands. And I'm the one who told him to keep his deputies off that road on the first morning, So he's had 3 days to be angry and you caught all of it. I'd say that's a fair trade for me and a rough one for you. Captain, you were right to keep them off it. I know I was, Escalante said. He knows it too. That's not the same as being able to sit still about it. She took the call standing in the yard with one boot up on the sill of the truck because there was nowhere else to be alone. Agent Thorne. Sir. I've seen it, Isaiah Hale said. Luca shut her eyes. Yes, sir. So has the Deputy Attorney General's office, who called me last night, and the Chief of Staff, who called me this morning before 6. Both of them asked me the same question, which was whether I had put a person out there on purpose. A pause. I told them I sent the best agent available, and that what she did on that road she did on her own, which is true, and which neither of them believed. I didn't know anybody was filming, sir. I know you didn't. That is exactly why it works, and I want to be careful about how I say the next part. Hale's voice did not change at all. I told you on that aircraft that this unit exists because I need a headline. I have one now. I did not make it and I would not have dared to, and I am not going to pretend to you that I'm sorry it exists. There's a trooper in the ground at Fallen and the broadcast didn't use his name. I'll then use it. Every time. His name first and yours not at all until they get tired of asking. He said it immediately before she had finished. That is not advice about handling the press. That is what will let you go on living in that county. I said the same to the sheriff of that county an hour ago. Good, something in his tone shifted. Now the part I'd rather you had from me today than worked out for yourself in 6 months. You have started well. Better than I had any business expecting. And it gets harder every week from here, and not because of the case. Sir. There are people in that building who did not want this unit to exist, and until Sunday they could tell themselves it was an idea I had on paper. It isn't on paper now. It has a face, and the face is yours on television, a dry breath. The taller you walk, the more of them will come at you. And they will not come at the work because the work is good. They will come at you. Your judgment, your experience. Whether a resident agent out of a 2-room office in Wyoming should have been handed an aircraft. I had some of that this morning. From the sheriff at the briefing. Yes, sir. How did it go? He asked me whether I did it for somebody to watch. And what did you tell him? The truth. That I didn't know anybody was filming, that it never entered into it, and that I'd do it again to get a woman off that ground alive. Hale was quiet for a moment. That was the right answer, he said. And I'd like you to remember that you gave it out loud in a room full of men who had already made their minds up, instead of to yourself at 2 o'clock in the morning. Those are not the same. And then it came, as it always came, from underneath and without any warning at all. She had 9 years in and had never worked a homicide until Sunday. There were people in that building in Washington who had run whole divisions before she got out of the academy, and every one of them would have handled this morning better than she had. She had this case because of a telephone transcript from Riverton and a piece of video that strangers were watching for entertainment. Maybe all of them were right about her. Luca stood in a gravel yard in Fallen with her hand around the door frame and let it come, and looked straight at it and waited. And what came up underneath it was her son at a trestled table in an exhibit hall, standing back and making her walk the last of it on her own. He had shown her the too-thick place in the stain himself. Nobody had found it and made him admit it. He had pointed at it and taken the second-place ribbon without a word about it, and gone back the next morning and sanded it and started again. There was going to be a day when Theo Thorne heard, from somebody who was not his mother, that she had been handed the biggest case in the country and had folded because a room full of men decided she was too small for it. "Sir," she said, "go ahead. I can take it." That is easy to say in a parking lot with no cameras on you streaming live and no helicopters, drones and vultures hovering and online mobs baying for your blood. "Then I'll say it again," Luca straightened off the truck. "You told me you'd spend everything you had shielding me, and it might not be enough. I'd rather you didn't spend it yet. Keep it for the day I actually need it, and I'll tell you when that is." There was a long pause on the line. "Agent Thorne, I have been doing this 34 years, Hale said, "and a great many people have told me they could take it." "Yes, sir." Most of them meant it when they said it, though that didn't help them when the mob arrived with pitchforks and torches, a sound that was almost a laugh. "But God help me, I am willing to let you prove it. Call me Friday whether you have anything or not. And if the sheriff of that county or anyone else, including the president himself, telephones my office, I will take the call myself and I will back you, and I will not mention that you warned me it was coming." "Well, thank you, sir." "Don't thank me yet," said Isaiah Hale and was gone. Matt was leaning against the front of the truck with 2 coffees and had been for a while. "Well," Luca took one. "I'm not fired," she said. Matt sipped his coffee. "Figures. How could you be so sure? 'Cause pretty as your butt is, it's your feet that are really indispensable. And your hands." She frowned. "My feet. And my hands. Yup. Kicking butt and taking names." She smiled and sipped her coffee. "Why says?" He grinned. "Born that way, my mama always said." They got in. Out through the windshield, the flat ran away east with the heat already standing on it. "Where to?" Matt said. "The Pinto Hills," Luca said. Olson ran out of light. Chapter 12. "Left here," Luca said. "There should be a fork coming up, and we want the one that looks worse." "They all look worse." Matt took the fork anyway. "How old is this imagery?" 9 days. So there could be a wash across this that isn't on it. There could be a wash across this that isn't on it, Luca agreed, and braced her hand on the door frame as the Tahoe went over something that felt like a curb. They had come into the Pinto Hills from the south at 1:30 in the afternoon, which was the stupidest time of day to be doing anything out here. They were doing it anyway, because Special Agent Deke Olson and a county tactical team had spent all of the previous day working the network from the north end and had run out of light with a third of it unwalked. The mine roads were not roads. They were what was left of roads. Somebody had cut them into these hills 100 years ago to bring ore down to a mill that was no longer there, and since then the weather had been taking them back a foot at a time. There were sections where the grade was still good, and the Tahoe rolled along like it was on a county blacktop. Then there would be a place where a summer storm had taken a whole section of it down into a wash and left a step of broken rock that had to be crawled over in low range. It was 108 degrees. The air conditioning was doing what it could, and the top of the dashboard was still too hot to put a hand on. Luca had the tablet propped against the center console with Special Agent Tam Nguyen's overlay on it, the canyon mouth in green, the ridge behind them in red. The whole spidered mess of tracks in front of them in thin blue lines that split and rejoined and dead-ended in old workings. They came off the bottom of that canyon at about 4 o'clock, she said. Nguyen has the timing. That's 3 miles on foot from the ridge with cases, so call it 2.5 hours, and the ground is loose the whole way. When they got to the vehicles, they were tired. Not too tired to drive out. No, but tired. She traced the blue line with her finger. Here's what I keep coming back to. 3 miles is a long way to carry a rifle case in the dark, and it's a long way to run if something goes wrong. They parked 3 miles out because parking closer meant being seen from the road, and being seen from the road mattered more to them than anything else. Matt drove for a while. Then whatever's out here is where they decided to put it, he said, and not where it was convenient. Well, that's right. So we're not looking for the easiest place to park. We're looking for the least visible one. Her phone went on the console. She had 2 bars, which out here was a gift. She put it on speaker before it could think better of itself. Thorne. Agent Thorne, this is Special Agent Priya Rao. Are you somewhere you can talk? I'm in a truck in the Pinto Hills with Agent Hope and nobody anywhere near us. Go ahead. I have the fiber. Rao's voice came through with a hiss on it. I want to give you the caveat before the results. It is 1 fiber, shorter than an eyelash, and a defense attorney will make me say that in front of a jury about 40 times. Understood. Understood. It's a proprietary blend. There are 3 companies in the world that weave this, and only one of them sells the finished garment in this pattern, which is a broken tan with a gray overlay, and it is not a hunting camouflage, and it is not military issue. It's a commercial product aimed at people who lie still in dry, open country and do not want to be seen doing it. A jacket and trouser set runs about $4,000. Matt looked over at her. How much? He said. $4,000, Agent Hope. For clothing, Rao let that stand. There are 2 more. The dye lot is from a production run of under 600 sets, which narrows it, and this material sheds. That's the good news. It is a hard-wearing outer shell over a loose inner weave, and if somebody wore it on that ridge for 2 days, they have been shedding it everywhere they have been since. In a vehicle. In a house. In a laundry basket. How long does it last? In a carpet. Years. Ma'am, this is Agent Hope. Matt had one hand off the wheel. Would it come off on a car seat? It would come off on a car seat, a couch, a coat hung next to it in a closet, and the inside of a duffel bag. If I can put a vacuum through the right vehicle, I will find you more of it. That's worth knowing. Luca had a notebook open on her knee and was writing while the woman talked. Dr. Rao, can you get me the customer list? Well, I've asked. Their counsel is being difficult about it, and they're a Swiss company, so it will not be quick, and I'd rather you didn't hold your breath. But I'll tell you what I'd want if I were you, and it isn't the list. Tell me. I'd want to know who in the Western United States has bought 4 sets. Luca stopped writing. 4, she said. 4 sets, 1 order, or 4 sets over a few months on the same card or to the same address. That is a very small number of people, Agent Thorne, and it is a much better question than a list of everybody who has ever bought one. Well, that's exactly right. Thank you. 1 more and then I'll let you go. Well, the boot impressions. I have partial tread at 3 of the 4 positions, and it's the same pattern each time, and it isn't a military boot, and it isn't anything from a farm store. Paper moved on the other end. It's an approach boot. Lightweight, sticky rubber, meant for walking a long way over rock without making noise. Climbers wear them. So do people who have to carry weight into places where there is no path. The same size at all three. No, 3 different sizes, all of them small. Which is consistent with what I told you on the ridge and which I still cannot prove. Send it all to Agent Nguyen and put it in the file the same day, Luca said. Everything, no exceptions. Already done, Rao paused. Agent Thorne, you sound like you're being careful about something. I'm being careful about everything. Good, Rao said and was gone. Matt drove another quarter-mile before he said anything. $16,000 in clothes, he said. Just to lie down in. And custom optics on top of it, and whatever the rifles cost. So who's paying? That's a real question, and I don't have an answer to it. Luca watched the country go by. It could be one of them with money. It could be a group with money behind it. Or 4 people who each did without a great deal for a couple of years, because this mattered to them more than anything else in their lives. So which do you think it is? I think it's what it feels like, Luca said. People with a budget waste money. Nothing about that ridge was wasted. These were people with deep pockets. The hills out here had no green on them. They were the color of a paper bag, and they went up in long, crumbling slopes to rims of darker rock, and everything growing on them was gray or the same tan as the ground. Sagebrush and shadskill on the slopes, rabbit brush along the track where the runoff went, and down in the bottoms the black scribble of greasewood. Twice they passed the mouths of old adits boarded over with lumber that had gone silver, with a rusted length of rail still lying in the dirt outside. Once there was a whole stone foundation with a chimney standing on it and a rusted bedstead lying in the sage beside it. Nobody had lived in it since before either of their grandmothers was born. A collared lizard came off a rock in front of the tires and stopped square in the middle of the track with its head up. It was banded black at the throat and had a green-blue wash down its flanks that was the only real color anywhere in that whole basin. It did 4 fast push-ups at the truck, which Luca knew was a territorial display and which looked exactly like a very small man being extremely rude. Then it was gone under the sage. He told us, Matt said. He told us plainly. Higher up, a red-tailed hawk was working a thermal off the rim, going round and round without a single wing beat, holding 4 or 5 square miles under it and spending nothing to do it. Luca watched it through the windshield for a while and thought that it was doing the same job as Nguyen's satellite for free. Luca had grown up in country like this, and it still did something to her every time. It was not pretty. It was not trying to be. It was ground that had never in its history done anything for a person's comfort and was completely indifferent to whether anybody liked it. She had never been able to explain to anybody who was not from it why that was the thing she loved about it. My dad would have known where they parked, Matt said. Would he? He'd have looked at that map for about a minute and put his finger on it. Matt had one wrist over the top of the wheel, and he was reading the ground ahead as he always did. He guided elk out of a camp above 10 Sleep for 22 years. He had a way of thinking about a piece of country that I've never had. He'd say, forget where you want to go. Where does the country want you to go? And then he'd say, so that's where everybody goes, so go the other way. Oh, that's good. He was very good at it and very bad at almost everything else, Matt said with no bitterness in it. He couldn't run a business and he couldn't stay married and he lost the camp in the end. But he could stand on a ridge and tell you where the animals would be at 4 in the afternoon, and he was right. Is that where you learned to shoot? That's where I learned everything. Matt slowed for a step of rock and took it at an angle, and the Tahoe went over it with a bang from underneath. And that's why the ridge bothers me as much as it does. Do you want to hear it, or have you had enough of shooting for 1 week? Tell me. 4 positions spread out along that ridge isn't a firing line, Matt said. A firing line is what you build when you want to put a lot of rounds into one place. This is different. Position 1 is looking straight down at the road where the truck would have to stop. Position 2 is looking at the ground west of the truck, which is where a person would run for the rocks. Position 3 is covering the north end where anybody responding would have to come from. And position 4 is off the east end covering the ground behind all of it. He put 2 fingers up off the wheel and moved them apart. Every one of them can see the ground that the one next to them can't. There's no gap anywhere in it. Nobody could have gotten out of that box in any direction at all. That's what Olson said in more words. Here's the part Olson didn't say because he's a laboratory man. Matt looked over at her. That's a taut layout, Luca. Nobody works that out by themselves off the internet. Somebody stood on that ridge with the 4 of them and walked them through it, and then they built it, and then somebody looked at it and said move 8 feet left. What they had up there was a school. Luca sat with that. And the rest of it, she said. There isn't much more. Only that a school takes a place to hold it in, and time, and somebody who knows the material well enough to teach it. And the 4 of them were not on that ridge learning it. They already had it. They were doing it. Which means they built the school somewhere else and finished it before Saturday. Oh yes. On ground like this, Luca said and looked out at 400 square miles of nothing. Which nobody owns, nobody watches, and nobody drives across from one year to the next. The track climbed a long grade and came out on top of a saddle, and Luca's phone found a bar of service up there, and everything that had been trying to reach her for 2 hours arrived at once, all of it buzzing in against her leg. Pull up, she said. This is the only signal we're going to get. Matt stopped in the middle of the track because there was no reason not to. From up here, the country opened out east and north for 60 miles, range behind range behind range, and the near ones were brown and the ones past those were blue, and the farthest were the color of a bruise where the haze took them. There was not a roof or a pole or a fence anywhere in it. Luca read her messages with the engine running. Olson, she said. They've got the bullets out of the engine block and out of Cole Barrett and out of Kirby. All the same rifling. 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, and it doesn't match anything in the reference collection. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Which he says is not that unusual on its own. She kept reading and then she stopped and read it again. But the bullets aren't factory. They're hand-loaded. Somebody seated those themselves. Matt turned in his seat. Read me his exact words. The projectiles are match-grade hand loads. Consistent weight and seating depth across all recovered rounds. Powder residue is a single lot burn. This is bench work, not a box off a shelf. Matt was quiet for a moment. That's somebody with a press and a scale and a lot of evenings, he said. You don't load your own to save money, whatever people tell you. You load your own because the factory stuff isn't good enough for what you're doing. He looked out at all those ranges. And you don't do it for one job. You work up a load over a year, shooting it and measuring it and writing it down, until you know exactly where that rifle puts a bullet at every distance out to 1,000 yards in every temperature. That's a notebook, Luca. Somewhere there's a notebook. With handwriting in it. With handwriting in it, Matt said. Luca forwarded all of it to Nguyen and put it in the file and set the phone down. They came down off the saddle and lost the signal within 100 feet, and neither of them said anything for a while. They found nothing at the first 2 clearings, and 40 minutes of daylight went into them. The third was a wide place where the track came around a shoulder of hill and opened into a flat under a rim of rock. Matt slowed without being told and stopped well short of it. "Look at where it is," he said. Luca looked. The flat sat with high ground on 3 sides and the rim over the top of it. It could not be seen from the air at any angle except straight down. It could not be seen from the ground until a vehicle was already in it. "Oh, that's it," she said. "Oh, that's it." They got out into the heat and it hit like opening an oven. Luca felt the sweat go on the back of her neck before she had taken 3 steps. The sun came off the pale ground and up under the brim of her hat so that everything had a hard white edge on it. They worked the flat from the outside in, as they had both been taught in different places by different people, walking the perimeter first and looking at the ground before putting a boot anywhere near the middle of it. "Tire," Matt said. It was barely anything. A shallow curve of tread pressed into a patch of harder soil at the north edge, half of it gone. "How wide?" "That's a light truck." He crouched over it without touching it. "Aggressive tread, and it's not new. Half the county drives on that tire. Any second one. Give me a minute." Luca went the other way and found the oils. It was on the flat top of a rock the size of a dinner plate, sunk into the dust beside it, a spot about the width of a quarter with a dry rim and a center that was still dark. She got down on her heels beside it. "Oh, Matt." He came over. "Well, that's a transmission drip," she said. "Look at the color. And this ground is bone dry, and it's 108 degrees, and the middle of that is still wet." "How long?" "Days, not weeks. Priya can tell us." There's the second vehicle. Matt pointed off to the northwest corner of the flat, where 2 faint parallel impressions ran a little way before the ground got too hard to hold anything. "A similar wheelbase." They parked side by side facing out, both of them ready to go. And then Luca found what made the whole afternoon worth having. It was on the eastern side under the rim, a rectangle of ground the size of a door laid flat that was very slightly the wrong color. She stood over it for a long moment before she was sure. Then she was sure because the ground everywhere else on that flat had a crust on it, a thin dark living skin of moss and lichen and whatever else can make a life out here, which takes 40 or 50 years to grow and comes apart under one boot, and this rectangle did not. It was bare and it was loose. It had been dug out and put back. "Oh, Matt." He came and stood beside her, and neither of them said anything for a moment. "They cached something," he said. "They cached something and they took it out again." "How do you know they took it out?" Because if it was still down there, the ground would have settled back level. Luca crouched and held her hand flat an inch over it. "That's crowned. There's more dirt on top than the hole can hold, which is what happens when you take something out of a hole and put the dirt back on top of an empty space. Whatever was in there is gone." Matt looked at the size of it. "That'll take 4 cases," he said. "It'll take 4 cases." So they didn't carry the rifles in. They came out here some other day, well before, and buried them, and then on the day they came in clean and picked them up here and walked. And put them back on the way out. "No," Matt said. "They took everything with them. The hole's empty." Luca stood and turned around slowly and looked at the whole flat, and understood how many times these people had been here. "They've been here more than once," she said. "Well, somebody found this place." Somebody drove out here on a nice afternoon and stood exactly where I'm standing and thought, this will do. They photographed it from every direction and marked it. Luca called it in to Olson and to Hale's office in Washington, in that order, and then in the other order as well so that the timestamps could never be argued about. Then they got back in the vehicle and put the air conditioning on maximum and sat there for a minute without moving, because they had been out in it a long time and both of them had stopped sweating, which was the part that mattered. Matt handed her a bottle of water and made her drink half of it in front of him before he would start the engine. Now, he said, we're going to eat something. Escalante says there's a place at the junction. Escalante has been right about everything so far. The Sage Inn sat by itself where the county road met the highway, a low building with a metal roof and a gravel lot, and a hand-painted sign with a bird on it that had been repainted so many times the bird had changed species. A cardboard star in the window said cold beer, cold air, and the second half of that turned out to be the true half. Inside it was dark and cool and smelled of coffee and frying onions, and faintly of the swamp cooler running flat out in the side window. There were stools at the counter and 6 tables with red vinyl booths along the front. Every foot of wall had something nailed to it. A mule deer mount with a Christmas ornament still hanging off one antler. A plank burned all over with cattle brands. 24 framed photographs of men standing in front of mine headframes in hats that dated them. A Nevada license plate collection running back to the 40s. And a taxidermied jackrabbit with antelope horns glued to its head, which somebody had labeled jackalope on a small brass plaque, and which somebody else had put a party hat on. A ceiling fan turned overhead with one blade slightly out of true, so that it ticked once every revolution. 2 slot machines stood by the door with their lights going and nobody near them. There were 4 people in the place. 2 men off a pipeline crew eating with their hats crowned down on the seat beside them, and their forearms burned 2 different colors above and below the sleeve line. An old man in a booth with a folded newspaper and a mug he was not drinking from. And behind the counter, a woman of about 60 with reading glasses on a beaded chain, iron gray hair cut short, and a name tag that said BEV. She looked at the 2 of them for a moment. "Oh, you're the Federals," she said. "Oh, we are," Luca said. "Sit anywhere." She came out from behind the counter with 2 plastic menus and a pitcher of ice water that clinked the whole way across the room, and put them down at the booth by the window without asking whether that was the one they wanted. "The special's a green chili burger. It comes with hand-cut fries and slaw I make myself on Tuesdays, and I'll tell you now it's the best food in this county and there's nothing else in this county, so that's not the compliment it sounds like." "We'll both have that," Matt said. "Of course you will." She filled both water glasses to the top. "I'll tell you. Please. You want it sweet or you want it right?" "Right," Luca said. "Good." They took their hats off. Luca put hers on the seat and pushed her hair back off her forehead and felt her whole body understand all at once that it was going to be allowed to sit down. Out through the window, the light was starting to go long across the gravel, and the highway ran away north with nothing on it. Bev brought the tea in 2 glasses with the ice cracking in them and set them down and did not go away. "Dale Kirby used to come in here," she said. Luca looked up. "Every Sunday and most Thursdays. Coffee and dry toast because his wife had him on something." Bev had her hands folded in front of her apron. "I saw him the morning before. He had the toast." "I'm sorry," Luca said. "I'm not asking you anything about the case. I know better." Bev straightened a napkin dispenser that did not need it. "I just wanted whoever's doing it to know that he came in here." "Trooper Kirby got a woman into cover before they shot him," Luca said. She was out there all night, and she'd have died that morning, and she's alive now because of him. She's 29, and she runs a body shop in Fernley, and I sat with her yesterday. Bev nodded twice, quickly, and turned around and went to the kitchen. Luca let her go. Matt drank about half his tea in one go. Then he tore the corner off 2 packets of sugar and put both of them in it and stirred, and did not look at Luca while he did it. "Oh, you said right," she said. "I said right for you." The burgers came on oval plates that they overhung on both sides. The chili was still moving on top of the meat, green and dark at the edges where it had caught. The smell came up off it hot and sweet at the same time and made the whole booth smell like somebody's kitchen. The fries had skins on them and had been cut by hand that morning, unevenly, some of them thick as a thumb. The slaw came in a little pleated paper cup and had caraway in it, which Luca had not expected and which turned out to be exactly right. Neither of them said anything useful for a while. Escalante was right, Matt said eventually, with his mouth not entirely empty. Escalante is going to be insufferable about it. The swamp cooler dripped. The ceiling fan ticked. The 2 pipeline men argued quietly about whether a transmission was worth rebuilding, and one of them said something that made the other one laugh so hard he had to put his fork down, and the old man with the newspaper turned a page and drank nothing. Then Matt put his burger down. "Why did they let you live?" "That's the question I go to sleep on." "I know. What do you think?" Luca ate a fry and thought about how to say it plainly. "I think one of them couldn't do it," she said. "That's all. I don't think it was mercy, and I don't think it was a message, and I don't think it was tactics, because tactically it was a mistake and they know it. I think there were 4 people on that ridge and 3 of them would have shot me and one of them had the gun. Then they're not all the same." "No, they're not," Luca put the fry down. "Everything we've found so far says they're identical. Same training, same layout, same gear, same discipline, 4 for 4. That's the one line in the whole file that says they're 4 separate people who can disagree with each other." She looked at the window. "It's the only crack in any of it, and I don't know yet what to do with it." Her phone buzzed on the table. Then it buzzed again. Then Matt's did. Luca turned hers over. It was the Bureau's overnight summary, the digest that goes out to every field office in the country and that almost nobody reads all the way through. There was a line in it that Special Agent Tam Nguyen had highlighted in yellow and forwarded at 4 minutes past 8 in the evening with nothing written above it. Luca read it twice and put the phone flat on the table. "Read that," she said. Matt read it. 2 days ago in the late afternoon, on a state highway in Juab County, Utah, a woman named Dorothy Pace had been shot and killed at long range while driving alone. She was 61. She had run a feed store in a town of 1,500 people for 30 years. There was no suspect, no motive, no vehicle, and no witness. The local sheriff's office had initially worked it as a stray round from a hunter. 2 days in, they had recovered one fired cartridge case from high ground 400 yards south of the road. 400 yards, Matt said. 400 yards and a casing. That's not them. They don't leave brass. No, Luca said. They don't. She sat looking at the phone. What are you thinking? Matt said. I'm thinking 3 and 2 of them cancel each other out. Luca counted them off on the table with a finger. 1. It's a different distance, it's a different kind of victim, it's a different state, and there's a casing on the ground, and every single one of those says it isn't them. 2. It's a woman alone on an empty road in the middle of the afternoon in a county with nothing in it, which is exactly what Saturday was. 3, she stopped. 3. 3 is that a casing on the ground is either a mistake or it's left on purpose because it makes people say it isn't them. Matt sat back. Ask them for the bullet, he said. Luca looked at him. The rifling, she said. They've got a casing and they'll have a bullet or a fragment out of her or out of the car. If the rifling on that bullet is 6 and right hand and matches nothing, the same as ours, then I don't care what state it's in. Call it in, Luca said, and was already scrolling for the number. And everybody I tell is going to say it's a coincidence, and they'll be right about 90% of the time when they say it, because coincidences happen every single day and this country is full of people getting shot. And the other 10%. The other 10% is a feed store owner in Utah. Bev came past and took the plates and looked at the two of them with their phones out and their food half gone and said nothing, and filled the tea anyway. Luca found Special Agent Deke Olson's number and put the phone to her ear. It rang twice. Olson. Agent Olson, it's Luca Thorne. Where are you? Sitting in my vehicle at the command post with the dome light on and a laptop on my knees. I'm going to make that worse. Can you write? Go ahead. Juab County, Utah. Tuesday afternoon, a woman named Dorothy Pace, a civilian 61 years old, shot and killed at about 400 yards while she was driving alone on a state highway. Luca had her own notebook open and the pen already in her hand. The Juab County Sheriff's Office has the case. They've recovered one fired cartridge case off high ground south of the road. I want you to call them tonight. For the casing. Not for the casing. For the bullet. It's out of her or out of the car, whatever they've got, and I want it in your hands tomorrow. There was a pause on the line. You want me to make that call myself, Olson said. I want the man who's going to put it under the comparison microscope to be the man who asks for it. If it goes through a mailroom, it gets a case number on Monday, and it arrives in a week in a bag with somebody else's handwriting on it. That is true, and I wish it weren't. Paper moved on the other end. What am I comparing it against? 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, matching nothing in the collection. And hand loads. And if it's the same rifle, then it stops being Utah's case, Luca said. Call me either way, Agent Olson. Well, tonight,
Chapter 13. Cluster 9 is running warm, Nadia Kessler said. 4 degrees over on the return air, and it's been climbing since midnight. Simone confirmed. Simone Egger had it up before Nadia finished speaking. Confirmed. Return air on 9 is at 79 and rising. It's the 3rd cooling unit in the row. The variable speed drive is throttling itself back, and I don't know why yet. Take it off and put the standby in. Switching now, a pause. Standbys online. Airflow is back inside tolerance. Then log the drive as a warranty item and put it on the morning handover for the mechanical contractor, Nadia said. I want it written up as a manufacturer fault with the serial number on it, and I want them to have it before their foreman gets in at 6. Writing it now. Marta Vey spoke from the far end of the room without turning around. Filters in row 4 are done. All 12. I've got the old ones bagged and the sheet signed. Good. The commissioning building stood on the north edge of the campus. Inside it, the air handlers were loud enough to talk over. The 3 of them worked at a bench along the wall with 6 screens on it, and past the glass partition, the cabinets stood in rows going away into the dark with their status lights on, thousands of small green points in the black, and every one of them drawing water out of the ground under this county to keep itself cool. This was the real work. They did it properly. Nadia had built the cover by making it real, which was how she built everything. There was no story to tell because there was nothing to tell a story about. 4 women came on at 11 at night and went home at 7 in the morning and ran the site for a data center under construction and ran it better than the last people had. They worked in the one part of the campus with no cameras in the corridor. Their work required them to be awake when everybody else was asleep and to hold keys and passwords to every door on the site. Nobody questioned the hours. Nobody questioned the badges. Nobody had ever once asked why the site lead had hired 4 strangers in the same month and put all of them on nights. And 4 on, 3 off meant that for 3 days out of every 7, the 4 of them were not where anybody expected them to be, and no person on this campus or in this county thought that was worth a single thought, because a shift pattern is a shift pattern. The paper underneath it was the expensive part. The house outside Fallen was leased in a name that none of the other 3 had ever heard, and so were both trucks and the account that paid for them, because paper wants a real person behind it, and Nadia had kept one back for exactly that purpose. Nadia Kessler had a Nevada license, a work history, a credit file, and a dental record, and had not existed before the spring of last year. The woman who had existed before that had not been used for anything in 7 years except signing. Nadia checked the clock on the wall. 20 past 2. Dana Rourke would be on site at 3. Simone, when you finish the drive report, take the badge audit for the week and close it out. That was Robin's, and now it's yours. It's going to take me until the end of the shift. Then it takes you until the end of the shift. Simone did not say anything to that. The absence was a practical fact, and it sat on all 3 of them every night. They had each had their half of the work, and it had fitted together without anybody having to talk about it. Marta took the mechanical side, the cooling and the plant and anything with a moving part in it, which suited her because it could be measured and it did not have opinions. Simone took the servers and the tickets and everything that had to be written down for somebody else to read. Nadia took the rest. Robin Aylward had run the badge system, the access rules, the network, and the whole electronic half of this site. She had done it well. She was not here. Her work had come to Nadia and to Simone in pieces, and both of them were slower at it than she had been, and the shift now ran an hour long every night to cover the difference. It was inefficient. That was all it was. Nadia had made a decision at a table in this building, and this was the cost of the decision. The cost had to be paid down, which was why she had made the call on Tuesday. At 2:30, she said, "Break. 20 minutes. Then we do the candidates." The break room had a laminate table, 4 chairs, a corkboard with a safety notice and a pizza coupon on it, and a vending machine that had been unplugged since April. Marta heated the containers from the house. Simone made coffee. Nadia had a protein shake she measured out of a tin and drank it standing up. She put the tablet on the table. Dana Rourke, 31. Read it and give me something. Simone picked it up first. Grew up north of the flats. Family ran cattle on 4,000 acres that her mother sold off in pieces after the wells went bad. She scrolled. 2 years at the university in Reno, no degree. Certifications instead, networking, fiber, industrial control systems, every one of them earned at night while she was working days. That's not a person who was handed anything. Where is she now? Employed by the structured cabling contractor on this campus. She has personally pulled and terminated most of the fiber in the building we're sitting in. Simone passed the tablet across. She has a live badge and a background check that Helios already paid for. Marta read it with her hands flat on either side of the tablet. No husband. No children. Brother in Elko who doesn't speak to her. Mother in a care home in Winnemucca and a bill every month that she pays. She turned the page. And she has spoken at every county water hearing for 2 years. Every single one. There's a list. There is. You've had her a while. 18 months, Nadia said. I heard her speak in a school gymnasium in Fallen in March of last year. She went 19th. She did 4 minutes of math on acre feet and drawdown in front of 90 people without a note in her hand, and she finished by saying the basin would be finished inside a human lifetime, and she would like the record to show that she had said so. Nadia rinsed the shaker in 2 brisk movements and set it upside down. Nobody clapped. They thanked her for her comment and called the 20th speaker. 10 days later, the board approved it, unanimous. She has been back to every meeting since. Marta put the tablet down. Replacement for Robin, she said. The name sat in the room. Potentially, Nadia said. Technical assessment tonight. Nothing else tonight. And then she does the job until she is good at it and knows she is good at it, which takes about 2 months. Then the talking, which takes the longest and cannot be hurried, because she has to say the first true sentence herself, and I will not put it in her mouth. Then the ground and what is being done to it, and what has been tried and failed. Then what is left after that? Nadia set the shaker down. The same as we did with each of you in the same order, and it took a year for every one of you. Nobody said anything else about Robin. There was nothing useful to say, and none of them were sentimental, and sentiment was expensive and slow and had already cost them 1 person. A year was the correct answer, and Nadia knew it was the correct answer, and she also knew that phase 2 was 19 days out and that she was going into it 3-handed. Both of those were true at once. She had been turning them over for a week and had not found a way to make them agree. She was not going to hurry a recruitment to make them agree, because hurrying a recruitment was how a person ended up with somebody like Robin at the wrong end of a rifle. At 20-3, the monitor on the end of the bench put up the feed from the south gate on its own, as it did for any vehicle that stopped at the boom after midnight. A dusty white pickup sat at the barrier with its window down and its arm out, and Wade Pruitt came out of the guardhouse with a flashlight and took the license and went back in with it. Nadia watched the screen until the boom went up. At 10-3, she went out to meet her at the gate. On the way across the yard, in the 60 seconds it took, she changed. She did it consciously and had done for years. The shoulders came down. The jaw loosened. A pleasant, slightly harried expression came onto her face, the face of a woman working a night shift. By the time she reached the guardhouse, she was somebody else entirely. The change had cost her nothing. Dana Rourke was standing under the light in a work fleece with a lanyard still around her neck, holding a paper cup of gas station coffee. She was tall, close to 6 foot, and built like a woman who had spent 15 years carrying weight-up ladders, heavy through the shoulders, with a rope of muscle down each forearm. Sandy hair going gray early at the temples, cut short and pushed straight back off her face. There was a hard hat line burned across her forehead, white above it and red below. She had a long jaw and pale eyes with no color in them to speak of. She looked at Nadia the whole time she was walking toward her, which most people did not do. It was her hands that Nadia looked at longest. 2 split knuckles, 1 nail gone black, a shiny puckered burn on the back of the right one, and a thin white scar running down the meat of the thumb. They were not a young woman's hands. Dana Rourke was 31. Ms. Kessler. Nadia. Thanks for coming out in the middle of the night. I work nights anyway. I've worked nights since I was 22. She fell into step. Your email said a technical assessment. I'd like to know what I'm being assessed on. The system that decides which badge opens which door on this campus. If you take the job, you'll own it. That's it. That's it, Nadia said. There will be close to 900 readers on this site when it's finished. The person who ran it left. They went in through the badge lobby. Nadia walked her through it one step at a time, the card at the outer reader, the man in the guardhouse looking at the screen, the second reader on the inner door, the log entry appearing on a monitor with her name on it 4 seconds later. Dana watched the monitor rather than the door. Every card, every reader, both ways, she said. Both ways. It's the most complete record of anything on this campus. Then it's the first place anybody will look when they want to know where somebody was. That's exactly what it is. Inside, the noise of the air took over. They came down the corridor past the glass, and Dana slowed without meaning to, and looked out at the rows going away into the dark with their green lights. How many cabinets in here when it's done? 1,200. And every one of them running 24 hours. Everyone. Dana said nothing else about that, but Nadia watched the side of her face while she looked out through the glass. She had said basin back at the gate. Not aquifer. Aquifer was the word in the permit, and it was the word the engineers used, and it meant water under the ground. Basin was what a person said when they meant the country they were standing on, all of it, the ranges and the flat and the water together. Nadia had been listening for that word for 2 years and had heard it out of about 4 people. She liked that Dana had said basin and not aquifer. It was the exact word for what she meant. Nadia liked exactness. Nadia put her with Simone. That was the test. Simone Igor had a way of asking questions that sounded like conversation and were not. She had done this 3 times before and was good at it. For 2 hours, Dana Rourke worked the badge system with Simone beside her. Nadia sat at the bench with her back to them and did her own work and listened to every word. Dana was fast. She read the schema in about 10 minutes, asked 3 questions, and after the 3rd one she stopped asking and started telling. She found a group policy that had been copied twice with different names, which nobody had noticed in 4 months, and she found it because she had gone looking for exactly that without being asked to. Who set this up? She said at one point. An engineer who left, Simone said. She was good, Dana kept scrolling. This is somebody who knew what she was doing and knew nobody was ever going to check her work, and did it properly anyway. There aren't many of those. At 5 o'clock, Nadia said, break. Break room, everyone's. Marta was already at the table when they came in. Nadia made a second shake she did not want and let the room settle. Then she began. Impressions of the site. It's clean, Dana said. The cabling's better than anything I've worked on, and I say that having pulled a lot of it, so take it for what it's worth. The cooling design is careful. Whoever laid out the containment knew what they were doing. She put her cup down. That's the good half. What's the other half? Dana looked at her for a moment, deciding something. It's the most efficient machine I've ever stood inside for turning water into nothing. Marta's head came up half an inch. Simone stayed still. Go on, Nadia said. It's evaporative cooling. That's a very good design, and it works by putting water into the air, and the water comes out of a basin that fills at the speed rain falls on a desert, which is to say it doesn't. Dana's voice had gone flat and even, the voice of somebody who has said it many times to people who were not listening. I've read the application. I've read the hydrology, all 1,500 pages of it, which I'd bet the board didn't. At the rate in that permit this basin is done inside my lifetime, and my mother's care home is 40 miles from here, and everybody who lives out here is going to be gone before the last cabinet comes off warranty. When did your mother's place sell? Nadia said. The change of direction landed as it was meant to. Dana blinked once and took a second, and then went with it with no complaint in it, which told Nadia more than the answer did. The last piece went 4 years ago. The wells had been going for a while before that, and my mother held on longer than she should have. Dana turned the cup on the table. She's in the home in Winnemucca now, and she asks me about the cattle. I've stopped correcting her. It's easier for both of us. I'm sorry. Everybody is. That's a strong position for somebody who is paid by the contractor building it, Simone said. I'm aware. Does that not sit badly? It sits badly every single day, Dana said. I pull fiber for them because it pays for the care home. That's the arrangement. I'm not proud of it, and I'm not going to pretend to you that I am. Nadia let a beat go by. Why do you keep going to the hearings? She said. You've been to all of them. Nothing has changed. Dana's face closed for a moment. Then she answered. Because the record outlasts them. When this basin's dry and everybody's gone and somebody finally asks how it was allowed to happen, there'll be a transcript with my name in it, and it'll say that somebody stood up and said so at the time. She stopped. That's not much. I know it isn't much. No, Nadia said. It isn't much. Well, Dana turned the cup on the table. It's what there is. Nobody spoke. The air handlers went on through the wall. Go and finish the group policy work with Simone, Nadia said. We'll talk at 7. When she had gone out, Nadia looked at the other two. Simone. Technical ability is well past the requirement. She's better than the job I'm offering her. Simone had her hands around her coffee. And she went looking for that duplicate policy on her own. Nobody told her to. She wants to know how it's put together. Marta. The anger's there, Marta said. It's underneath and it's controlled, and she's had it a long time. That's the same as the rest of us, she thought for a moment. She also just told a room full of strangers that she takes money from people she despises. That's either honesty or it's a person who stopped caring what happens to her, and I don't know which yet. Neither do I, Nadia said. Do we take her? Yes, Simone said. Yes, Marta said. At 7 o'clock the shift ended, and the day people started coming through the gate. Nadia walked Dana Rourke back out through the badge lobby into a morning that was already too bright and starting to be hot. They stopped by the trucks. The job's yours if you want it, Nadia said, and said the number. Dana did not react to the number, which was informative. That's 40% more than I'm on. It's what the role pays. And it's nights in a building with no windows, working for a woman who ran 2 of her people at me for 6 hours to see what I'd say. Dana pulled her keys out. I'm not complaining. I'd have done the same. I'd just rather we both said it out loud. Then we've both said it. Dana stood there with the keys in her hand and did not get into the truck. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. I've worked 40 sites in 12 years, Dana said. 4 women on permanent nights in the one building on a campus with no cameras in the corridor. I've never seen that anywhere once, ever. And that whole conversation in the break room, the water, the hydrology, why I go to the hearings. She looked at Nadia directly. None of that was about badges. Nadia held her eyes and let a moment go past. No, she said. It was. So what was it about? I look for 3 qualities in a person, and technical ability is only the first of them, Nadia said. The second is that they think about something bigger than the shift. The third is that when they say they will do it, it is done, and I never have to ask twice. That's 3 qualities in a badge technician. It is. And the rest of it? That's a conversation for another time, Nadia said. When you've been here a while, and I know you better than I do tonight. It was not an answer, and both of them knew it was not an answer. Nadia watched to see what the woman did with that. Dana had the truck door open and did not get in. I'm 10 minutes from here and I've got coffee that isn't out of a gas station, she said. You've been up all night the same as I have. You're welcome to come and have some. Nadia let a second go by, which was for form because she had already decided. All right. Behind her, at the door of the building, Simone had come out with her bag over her shoulder and was standing in the gravel watching the 2 of them. Nadia met her eye across 40 feet. Then she turned and walked to her own truck. Dana Rourke lived in half a duplex on the east side of Fallen, with a chain-link fence around a yard of gravel and a swamp cooler on the roof running already at 7:10. Inside it was 2 rooms and a kitchen. It was klein. A recliner. A television that was not plugged in. A rifle in a soft case standing in the corner behind the door, which Nadia noted and said nothing about. And along one whole wall, on a length of shelving made out of scaffold board and cinder block, 40 or 50 black binders in a row with years written on their spines in marker. Nadia went and stood in front of them while Dana made the coffee. Those are the hearings, Dana said from the kitchen. All of them. Every one since the first application. Transcripts, exhibits, the hydrology, the comment periods, the appeals, and my own copies of everything I ever submitted. A cupboard opened and closed. I get them printed at the library. It costs me about $40 a month, and I've never once been able to justify it to myself. You don't have to justify it to me. That's a new experience. Nadia took one down and opened it. The margins were full of handwriting, small and square, and going right to the edge of the paper. It was not commentary. It was math. The woman had checked their numbers, line by line, for 2 years and had written her own totals in the margin beside theirs, and where the 2 did not agree, she had drawn a box around the difference. She put it back exactly where it had come from. Dana came through with 2 mugs and gave her one and did not sit down. Go on, she said. Go on with what? You drove out here at 7 in the morning after a night shift with a woman you interviewed 6 hours ago. You're not lonely and you're not bored. So say it. Nadia put the mug on the shelf. This was the point in it that she had been at before, 4 times, and every time she had made the same assessment, and the assessment had been correct every time. Attraction was a tool, the same as anything else was a tool. It made a bond, and a bond made loyalty, and loyalty was the only currency this work ran on. It was also the fastest route she had ever found into what a person was actually made of, because people can hold a position all day in a break room and cannot hold one for very long afterward. Robin had never gone anywhere near it. Robin had come to her out of a school gymnasium and had stayed for the math and for being told she was useful and had needed nothing else, and had died at a table with a fork in her hand because of that. I look for 3 qualities, Nadia said. I told you what they were, and I meant all of them. And you're right that this isn't an interview any longer, and I'd rather say that out loud than let you work it out later and wonder what I was doing. So what is it? It's the beginning of something, and I don't know yet what the size of it is. Nadia looked at her steadily. I'm not going to tell you a story to get through the next hour. If you want me to leave, I'll finish the coffee and go, and the job's still yours and nothing changes. Dana Rourke looked at her for a long moment. Then she reached past Nadia and switched off the lamp on the shelf, which was the only light on in the room. The morning came in white and flat around the edges of the blind. I've never failed an evaluation yet, she said. My standards are high. I'm counting on it. Afterward, with the swamp cooler going on the roof and the light through the blind gone from white to gold, Nadia lay on her back with her arm over her eyes and did the assessment properly, as she did everything. The anger was real, and it was old, and it was underneath everything, exactly where it needed to be. The intelligence was better than her own in the one area that mattered. She was physically strong, and she did not frighten. She had spent 2 years doing math in the margins of a public record that nobody was ever going to read, which meant she had been waiting for years for somebody to tell her there was something else to do. 19 days was not long enough to bring her all the way. It was not close to long enough. But Phase 2 did not need 4. Phase 2 needed 3 who were exact. And what came after Phase 2 would need somebody who could take a badge system apart, and by then Dana Rourke would have been on nights in that building for 6 weeks, and by then she would be ready. Nadia would be there.
Chapter 14. The wall in the Reno office was 12 feet of butcher paper with everything they had on it. Luca had been standing in front of it for most of an hour without writing anything down. 6 days. On the left was the road, drawn to scale in her own hand because the printed maps had all been wrong about the culverts. Red marks along the ridge for the 4 positions. A blue mark where Cole Barrett's truck had stopped and another where he had fallen. A blue mark for the rocks. Blue for Trooper Dale Kirby in the open where he had lain all day. Blue for Trooper Ruben Salas in his scrape. 2 more where she and Matt had stood, which she had put on the wall herself. In the middle was the evidence. There was not much of it. 1 fiber. 4 bedding impressions in raked ground. 3 partial boot treads in 3 sizes, all small. Bullets that matched no rifle in the reference collection, hand-loaded by somebody with a press and a scale and a great many evenings. A satellite frame showing 4 marks in a line at 10-yard intervals. A drone on a dash camera. An oil drip on a rock in the Pinto Hills and a hole in the ground the size of a door laid flat. On the right was the list of what they had ruled out. It went on for 4 feet. Every rental agency within 200 miles. Every traffic camera on every road out of that county for 12 hours after the shooting. Every hunting outfitter, every long-range shooting club, every competitive rifle match within a day's drive that had a membership roll. 240 of the 1,206 Helios names, worked through in 11 days by Agent Diaz and 1 more body out of Reno and by Tam Nguyen, who had stopped pretending he was going home at night. Luca's desk had gone the same road all desks go down. Cubs. Foil wrappers. A folder that had been opened so many times the corner had furred. Her notebook was open to a page where she had written a list of questions 11 days ago. She had answers to 2 of them. Her phone rang at 20 past 11. Thorne. It's Olson. You'll want to be sitting down, and then you'll want to stand up again, because it isn't what either of us wanted. Go ahead. I have the Utah bullets. Paper moved. It came out of the door pillar of the vehicle, not out of Dorothy Pace, which is the only good news in this call, because a bullet out of a door pillar is a bullet that has not been through a person. It's a fragment. About 2/3 of the jacket. And weight is consistent. The construction is consistent. It's a hand load, Agent Thorne, and I'll put that in writing tonight. The seating and the crimp are the same style of work as ours, and the powder residue is a single lot burn, the same as ours. He stopped. And I cannot call it. Why not? Because the 2/3 I have is the wrong 2/3. It went through the pillar edge on, and the bearing surface is gone. There is no readable rifling on this fragment, and there never will be. I could put it under the comparison scope for a year, and I would still have to write down inconclusive, and if I wrote down anything else, a defense attorney would have my license for it. Luca stood with the phone against her ear and looked at the wall. Deke, if you were talking to me and not to a report, what would you say? If I were talking to you in a bar, I would say it is the same shop, Olson said. Same bench, same process, same habits, and I have seen enough hand loads in 30 years to know that people load the same way every time. But that is a feeling, and I am not paid for my feelings. On paper it is class consistent and individually inconclusive, and Section Chief Amory will read that sentence and stop at the last word. He will. I'm sorry. Don't be. You did what I asked and you got the only answer there was, Luca said, then rubbed her eyes. Write it up straight. Don't soften it and don't strengthen it. It'll be with you by mornings. Matt came in at midnight with 2 paper bags and put them on the corner of her desk. When did you last eat something that wasn't out of a machine? Luca had to think about it, which answered him. Sit down, he said. It was fried rice and something saucy with chicken in it from the place 2 blocks down that stayed open. It was too hot and too salty, and it was the best food she had eaten in a week. She had not known she was hungry. She sat with the container in one hand and ate standing up until Matt pulled a chair around and pointed at it. Olson called, she said. I know. He called me after because he thought you'd take it badly and he wanted somebody to check. Well, that's irritating. He was right, though. He was right, Luca put the container down. A class consistent. Individually inconclusive. Which means Utah stays Utah's, and I have a feeling and a fragment. Matt ate for a while. Rentals came back, he said. There's nothing. I went out 200 miles in every direction, and there's not one vehicle rented in that window that ends up anywhere near that county. And Tam.'s done the cameras twice. They used their own trucks. They used their own trucks and they live somewhere and they went back to it. He put his fork down. 4 people carried 4 rifle cases 3 miles down a canyon in the dark, drove out of the Pinto Hills, and then stopped being anywhere at all. People can't do that. Somebody's mother notices. Somebody's boss notices they didn't come in. Unless nobody was expecting them anywhere, Luca said. That's a thin place to build on. It's the only place I've got that doesn't require them to be from out of state, and if they're from out of state, then everything about that road stops making sense. They ate without saying much more. Out through the window, the lights of the city ran west toward the black shape of the mountains, and somewhere out past all that, 11 miles of closed county road sat in the dark with a highway patrol unit at each end of it. Hale called at 9:30 the next morning. Luca knew from the first word that something had changed. Agent Thorne. Sir. Where are you? Reno office. There's a wall in front of me with everything on it. How many names off that list? 260. Out of 1,200. Out of 1,206. And a suspect. No, sir. A vehicle. No. Anything at all that would let me stand in front of a microphone and say the word progress without lying. Luca looked at 12 feet of butcher paper. No, sir. All right, she heard him move something on a desk. Then I'm going to tell you where we are, and I'd rather do it in one go than let you find it out in pieces. Go ahead. You saw what the president said last night. I saw it. She had watched it standing up in a motel room and fallen with the sound low, because Matt had called her and told her to put the television on, and she had wished afterward that she had not. 11 days, the man had said. 11 days and 3 people dead in the desert, and the Bureau has not arrested anybody. Then he had gone on about the Bureau in general. Then somebody in the control room had put her video up behind him while he talked. Not all of it. Well, the 8 seconds. A small gray figure with her arms up. That's what they do now, the president had said. Take their vests off for the cameras. Save cats out of trees. I want to know how much of it you've read since, Hale said. Well, none of it. Good. Don't. But you need to understand what it did. He was not unkind about it. Until last night, that video was a piece of film that people were moved by. Since about 11 o'clock last night, it is a piece of film that people are angry about, and it is the same film. Yes, sir. So, Rao goes back to Quantico on Monday. The laboratory has 40 open matters, and I cannot hold a senior forensic scientist in a motel in Fallen on a case with no suspect. And if I do, I'll be feeding fuel to the engine of the people who already want this unit closed. Luca had known that was coming, but it still felt like a blow. And Nguyen. Nguyen goes back to Salt Lake at the end of the week. A pause. Olson stays until the Utah fragment is written up, and then he goes home to Denver. And if you need him again, you will have to tell me why. Understood. You keep the case. You keep Agent Hope. You keep the aircraft on 12 hours notice, and you keep my telephone number, and nothing I have just said is a criticism of your work, which has been better than the people around me believe. His voice did not change. But I told you on that aircraft that this unit exists to take on a case and close it in days. It is day 11. That's weeks, not days. I am now being asked, by people who are entitled to ask, what the difference is between my flying squad and a resident agent with a rental car. Sir, I'm not finished. There is a version of this conversation that a lot of men in my position would be having with you right now, and it ends with me putting somebody senior on top of you and moving you sideways, and I want you to know that I have been offered that twice this week and turned it down both times. A pause. But I'm not going to lie to you either. You either step up and give me something, or you step aside and let me put somebody else in it. Those are the 2 options. There isn't a third. Luca stood in front of the wall with the phone against her ear and found that she was not angry. How long have I got? I don't answer that question because the moment I do, you stop working the case and start working the calendar. Hale's tone did not move an inch. Work it. Call me when you have something. Yes, sir. Now the last part, and this is in order. Hale's voice changed very slightly. Oh, it's Thursday. I don't want you in that building again until Monday morning. Oh, sir, that's 3 days. You have been on a scene for 11 days and you are about to make a mistake, and it will be a small one and it will cost you a great deal more than a weekend. A breath. Go home. Go and see your boy. Oh, yes, sir. Don't thank me, said Isaiah Hale and was gone. Luca stood in front of the wall for a while after that. Then she picked up the marker and wrote nothing and put it down again and went out. Matt was in the corridor with 2 coffees, which he had been holding long enough that they had stopped being hot. Well, row goes Monday. New yen at the end of the week. Olson when Utah's written up. Matt took that without any expression at all. And you. I keep the case, I keep you, and I've got until whenever he decides. Luca took one of the coffees. He said step up or step aside. Then he's given you all of the truth, which is more than most men in his job would do. Oh, that's a generous reading. It's the accurate one. Matt drank some of his. He didn't take the case off you, and he didn't put anybody over you, and he could have done either one this morning and gone home feeling clever. He's spending his own credit, and he's telling you the bill's coming. That's not a man cutting you loose. That's a man showing you the ledger. Luca did not answer. Also, Matt said, he's right about the other part. You look terrible. Thank you. You want the truth or you want me to be nice? Both in that order. Then the truth is that we've hit a wall and standing here staring at it won't move it, Matt said. And nice is that Nell asked me on Tuesday whether Theo's ramp got finished, and I didn't know the answer, and I've been embarrassed about it for 2 days. So let's go home, Luca. They drove out of Reno at noon and took it in turns, 4 hours each, east across the whole width of Nevada on US 50 with nothing on either side of the road but ground. You're going to work the list in your head the entire way, Matt said somewhere past Austin. So I'll make you a trade. You get it out of your system between here and Ely, and after Ely we don't say one word about it until Monday. That's 4 hours of me talking. Agent Thorne, I've been working with you long enough to know exactly how long that is, and it's a heck of a lot longer than 4 hours. She punched him in the bicep for that, but she took the deal and talked for most of it. Matt drove and said almost nothing and asked 2 questions, both of which were better than anything she had asked herself all week. Past Ely, he put the radio on, and neither of them mentioned Nevada again, though she kept coming back to it in her head. She couldn't help that, and he hadn't said anything about not thinking about it. They came down off the last grade into Bell Creek 11 hours after leaving, with the bighorns standing black along the whole western edge of the sky and the sage running away gray on both sides of the road. The kitchen light was on. There was a note on the table in Nan Petrie's writing, in ballpoint, gone over twice where the pen had skipped. Chicken and rice in the fridge, 20 min at 350. I'll tell you, it's fine. Fair is Saturday 10 a.m. He has been counting the days on the calendar in pen so you can't rub it out. Don't wake him. Then. Luca stood in her own kitchen in her own house at 11 o'clock at night and read it twice. Then she went down the hall and stood in the doorway of her son's room. He was flat on his back with one arm over the dog and his glasses folded on the nightstand and his mouth open. Scout lifted his head off the blanket, established who it was, and put it down again. Friday was the worst day Luca had had in 9 years. She woke at 4 and did not get back to sleep, and by 5:30 she was sitting at her own kitchen table in the dark with a cup of coffee going cold in front of her and nothing whatever to do. That was the part she had not been ready for. On the road, there was always a next move. A drive to the gypsum plant. Read the log. Walk the bench. Even standing in front of a wall with nothing on it was doing something, because at least she was looking. Here there was a kitchen and a dog and hours until anybody needed her for anything. She got out her notebook and read her own handwriting from 11 days and found that she could not make it mean anything. The words were all there and they lay on the page like a shopping list. At 7, she made Theo's breakfast and got the eggs wrong, which she had never once done. He ate them anyway and did not mention it. She would rather he had. At 9, she went into town for milk they did not need. Bell Creek has one grocery and about 900 people. Luca had been born 40 minutes from that door and had known the woman at the register since they were both at the high school. Marla put the milk through and said good morning, and then she said, carefully, in the voice people use for the recently bereaved, "How are you holding up?" And Luca understood, standing there with a gallon of milk in her hand, that everybody in that town had watched her take her vest off. Dale Oster came out of the hardware store as she was crossing back and raised a hand, and then did not know what to do with his face. A woman she did not know at all took a photograph of her from a parked car and drove away. Luca sat in her truck in the grocery lot for a while before she started the engine. Then she went home and was extremely pleasant to everybody for the rest of the day, and washed a floor that did not need washing. And at 4 in the afternoon, she went out to the barn where nobody could see her and stood with both hands flat on the workbench and shook. It was not the president. She discovered that somewhere in the middle of it. It surprised her. It was not the president, and it was not the mob on the internet, and it was not even Hale. It was that she had stood in that road with her hands up and it had worked. And 11 days later, she had 260 names out of 1,206, and a woman in Utah was dead on a highway, and she did not know one single thing that would stop the next one. Matt found her out there about 20 minutes later. He did not ask if she was all right, which she was grateful for because she would have said yes. He picked up a chisel off the bench, looked at the edge of it, and put it down. Your dad's. My grandfather's. It's a good one. He turned it over. Wants sharpening. It's wanted sharpening for years. Then we'll do it tomorrow, Matt said. And if you tell me it's a waste of a morning, I'll remind you that you washed a floor today that was already clean. Luca laughed, which she had not expected to do. It came out wrong and turned into something else. Matt crossed the barn and put both arms around her and let her get on with it. After a while, she said, "He's going to take it off me." "Oh, he is." "Oh, you don't know that." "Oh, no," Matt agreed. "But I know that a man who is going to take it off, you doesn't call you up first and explain the math and then order you to go home and see your kid. That's not how it's done. When they take it off you, you find out from somebody who wasn't there." That's oddly specific. It happened to a fella I knew in Casper. He let go of her and lined on the bench. Here's what I actually think, and then I'll stop. You've had 11 days. The Bureau had 400 people on the Unabomber for 17 years. That's not comforting either. It's not meant to comfort you. It's meant to make you stop measuring an 11-day-old case against a television schedule. Matt picked the chisel up again. You want to know what I'd be frightened of if I were you? Go on. Not that you're too slow. That you're too tired to see it when it goes past you. He put the chisel down where she could reach it. Which is exactly why he sent you home, and exactly why you're going to eat something tonight and sleep tomorrow, and exactly why I'm sharpening that chisel with you in the morning whether you like it or not. Oh, you're relentless. I'm from Wyoming, honey. There's nothing else to do. The county fair at Bell Creek ran for 3 days on the flat ground east of the Fairgrounds Road, and by 10 on Saturday morning the lot was full of trucks and horse trailers, and the loudspeaker was already going. Luca had forgotten how loud it was. Announcements over the top of one another, a generator behind the food row, a 4-H steer bawling somewhere off to the left, and under all of it the noise of 800 people talking. It smelled of frying onions and diesel and animals and cut grass. The heat came up off the packed dirt between the barns. Theo walked in front of them with Scout on the short lead and did not look back once. He knows exactly where he's going, Matt said. He's known since Tuesday. Nan says he's had the route worked out on the back of an envelope. Then we'd better keep up. The exhibit hall was a metal building with the doors rolled up at both ends and long tables down the middle under strip lights, with quilts on the walls and jars of preserves in rows and a card in front of everything. The woodworking was at the far end on trestles. Theo went straight to it and stopped and turned around and made them come the rest of the way on their own, which Luca understood was the point. It was the ramp. He had brought all 4 feet of it in, planed and sanded and stained a color she recognized because it was the leftover can from the porch rail. He had rooted a groove down each side so a dog's feet would not slide. He had put a strip of grip tape at the top and cut it to the exact width. And on the underside, where nobody would look unless they turned it over, he had burned his initials and the year into the wood. There was a red ribbon on the card. Matt got to it a half step before she did and stopped, and did not say anything, and put one hand briefly on the back of Theo's neck. Theo let him. Luca crouched down in front of it and put her hand flat on the surface and did not say anything for a moment, because if she opened her mouth right then, she was going to embarrass her son in front of all of Sheridan County. You made the groove, she signed. Nan's brother has a router. Theo's hands were going fast. He let me do it myself. He only did the first one to show me. The judge said the stain was too thick in one place, but everything else was good. Where's the too thick place? Theo showed her. It was about the size of a thumbnail. That's the only mark against it. That's the only one. Then the judge is a hard man. He's a hard man, Theo agreed with enormous satisfaction. Josie Hope arrived at a run from somewhere behind the preserves, hit the trestle at speed, and stopped herself on it with both hands. Is that it? Is that the ramp? She was already crouching to look underneath. You put your name on the bottoms. So you have to turn it over to see. That's the best part. Josie turned to Luca, red-brown braid over one shoulder and a corn dog in her free hand. Miss Luca, I can do the alphabet now. All of it. Watch. She did it straight through, with her tongue between her teeth for the letters with awkward shapes, and got to the end and looked up. Theo signed something back at speed. What did he say? Josie demanded. He said you did S like a T, Luca said. I did not. Theo did both, slowly, side by side. Okay, I did S like a T, Josie said. Show me again. Nell came along the tables with her father, carrying 2 lemonades she had bought with her own money, and pretending she had not been looking for them for 10 minutes. It won a ribbon, she said. A second, Theo signed. Nell looked at her father. He said second, Matt told her. I know what he said, Nell said. I've been practicing too. She put the lemonades down, thought about it, and signed slowly and with her eyes on her hands. Good work. She got it right on the second attempt. Theo went scarlet all the way to his hairline and looked at the floor and grinned at it. They spent the rest of the day at it. The gymkhana, where Josie decided out loud and at length that she was going to learn barrel racing. The pig barn, where Scout behaved with total professionalism and Theo did not. Funnel cake at 2 o'clock that put powdered sugar down the front of 4 people. Matt won a plastic sheriff's star on the ring toss and gave it to Josie, who put it on and did not take it off for the remainder of the afternoon, including in the truck. At 4, Luca sat down on a hay bale by the arena with a paper cup of lemonade and watched her son teach an 11-year-old girl the sign for horse, over and over patiently, while a 13-year-old stood behind them saying, "Wait, do it slower," and getting it wrong and doing it again. She had not thought about the ridge since about 10:30. It came back that evening on the drive home without being sent for, a truck coming the other way with a rifle rack in the back window, and all of it arriving at once. But it had gone 8 hours, and 8 hours was more than she had strung together since Sunday. She noticed that it had, which was new. The porch faced west, and by 9 that evening the last of the light was off the bighorns, and the temperature had come down 20 degrees, which it did out there. The kids were inside. Nan had gone home. Nell and Josie were staying over, which had been decided by the children without reference to any adult. Luca could hear the 3 of them in the front room arguing about a card game. Matt came out with 2 bottles and sat down in the other chair and put his boots up on the rail. "Out with it," he said. "You've had it in your teeth since about 6 o'clock. Am I that obvious? You went quiet at the truck and you've been polite ever since, and you're never polite." Luca laughed. Then she got the notebook out of her back pocket. "All right. I made a list on the drive." "Of course you did." Every place inside 50 miles of that road where 4 people could keep vehicles, keep equipment, come and go at odd hours and not be remarked on. She opened it. There are 19. 4 ranches big enough to have a shop and a fuel tank. The Pinto Hills Workings, which is where they parked. 3 storage yards on US 50. A gypsum plant that shut down years ago and still has power to the office. 2 church camps. A rifle range with a caretaker's trailer. The county road shops at Fallen and at Middlegate. 4 irrigation districts with pump houses. And the campus, because I wrote down every place and I meant every place. You've got Helios on your own list. I've got Helios on my own list because it has more ground and more equipment on it than the other 18 put together, and because if I leave it off, somebody asks me in 6 months why I left it off. She closed the notebook. It's the site that got shot at Matt. It's the last line, not the first one. I've looked at all 19 on the imagery, and I'd have to physically go to about 6 of them. So we go to the 6. That's what I was going to say. Matt drank some of his beer and looked out at the dark shape of the mountains. And what happens when we get to them? We drive up to a gate and I get out and show a badge to whoever comes out to see what we want. Which at a storage yard is a man in his 70s with a dog. At the gypsum plant is nobody. And at the ranches, it's somebody who will be very polite to us and have told the whole county by supper time. That's about the size of it. So we learn nothing. We may learn nothing, Luca said. We'll have looked. Right now, there are 19 places on that list I can't say one word about, and by Wednesday there'll be 6 I can. That isn't progress. It's the opposite of progress. It's taking pieces off the board so that what's left is smaller. Matt turned that over. And if all 6 come back empty, then I widen it to 100 miles and do it again. That's half the state. Then it's half the state. She turned the bottle around. Well, I haven't got a better idea. I've got a fragment I can't use, a fiber I can't trace, and a list of names that 3 people couldn't get a fifth of the way through. What's left is a truck and the 2 of us. There's a woman in Utah who ran a feed store, and there's Dale Kirby in the ground at Fallen, so we'll use what's left. I wasn't arguing. You were about to. I was about to say it's a long way to drive to stand and look at a locked gate, Matt said. And then I was going to say I'd rather do that than sit in Reno reading a wall. So we'll go. Inside, somebody won the card game, and Josie's voice went up through the wall in triumph, and Nell's went up over the top of it in outrage, and Theo's laugh came through both, and neither adult on the porch said anything for a moment. Monday, Matt said. Monday.
Chapter 15. The playa lay north of the highway and 9 miles up a graded road. It was an endless expanse of cracked white clay as flat as a table, with the ranges standing back from it on all sides. Nadia had put the target frame out at the far end at first light and paced the distance back with a wheel. It came to 820 yards, which was not an accident. By 9 o'clock, the wind had come up off the flat and was moving across them left to right in gusts, dropping to nothing and then coming back hard enough to move a person's shirt. Mirage ran along the ground in a shimmer so that the frame at the far end swam and reassembled and swam again. Bad conditions. Nadia had waited days for them. Dana Rourke lay prone on a mat with her cheek down on the stock and her right hand loose and her elbows set wide. She had not spoken in a while. Nadia watched through the spotting scope. The first 3 had gone into a group, the size of a fist, a little left of center. Dana had said one word about it, which was wind, and had made no adjustment to the rifle. She had simply waited. She waited through 2 full gusts and let them go past her, and on the 3rd lull she broke a shot that went into the middle of the target with nothing to spare on any side of it. 4, Nadia said. I know where 4 went. Then tell me. 1/2 inch high and dead on for wind, and the 1/2 inch is me, not the rifle. I'm coming off the trigger early because I'm cold. Dana did not lift her head. It'll go away in 2 more. It went away in 1. The rifle was a bolt gun in a hunting stock with a scope on it that had cost about $400 12 years ago. It was clean and oiled, and the bluing was gone off the receiver in the 2 places a person's hands go. Nadia had asked her to bring her own, and Dana had brought this, and had not apologized for it, which had been the first useful piece of information of the morning. Round 6 went into the group. 7 caught a gust that came in from the left at the wrong second and moved 4 inches. Dana said that one's the wind, and I saw it go before the spotting scope had settled. 8, 9, and 10 went into the middle. Nadia sat back off the scope and looked out at the white glare of the flat and let herself feel it for a moment, because there was nobody to see her do it. 9 of 10 inside a 3-inch circle at 820 yards, in gusting wind, on a rifle worth less than the boots Nadia was wearing, by a woman with no formal training of any kind who had learned all of it shooting coyotes off her mother's place before she was 15. A replacement for Robin. Better than Robin's. Robin had been the best of them. That's enough, Nadia said. We have what we came for. Dana ran the bolt, checked the chamber twice, and stood up in one motion without putting a hand down, which people who had spent their lives on the ground could do, and people who had not could not. She picked up the mat, rolled it, and policed her brass off the clay without being asked. She did it by walking a small grid rather than by eye. Nadia watched her do that too. Well, Dana said when the cases were in her pocket. Did I pass? You were adequate. Dana stopped with the rifle broken open over her forearm and looked at her. Adequate. Adequate. I put 9 of 10 in a 3-inch group at 820 yards in that wind, off a deer rifle, and adequate is the word you're going with. Excellence is where we start, Nadia said. It isn't a place to stand and admire the view from. Dana laughed at that, a short, flat laugh with no offense in it, and put the rifle in the soft case. You're a hard woman to work for. You haven't started working for me yet. They drove back south with the sun coming up hot on the left side of the truck and the ranges going by brown and bare on both sides. Nadia let the silences run. She had learned a great deal about people from what they did with a silence in a moving vehicle. Some talked to fill it. Some got smaller in the seat. Robin had asked questions about the work, always the work, and had been good company for it. Dana Rourke sat with her elbow on the window frame and looked at the country and said nothing for 9 miles. Then she said, the frame at 820. You paced that out yourself this morning. I did. Why not 800 flat or 1,000? Because 820 is a real distance and the round numbers are not, Nadia said. A person who can shoot at 800 can shoot at 800. A person who can shoot at 820 has to know their rifle. Dana's thought about that for a mile. You've done this before, then. Taken somebody out to a flat and put a frame at an odd distance. 3 times. And how did they do? All 3 passed. And where are they now? 2 of them are making lunch, Nadia said. Dana turned her head at that and looked at the side of Nadia's face. Nadia kept her eyes on the road and let her look, and did not answer the part of the question that had not been asked. The house sat 8 miles outside Fallon at the end of a dirt lane with tamarisk grown up along the ditch on one side, a low place with a metal roof and a swamp cooler, and a shop building out the back big enough for 2 vehicles. It had been rented for 18 months in a name that was on a Nevada driver's license in a drawer in Nadia's bedroom and on nothing else in the state. Simone Ugger had the table set when they came in. Marta Vey was at the counter with her back to the room, cutting something. Dana Rourke, Nadia said. Simone. Marta. You've met Simone. On nights twice, Dana put her hand out and Simone shook it. Marta turned around, wiped her palm on a towel, and shook it as well, and looked at Dana for slightly too long, which was Marta's version of a greeting. How did she do? Simone said. 9 of 10 in 3 inches at 820. Gusting. Simone's eyebrows went up, which from Simone was applause. Off what rifle? My grandfather's Remington, Dana said. Marta stopped cutting. Sit, Nadia said, and put her hand on the back of the chair at the near side of the table, which had been Robin's chair, and watched Dana take it without knowing. They ate. It was a plain meal and a good one, beans cooked with cumin and a red chili rice flatbread that Simone made every week, a bowl of tomatoes and onion with lime on it. Marta had made a cabbage dish with caraway in it that Nadia had eaten many times and had never once been able to describe. This is very good, Dana said and meant it. We eat together on the days we can, Nadia said. It matters more than people think. For a while they talked about nothing. The gate at Helios and how long it took at shift change. A road washout east of Middlegate. Whether the swamp cooler was worth what it cost to run. Then Nadia set her fork down and started. Tell me about the hearings again. Dana looked up. Which part? The part where you keep going, Nadia sat back. You've been to everyone for 2 years. You know what the outcome will be before you drive there. So I want to know who you blame, and I want you to be specific, because vague anger is no use to anybody. Simone had stopped eating. Marta had not. Dana took a moment. You want the list? I want the list. The board, Dana said. 5 people, 3 of whom have never read a page of the hydrology, and 1 of whom told me over coffee that the water comes back. It doesn't come back. He's 68 years old, and he genuinely believes it comes back. She was counting on the table with 1 finger. Then the county commissioners, 2 of whom took money that's in the public filings if anybody bothers to look, which nobody does. Then the state engineer's office, which had the authority to say no and chose not to use it. Then the billionaire tech bros from California who put up the money, who have never been on that road in their lives, and who moved this bill across a state line for exactly 1 reason, which was that Nevada would say yes. That's a good list. It's an accurate list. What do they deserve? Dana stopped with her finger still on the table. That's a strange question. It's the only question, Nadia said. You've told me who is responsible. Responsibility means something or it means nothing. So tell me what it means. The room had gone quiet with 2 people eating in it and not making any noise doing it. They should lose, Dana said slowly. The permit should be pulled and the build should stop, and they should pay for what's already gone, and the ones who took money should go to prison for it. Should. And will they? No. Why not? Because everything they did was legal, Dana said. That's the part I can't get past and never have been able to. Not one of them broke a single law. They wrote the law and then they followed it. So what's left? I don't know. You do know, Nadia said. You've thought about it. Everybody who has sat where you are sitting has thought about it, and every one of them has said, I don't know first. Dana put her hands flat on the table. All right, she said. What's left is that somebody makes it cost more than it's worth. That's the only lever there has ever been. Make it expensive. Make it slow. Make it not worth the trouble to build out here, so the next billionaire tech bros with money go and do it somewhere else. How? I don't know how, and I'd be lying if I said I did. Nadia watched her. What if I told you it was already being done? Dana did not react quickly, which Nadia liked. She sat with it. Out through the window, a truck went by on the county road a long way off, and its dust hung up in the air behind it and drifted. Then I'd want to know what that means, Dana said. Because there's a wide gap between chaining yourself to a gate and some of the other places that sentence could go. There is. And you're not going to tell me which end of it you're at. Not yet. Then I'll say the part you're waiting for, Dana said. Ask me the real question. All right, Nadia leaned forward. What about the peoples who work out there? And there it was, the same as it had been 3 times before. Nadia had known it was coming and had still put her hands in her lap under the table. What about them, Dana said. 1,200 people go through that gate. Electricians, pipe fitters, truck drivers, the woman who runs the hiring desk in the portable. Every one of them takes money from the men on your list and puts that water in the air for 8 hours a day. Where do they sit? They don't sit anywhere. They're working. They're building it. They're building it because it's the only work in this county that pays, Dana said, and her voice changed, and she did not seem to notice that it had. I pull fiber out there. I've said that to your face already. My mother's bill is $1,900 a month, and the only place within 80 miles that pays what that costs is the place that took her water. That's not complicity. That's a trap, and every single person in that lot at 7 in the morning is standing in it. So they're innocent. They're not innocent and they're not guilty. They're people who need a job, Dana's jaw had set. The man who signed the water agreement had a choice. The kid running conduit on the 3rd floor has a paycheck and a truck payment. If you can't tell those two apart, then you're not actually angry about the water, you're just angry. Nobody spoke. Marta had stopped eating at last. Simone was looking at the tablecloth. Nadia let it stand, and while she let it stand, she was hearing another voice in the same room saying almost the same words in almost the same order. A couple driving by on their way to somewhere else. State cops who came out because somebody called it in. None of them decided anything. That's a clear position, she said. It's the only one I've got that I can live with. It has a cost. Clear positions with edges on them are slow, and slow is expensive, and out here we have run out of time to be careful about who deserves what. Then you've got a problem, Dana said, because the version where you stop being careful about that is the version where you're no better than the billionaire tech bros from California, and I've read enough history to know how that ends, and so have you. Nadia looked at her for a long moment. Then she picked up her fork. Ate your lunch, she said. Afterward, out in the shop building where it was cooler and smelled of oil and concrete, Dana stood by the bench with her hands in her pockets and looked at the 2 dust-covered pickups under the fluorescent tubes and did not touch anything. I'm going to put it to you now, she said. Go ahead. You put a frame out at 820 yards on a Sunday, and you sat behind a spotting scope for 2 hours in bad wind to see whether I could hit it. Dana turned around. Nobody does that to fill a badge technician's job. So this isn't a badge technician's job, and hasn't been since the night you emailed me. No, Nadia said. It hasn't. Then what is it? Nadia had had this sentence ready for 1.5 years. She had used it 3 times. She said it the same way each time, slowly, and watched what the other person's face did. There are people doing direct work against what's being done to this ground, she said. Not letters. Not hearings. Work that costs the people responsible more than it costs us. I'm one of them. So are the 2 women who just made you lunch. And I've been looking for a 4th for a long time, and I think it might be you. Dana Rourke stood very still. That's a careful sentence. It's an exact sentence. I chose every word in it. Then tell me what the work is. Not today. Today you know that it exists and that we exist and that I've told you so. Nadia put her hands on the bench behind her. You can walk out of this building right now, take the job at the site or don't take it, and never speak to me again, and nothing will follow you. I'll tell you that once and I won't insult you by repeating it. And if I don't walk out, then it starts tomorrow and it doesn't stop. Dana looked at the trucks for a while. When you say costs them, she said, are we talking about property? We're talking about whatever the work requires. That's not an answer. No, Nadia agreed. It is. And Nadia watched her carefully because this was the moment, and what she was watching for was the question about the road. It sat in that shop building with the 2 of them. 2 dead and 1 wounded on County Road 214, 11 miles from the campus where Dana Rourke had been pulling fiber for 1 year, on a county road she had driven 100 times. It had been on the front of every newspaper in the state for 2 weeks, and a woman had just been told that the people in front of her did work that cost. Dana did not ask. She thought about it, Nadia watched her think about it, watched her arrive at it and stand in front of it and decide, and then she took a breath and let it out and asked something else instead. Who else knows about you? Nobody. That's not true because somebody told me. Nadia went cold from the collarbone down and kept her face completely still. Who told you? Lyle Bergen, Dana said it with no weight in it, as if she were naming a road. Runs that little outfit out of Lovelock, the Basin Water Alliance, 4 members and a post office box. He's at every hearing, and he's got a folding table with pamphlets on it. When you emailed me, I asked around about you, because I'm not an idiot and a stranger doesn't offer somebody 40% over the going rate for no reason. She shrugged. Bergen said Nadia Kessler was worth talking to. He said some people had stopped writing letters. He used those words. He used those words. To you in a room out loud. In the parking lot at the Lovelock meeting in June, Dana had picked up on it now and was watching Nadia's face. Is that a problem? Nadia made herself smile and made it a good one and felt the shape of it on her mouth. It's a man with a pamphlet table talking about somebody he's never met, she said. It's careless. It isn't a problem. He speaks well of you. That's the careless part. She sent Dana home at 4 with a date to start at the site the following Monday, and nothing else agreed, and stood in the yard until the white pickup had gone all the way down the lane and turned onto the county road. Simone came out and stood beside her. Well, Nadia said. She's better than we hoped for, and she said the wrong words at the table. She said what Robin said. She said it in her first hour, Simone said. Robin took 5 years to get there. Marta came out with a towel still over her shoulder. She's not wrong, though, Marta said. That's what neither of you is saying. She stood at that table and told you the conduit kid isn't the enemy and she's right, and I'd have said the same to you at her age, and you'd have told me what you told her. I know that. So what are you going to do with her? Phase 2 is 12 days out, Nadia said. I want her in it. Simone turned. You told me a year. You said it at the break room table, and you said it twice. I know what I said. You said hurrying it was how we ended up with Robin. I know what I said, Simone. Nadia was still watching the empty road. And I have had a week to look at the math, and it comes out the same every time. We are 3. 3 is enough for the work, and it is not enough for the ground afterward. And if we go into this one 3-handed and anything goes wrong, there will not be a 4th, because there will not be anybody left to bring one in. Nobody argued with that because there was no argument. She isn't ready, Simone said. She isn't ready and she is going to have to be, and I'll do it in 12 days as I would have done it in a year, in the same order with nothing skipped and everything faster. Nadia turned around. Tomorrow she gets the ground and the water and the whole history of it, and she gets to hear me say out loud what has already been tried and what it achieved, which is nothing. That's a full day. The day after that, we start on what the work actually is. And when she says no, then she says no, Nadia said, and we deal with that when it happens and not before. Marta had folded the towel into a square and was holding it in both hands. And the man with the pamphlets. Nadia looked out at the ranges going brown to blue in the late light and the tamarisk moving along the ditch. Lyle Bergen, she said. Lovelock. He's a widower, he's about 70, and he stands behind a folding table at county meetings handing out photocopies about a basin that is going to be dry before he is. She said it without any heat. And he stood in a parking lot in June and told a woman he had never met before that some people had stopped writing letters. "You want me to look at him," Marta said. "I want you to find out who else he said it to. Nothing beyond that, and I'll tell you if it becomes anything else." "Understood." Simone went back inside. Marta stayed a moment longer. "You'll tell me," she said. "You won't do it and tell me afterward." "No," Nadia said. "I'll tell you." Marta went in. Nadia stood in the yard until the light went off the tops of the ranges and thought about 12 days and about a woman lying prone on a mat with an old rifle putting 9 rounds through the middle of a target in bad wind, and about the same woman saying at a table that a person who cannot tell the difference between the man who signs and the kid running conduit is not angry about the water, only angry. Robin had said it slowly over 5 years and had been given every chance to unsay it and had not. Dana Rourke had said it in her first hour, straight out, in front of all 3 of them without being asked twice. Which meant one of 2 possibilities. Nadia turned them over as she turned everything over. Either the woman was going to be impossible, in which case it was better to know now than on a ridge somewhere with a rifle in her hands. Or she was the only one of the 4 of them who had said it out loud while there was still time for anybody to listen. Nadia couldn't decide which. She went in and shut the door.
Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.